Would the members of the Budget Subcommittee for City Hall, Scarborough East York Civic Center consultation please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Would the members of the Budget Subcommittee for City Hall, Scarborough East York Civic Center consultation please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Would the members of the Budget Subcommittee for City Hall, Scarborough, East York Civic Center consultation please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Can I have everybody's attention, please? First of all, welcome to City Hall. Welcome to the 2016 budget process and the public deputations. We are eager, of course, to listen to the public and listen to all of you who are here before us to present. Just a couple of things. Due to the inclement weather, and I'm sure some of you had your challenges getting here yourselves, as we all did, we are still waiting for one or actually two members of the subcommittee to arrive. We've been in contact with them. There's traffic issues, so they will be coming, but we will be delaying the meeting. I'm hoping 10 or 15 minutes at the most until they actually show. So we just need one more councillor. We have what is a subcommittee of the budget committee that'll be hearing you. 4 members are on that subcommittee. So we need, as part of our quorum, we need 3 people before we can begin the meeting. Councillor Layton and I are here. Unfortunately, there are a few other councillors, but they're not part of quorum. And as much as we'd love to have Councillor Cressy part of quorum, unfortunately that's not there. So what we're going to do is we're just going to wait for them, and the minute one of the councillors shows up, we'll begin the public deputation. So thank you for your patience, and we'll begin shortly. We'll call the meeting to order. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I see that you still have your coat on, and I appreciate your expediency in arriving.
I would point out she has snowshoes on. She literally trekked in.
Okay, can I have everybody's attention, please? Thank you very much. Now that we have quorum, I can call this meeting to order. As I have said a few minutes ago, I want to welcome everybody to the Budget Subcommittee to hear from the public on the capital and operating budgets of 2016. Just want to go over some of the ground rules for everybody. If you haven't been here before, welcome. During the day, we'll be listening to deputants on how they feel or comments about the upcoming 2016 budget. The list of registered deputants is on the meeting monitor at the back of the room, and there's a hard copy on green sheets. If you have pre-registered for today's meeting, but if you haven't pre-registered for today's meeting, but still wish to speak on the budget, can you please see the clerk staff anytime in the next, which are just, she has her hand up over there. So if you haven't registered already and you're not on the green list, please speak with the clerk so we can get you on the list. And understanding that they're probably deputants, they're probably not here right now because they are also trying to get here with the weather, so I will repeat this probably another time later in the morning. Our goal is to be able to listen to everybody give everybody an opportunity to speak to the Budget Committee. And there are other councillors, by the way, who are in the meeting and in the building as well, so I'm sure if they're not actually physically here, some councillors, they may be listening on TV, so you may not see a lot of us here in front of you. But you actually may have more people listening to. So don't think that because there's not a lot of councillors here, it doesn't mean a lot of councillors aren't listening to you. I would like to remind you that all deputants will have 5 minutes and members will have 5 minutes to speak, and members will have an opportunity to ask questions for 5 minutes. Couple tips if you haven't given a deputation before, again, is to be very concise and get to the point on what you want to say to us, because again, we want to ensure that we have heard it clearly. If you are part of a group or there are a number of, or an organization, it is always helpful to make sure that you're not saying the same thing 3, 4, or 5 times, that you may want to decide looking at certain parts of what you want to tell us. Again, we want to ensure that we hear you, but we don't want, sometimes repetition may not always be a good thing, especially with its groups and organizations. And also pay attention to what somebody may have been saying just before you. You may want to tell your remarks a little bit, again, depending on what has been said to us. What we want to do, and when we're listening to dozens of people come, we want to get a full sense of what is coming before us. But sometimes repetition, as I said, is always a good thing. But again, you have every right to say and speak to us in any way. So that's just sort of a tip for people in the room as we're going through the day in speaking with us. Oh, yes, declarations of any possible conflict of interest. Seeing none, I'm now going to call on the first registered deputant to come forward. What I will also do, as we're going down the list, I'll probably name 3 or 4 of the deputants. So I don't know if you are aware of where you are on the list, but I'll just call 3 or 4 so you can be prepared to come up. First speaker will be Tim McGuire, President of CUPE, Local 79. Also, too, with the deputants, there are 2 clocks, one here and one there behind you. You probably won't be able to see the one behind you when you're deputing. I will give you a bit of a warning about 10 or 15 seconds before the 5 minutes is up. Due to the number of people, I'm going to try to be fairly firm on the 5 minutes. I'll be a little bit flexible, but just appreciate that with the amount of people here that we really have to try to stick to 5 minutes per deputation. Tim, it's all you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. My name is Tim McGuire, President of CUPE Local 79, representing frontline workers delivering services in Toronto's communities. From our perspective, Toronto is a dynamic city with the potential to be the best city in the country to live, work, play, and raise a family. But the truth is we face incredible challenges that stop us from reaching that potential. We are the most unequal city in Canada with the highest concentration of working poor, and the numbers continue to rise. Too many people live in our city who just can't make ends meet. One of the core reasons is the lack of jobs, stable jobs, that make employment stable, so family lives are stable. We'll get back to that later. There have been some promises, some signals of hope with the poverty reduction strategy and other initiatives the city has taken leadership on, but we have to make sure that this budget matches those signals of hope. And I'm just going to go through a number of the pieces where we think the budget can be improved. On childcare, the Children's Services operating budget has been reduced by 1% despite the need for the system to expand and provide more childcare spaces and subsidies. Shelter Housing and Support Administration, 2 drop-in warming centres for the homeless that are currently open 24/7 for the coldest months of the year, January and February, will not have the resources to continue unless the budget is changed to accommodate this life-saving service for the most vulnerable of Toronto's population. The city's commitment to achieve 90% occupancy in emergency shelters will not be met. Shelters will continue to be full up every night. Social Development and Financial Administration, the Toronto Youth and Employment Program, to reach and help, exists to outreach and help with youth at risk of violence and crime and poverty, is not yet funded, and it needs to be. Parks, Forestry and Recreation, there is no money in the budget to finish the job of expanding to 10 council-approved youth spaces. The last 3 are supposed to be completed this year, but there's nothing in the budget for that. So important to keep our youth engaged, and this is the central ask of youth around the city when the city was doing its Parks and Recreation review. Toronto Employment and Social Services, the program that started in 2015 to support single parents who face barriers accessing employment has been cut. There is no funding available in the 2016 budget to continue providing this critical support. I'm the president of QP Local 79. In order to hold my office, I have to have a position as a frontline worker in the City of Toronto. Mine was out of employment and social services, and I know firsthand from not only single parents, but also newcomers, the difficulties in settling and getting over poverty issues. 37% of single-parent women, single-parent-led families are in poverty, and we need to ensure that we have to assist people out of poverty. The Board of Health, expanding the student nutrition program as part of a multi-year strategy to ensure children in Toronto have a healthy breakfast, is not included in the preliminary budget, and it needs to. What's happening to the city workforce? The members I represent delivering services in the 2016 budget? After years of promising to reduce gapping and vacancy levels, there is still over 2,500 unfilled positions in Toronto's workforce complement, according to the 2015 third quarter operating variance. That means city workers have fewer resources to deliver services to residents. Workers are forced to watch as programs are cancelled and service standards are lowered. It's not surprising that vacancies remain high. Divisions are forced to absorb additional costs while expanding programming. Consistently, divisions report that they are underspending their budgets by saving in salaries and benefits through vacancies. That's how they're hitting their city-imposed budget targets. We can see some of the details of the 26 budget on how staffing levels, gapping rates, and vacancies have a major impact on delivery of city services. The complexities of communities needs are also increasing. Rising poverty, aging population, settlement issues, expanding city due to the newcomer settlement. These are issues that need to be addressed. I'll end it with the remark, as I said earlier, there is some hints of hope through the poverty reduction strategy. If the city is serious about tackling those issues and other issues to ensure that this is the best city in the country to live rather than the most equal, the city has to have a serious, more concentrated dialogue on revenue tools.
Thank you very much, Tim. Are there questions of the Deputy? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief. Thank you, Mr. Maguire, for your presentation. Just the question of revenue tools. Any thoughts on what might be a more appropriate direction, how we might initiate such a dialogue?
Well, I know there's groups that have given presentations to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives the other day, had a piece here over a few hours to talk about revenue tools. I know the city manager presented late last year on the possibility of revenue tools in his presentation. So I think we have to get serious about that, what that means, and have a consultation process and have that during this budget process as much as we possibly can to make sure that we at least have a down payment on revenue tools that are currently allowed, and then let's have a serious discussion with the province. The province, I think, the critique has been the city hasn't taken care of its own house. So show we're taking care of our own house by selecting what the most appropriate revenue tool is, and have that dialogue with the province. Yes, we're taking care of our own house, but you need to assist us with whatever other revenue tool council in its wisdom thinks is the best.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll next for questions.
Thank you. Yes, your membership was vocally supportive. The last time we took a look at City of Toronto Act revenue tools. Now we're under considerable pressure, and really, I think you're right. Hints of hope, but sometime within this year, we've got to have that serious conversation. So the question is this: you've asked us to address gapping, and 2,500 of your members' positions are vacant. But we may have to spend some money. In order to get this done in a year, we may have to spend some money and have a consultant redo that original report that you were supportive of, because HST didn't exist then. So we need to know quickly, how can we implement, who would collect, all of that stuff. Would we be able to count on your members doing that work out in the community to explain why that needs to happen and happen now?
Sure, we would be at your service in doing that. We've been a partner on the poverty reduction strategy. We've been engaged in the revenue tools discussion, and we're happy to continue doing that. And I just want to make another comment about the 2,300 jobs. Those are jobs that could provide services to improve the city, but the key, the core, the best antidote to poverty is a good job.
Yeah.
So I'm not just talking about that from the perspective as I represent current workers for the city. Those are potential jobs for people in Toronto's communities, and they'll spend the money from that job in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Outside councillors, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Maguire. Thank you for coming out. You mentioned off the top two critical issues that you see, one being growing inequality, the other was the lack of stable jobs.
Yes.
In this budget process, I just want to focus in on the notion of good, decent jobs and stable jobs. What are some of the measures that you think we could seek to address, be it in this budget process or on a go-forward basis, to address the jobs issue and good, decent jobs?
Right. So within the poverty reduction strategy is housed some strategies to start to deal with that. There's the living wage, so that have a serious discussion about what the living wage means for the City of Toronto. The living wage discussion needs to happen. It's not just that, that everybody that currently works for the city that receives minimum wage or slightly more than minimum wage is going to go to the 1852 that's quoted, that's recommended, I think, by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternative. But it means a discussion about which jobs should be a living wage so people can spend that money in their communities and they have a decent standard of living with their families. There's also something called the Quality Job Assessment Tool to look at what does a good job look like. What are the hours of work? Are there minimum commitments to part-time workers? The city needs, not just for itself, but its agencies, its contractors, needs to move forward, and there's lots of discussions happening at the provincial level too in terms of the review of the Employment Standards Act. What does a good job look like, right? And one of those is minimum commitment to hours of work for part-time workers. Currently, I've said this a number of times before, the shelter division in the City of Toronto has told our part-time members that they have to give 24/7 availability with zero commitment in return. That's not a stable job. That means you're becoming more and more vulnerable yourself while you're trying to assist Toronto's more vulnerable. So that job quality assessment tool, let's get on those discussions now. Let's commit that in 2016. We're going to sit down and look at what a living wage looks like for the City of Toronto, its agencies and its contractors, and let's make sure that we move forward on the quality job assessment tool so we can come to an understanding together, have a dialogue about what a good job means. 54 agencies, including the Board of Trade, recently wrote the city indicating that it's supportive of good jobs in terms of a poverty reduction strategy.
So the living wage and the job quality assessment tool coming out of the poverty reduction strategy,
Yeah.
So two pieces there. On the issue of gapping, you just spoke to it from a point of view of strengthening the economy, a high-wage economy being a stronger one. What about the impact of gapping on your members? I hear the impact on our economy, but what about on your members?
Yeah. So I want to be sure that I want to be clear that I'm talking about not just our members, because that's how we're often portrayed, but we're talking about the health of Toronto's communities and the economy. But from our members, it means we're overworked, doing a lot more with less, and at some point there's health and safety implications for that. There's morale implications for that. We've been flatlining and cutting now for 15 years. And at some point, the service has to be seen to be the service level, implications for service level by less and less workers doing more and more.
And one final question. I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly, because it's been a big issue. You mentioned one of the things that the position of QP Local 79 to improve in the budget is the Shelter, Sport and Housing Division, the $416,000 required for the 2 cold weather drop-in centres. The position is you'd like to see those centres remain open and included in the budget. Is that correct?
Yes. And it's not, and I'm going to be clear, it's not, I don't know that those warming centers are our members. So I'm not talking about defending something that's provided by our members. I'm talking about something that's essential. That's so critical for in our weather. We don't always know what it's going to look like, but to have those warming centers open.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, very much. I don't see any other councillors to question you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is Mauro Ritaka. After that will be Sheila Block, Michael Rosenberg, then Christine Zinni. Welcome. Again, you have 5 minutes to present.
Good morning. My name is Mark McLean. I'm the president of the Toronto Real Estate Board. I'd like to begin my remarks today by commending Mayor Tory for his determined leadership to ensure equity for taxpayers, specifically through property tax increases. For years, TREB has taken the position that if the city needs more revenue, it should be making use of its property tax base, which fairly distributes the burden across everyone who benefits. In this regard, Mayor Tory's proposed dedicated property tax levy seems like a fair way to raise revenue for city-building initiatives. In contrast, the city's municipal land transfer tax is extremely unfair because it disproportionately targets a select number of homeowners each year. In this regard, the Toronto Real Estate Board continues to believe that the municipal land transfer tax is flawed and that Toronto would be better off without it. In fact, TREB's concerns have been validated by recent events, including the provincial government's announcement that would not grant LTT authority to other municipalities, and of course the city's manager's repeated warning about over-reliance on this unpredictable revenue stream. With this in mind, this budget's proposed introduction of an MLTT administration fee on top of the thousands of dollars in MLTT that home buyers already pay sends a wrong message. With that said, we respect that Mayor Tory's election mandate did not include a repeal of the land transfer tax, and although we continue to believe that this tax should be eliminated, our focus today is on stopping the erosion of an existing relief measures which have resulted in this tax hurting the very people that the City Council intended to protect. When the tax was first approved, City Council decided to increase the allowed rebate for first-time buyers so that it matched the LTT payable on an average price home, then $400,000. Unfortunately, this limit has never been adjusted. As such, Council's objective of exempting most first-time buyers has been achieved less and less each year, as house prices have continued to increase. With the current average price for a Toronto home sitting at about $660,000, that equates to about $9,000 in MLTT. The city's rebate program for first-time buyers is not providing the relief that Council had intended. A second relief measure taken by City Council was to make adjustments to the proposed tax rates, with the highest rate of 2% kicking in on homes priced at or above the $400,000 rate. Again, that was the average price. These thresholds have never been adjusted, meaning that currently purchasers of below average home prices are paying the highest land transfer rate. Given these realities, we respectfully recommend that the maximum LTT rebate for first-time buyers and the tax threshold be adjusted upwards to account for inflation since this tax was approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Carroll?
Yes, you might be able, because we haven't studied for a while, what is the first-time threshold with the provincial land transfer tax? You probably would be more aware of that than us.
What that is?
Yes. For the first-time buyer rebate for the provincial land transfer tax?
Right.
Yeah, I believe the provincial maximum is $2,000, which equates to I'm not sure what price of home that would equate to, but it's obviously a lower price home because it's intended to reflect the provincial average rather than just the The city average. Obviously, the city of Toronto average price is much
Right.
higher than the provincial average price.
But they apply the average throughout the province, so a first-time buyer would in Toronto would be disadvantaged there as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So if we were asking that within the GTA or within Toronto proper, that at the very least a harmonization of that, you know, if we're giving a little relief to first-time buyers, you don't really care which pot it comes from. That might help.
Absolutely. I think we're here to on behalf of homeowners, people who are buying homes for the first time,
Right.
especially, who are just, overcome by this.
Well, I ask that on behalf really of our other colleagues, because I know that there was a motion, it was not from someone on the Budget Committee, but there was a motion last year that would begin to ask the province to at the very least harmonize that so that both municipally and provincially a first-time home buyer knew where they were at. Secondly, I want to ask you about your the comment that it disproportionately disadvantages people buying homes. I'm wondering why many communications have gone to the real estate board. That is in fact the intention of this tax. That's the intention, to disproportionately collect an investment from those people who have made a recent capital gain, i.e. having sold their last property and are now in a better position than most Torontonians to invest up front in the neighborhood of a one-year amount of property tax. That's basically how the whole fee was calculated and the rate set. So that you could make that sort of one-year upfront advancement instead of paying every year in perpetuity a higher tax rate out in the GTA. So it's built to be disproportionate.
But I think if someone were to have a choice of paying a lump sum up front versus a fee over the course of a lifetime of a home, they would probably take the lifetime option.
Even though that amounts to way more money.
It could very well be, but when you're buying a home, let's say, and
Not
specifically for a
maybe,
first...
it is more money.
For sure. When you're buying a home for the first time, to have to come up with, thousands of dollars up front, it's a real strain on a first-time buyer.
Unless you're buying a $350,000 condo where you wouldn't pay it at all.
It also depends, though, on
Right.
circumstances for individuals, right? Some individuals
Right.
are in their home for 20 years. Some people have, a marital breakup or a disability or any job relocation, a slew of different reasons that would make them have to purchase a home multiple times in, say, a 10-year time frame, and they're paying that land transfer tax every
Again and
single
again.
time.
So you just want us to take those into account, those situations? Okay.
Be great.
Thank you. Okay.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with the premise that the city should be eliminating the land transfer tax or it as a revenue tool. But I think one place that we see eye to eye is to entrench it more into the city's revenue system by relying on it more is probably the wrong way to go.
I think that's a fair comment. I mean, we've had a record year for sure in the terms of sales, over 102,000 sales this year, which is fantastic. And as a result, the city has benefited by that to the tune of over $500 million. I can't guarantee that we're going to do that again.
And that's where I wanted to ask a question about how's it looking 1 year down the road, 5 years down the road, because in part of our strategy to balance this budget was to rely more on the MLTT than we ever have before.
Right.
Relying on last year's numbers rather than, say, an average of the last 10.
Sure.
Or as long as it's been in place. So that would make it 8 or something like that.
And I think CMHC would say that, we're probably not going to see as good a year.
Can you quantify that?
I wouldn't know
or
what the
maybe
numbers
that's not
are.
a good idea
Maura,
for
would
the
you
real
know?
estate board to do.
I don't have the numbers, although interestingly, the timing of your question is good because on January 18th, TREB will for the first time be releasing an outlook for the market, a detailed report with some both looking back at the past year in review and looking forward to the year ahead. So I think that's Monday, so stay tuned, there'll be some information there.
I think it's fair to say that, you know, if we have 102,000 sales last year, if we do 90,000 this year, which is still going to be a very good year for the Toronto real estate community, that's 10% down. So, you know, now you're looking at 50 million less money all of a sudden. Could be a change.
Great. Thank you. Can we just make sure that that's, I'm sure you'll do this, is circulate that to councillors, maybe put urgent on it. Got to vote on the budget like 2 weeks later.
Sure will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for
Thank you very much.
Next on the list will be Sheila Block. Welcome, Sheila.
Hi, I'm just,
Just getting a second or two. If you have anything to distribute, just the clerks will distribute it for you.
hold this review? Okay. Is that, yeah, so just hang on to that for a second. So that's 1, 2, 3.
And whenever you're ready, you can begin. I'll start your time.
Okay. Thanks very much. I very much appreciate this opportunity to come and talk to you today, and I'm joined by my colleague, Lina Sheikh Abdul Rahim, who has worked with me on this deputation. I want to start by reminding councillors that Toronto is a very low property tax jurisdiction. And city staff have crunched those numbers for us, and they show that average taxes in Toronto are lower than all the other municipalities in the GTHA and in Ottawa. And property taxes in Toronto, residential property taxes, are $1,000 lower in Toronto than the average of these other municipalities. We're ready for that one. City staff have also very helpfully pointed out to us that there is a $125 million gap that needs to be filled and that you will need to fill in the 2016 budget. And so that's the blue line at the left. 67 million of that 125 million are actually commitments that you as councillors have made, but you have not yet found the funding for. And that 125 million actually falls short of what many of us feel actually needs to be invested. And for example, that doesn't include the full 75 million that a wide range of city builders, ranging from the Board of Trade to the United Way, have suggested needs to be made as an investment in poverty reduction. So that's the dilemma that you're facing and that you as decision makers are facing. And staff also provided you with 2 scenarios for solutions. And so the first one is a property tax increase of 1.3%. And what that leaves you with is about a $91 million gap that remains that needs to be filled. And the second scenario that staff provided you with is about a 2.2% residential property tax increase. And that leaves you with a gap of about $67 million. So to fund and maintain city services and to keep your word, you're going to have to fill that gap. So you have, luckily, some options there. You can aim higher, and you can increase property taxes more than that. You can increase property taxes to take into account population growth and inflation, and the fact that last year you only had a property tax increase of 1.5%. And here what I'm talking about is total revenues, because that's what we need, or we all need, to keep the city functioning. So if you decided to make up that gap and had a 4.5% property tax increase, that would increase your revenues by $175 million. But as the discussion already this morning has indicated, you don't have to rely solely on a property tax increase. There are a range of other powers that you have under the City of Toronto Act that you're not currently using. And what the next graph here shows you is it shows you the potential estimates of the potential revenues that you could raise from taxes that you currently have the power to implement under the City of Toronto Act. And that ranges from $18 million for an entertainment tax to $175 million if you implemented a tax on commercial parking spaces. I want to leave you with a caution about one way of raising revenues. So what this graph here shows you is it shows you a kind of rough estimate out of the Globe and Mail of the maximum revenue that you could get out of a Toronto Hydro privatization, which would be $1.5 billion. And then what it also shows you is the unfunded capital projects that were identified in the preliminary budget. And so really, it really shows you that one, this is not a solution, but you have to remember for that pretty skinny slice of that pie, you are giving up a stream of revenues year in, year out, potentially in perpetuity. And so you're giving up that stream of revenue to fund a pretty skinny slice of the existing pie that needs to be baked or eaten. I'm losing my metaphor there. And accompanying with it is really high transaction costs. And so what we know from the Ontario Hydro privatization, partial privatization that happened, there are really big costs, there are legal costs, there are brokerage costs that are associated with it. So that high-end estimate that I used would be shaved down appreciably by those transaction costs. So privatization.
Can you wrap up, please, or
Sure.
over 5 minutes?
Sorry about that. Privatization isn't a solution, but luckily you do have others available to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Carroll?
Yes, hi, good morning, Sheila. So you demonstrate something that I was sort of discussing with the community over the weekend on Twitter, and we saw some media about it. But it also relates back to the city manager's speech at the launch. I can't remember if you were here that day, but he talked about us not having a funding model. We don't really have a model. So you're talking about the fact that we have a low property tax rate, but if we were to begin to address that, you're not necessarily advocating that we would then reduce other parts of what is our funding model today. Treb was here saying reduce the land transfer tax. Yes, we need to address the property tax situation, but we wouldn't replace some other part of the model. In your expert opinion.
So absolutely, what numerous experts have actually identified is that Toronto doesn't have a spending problem, it has a revenue problem. And when you have a revenue problem, you're not looking at trading off different revenues to come out at the same place.
Right.
What you're looking at is how do you increase your ability to pay for the services that everybody clearly identifies you need.
Right. And the budget gap, you've given us a great, a much more simple visual, by the way, of the gap we had the original launch slide. But that's just to get us to a below adequate level. Really, our gap is a bit bigger.
Yeah, I would, yes, I would say that. I'm just working from what the city manager identified from you, and as I said, we know that from a perspective of social justice advocates, that is just in that 1 year, $68 million below because, 67, because there's been a widespread advocacy effort for a $75 million investment in the poverty reduction plan, and
Right.
The preliminary budget put in 6.7 million, I believe.
Okay, and one more question, if I could, Mr. Chief. Has the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives done any sort of broad cross-Canada review of what is a good municipal funding model at certain population levels? We're struggling with that. We're seeing discussion of selling our income-producing assets. The province is doing the same. No one's going back and saying, what's wrong with this model for sustainability?
So I think there has been some work probably done not by our organization, but for the Institute of Municipal Finance and Governments that looks at an ideal model. But I think what's really important is to work with the tools that you have. And you as councillors have tools that in your toolbox that you haven't taken advantage of yet. And I think you need to kind of start down that road. And then once you get there, a longer term discussion is absolutely what additional taxing powers should you have as the sixth largest government in Canada.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cressy's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Sheila, thanks so much for coming out. You mentioned off the top a few times the revenue rather than spending problem that we have. Do you see that on the operating and the capital side? We have a revenue problem in the city?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, on the capital side, I'd kind of say you have a revenue/financing problem. And on the operating side, you absolutely have a revenue problem.
So you went through a little bit under CODA, some of the tools that are at our availability. You also mentioned the $22 billion in unfunded capital. Do you think the revenue problem surpasses our ability to use the property tax to deal with it?
Yes, I think that I absolutely think that you have to rely both on other revenue tools, and you also actually have to tell other higher levels of government to step up to the plate as well.
Okay. So you went through, and if you could go back to the slide of the tools currently available to us under CODA and with your revenue projections, what they would bring in. I guess I'm curious looking at those, and these are tools available to us. Given that we have a $22 billion gap in unfunded capital needs, using these tools on their own, it doesn't seem to me that we can get there in terms of addressing that revenue gap, revenue problem we have on capital.
I think you're absolutely correct there, but I wouldn't necessarily compare a stock and a flow, right? So that would be money that would be coming in, year out. That $22 billion is the total amount that needs to be invested over a longer term period.
So an all-hands-on-deck approach, look what's available now, look to other levels of government, look at other options not available to us in terms of other revenue options currently.
Absolutely. I really think that we are at a point where we need to look at all of the options available and actually not only look at them but take action.
So on that, in terms of options not currently available under the City of Toronto Act, has the CCPA done any research looking at other revenue tools that are available to other North American jurisdictions, municipal jurisdictions, sales tax, income tax, which tend to produce larger revenue than any of the ones listed on the slide here?
We haven't done in-depth research. What we do know is large comparable jurisdictions in the U.S. actually have those tools, right? So if you look at New York City or if you look at other large jurisdictions, you actually have they do have those tools. And there is a research that kind of says at a certain threshold, you absolutely need to fund on a broader level than the property tax.
And do you have a sense of what that threshold is? When you say for a municipality at a certain threshold, is that more than 2 million people, more than 2.5 million people? In other words, has our city grown larger than our ability under the current taxing regime to manage that growth?
Absolutely, it has grown larger than that, and the exact number has escaped me at the moment, so I won't make it up. But I know that cities beyond, that Toronto's beyond that.
That's why you're over there. We would have all just made it up on this side. Thanks, Sheila.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Sheila. I'd like to introduce and announce the students from Mount View Alternative School are here. They're just over here on our right. Their teacher is Kim Fry. They are in Councillor Doucette's Ward 13 in the High Park area. As we always want to listen to the youth of our city as part of our deliberations, we at time... Oh, Joe, don't take that. Sometimes with special circumstances, we reorder our agenda to listen to sometimes students, so I'd like to move that we reorder the agenda. There's 2 students who would like to speak to us today. Anya, well, we could do that and you could have the whole day off, but I think your teacher may prefer that we get you up. So I'd like to reorder the agenda to have the students come. All in favor, opposed, and carried. And hopefully the people in the audience can appreciate we'd love to have the students come up and speak to us. So It's now your turn. Anya Rodin. Anya, why don't you come up and you can speak to us? So have a seat, Anya. Welcome. And there's a little button in front of you if you can turn on. You see a little light there? If you can turn it on, or maybe on. First of all, what grade are you in?
Grade 6.
You're in grade 6. So make sure you see the little mic in front of you? Speak in front of the mic because we want to be able to hear you. So make sure you have a very good voice and speak to us. You can pull the mic down a little bit. Perfect. So you will have 5 minutes to speak. I know you have something in front of you, and it's all yours to speak to us.
Okay. Hi, my name is Anya, and I'm a grade 6 student at Mountview Alternative School. I am speaking for my classmates, and we are here today because we care about things like public libraries, outdoor skating rinks, bike lanes, the environment, and water. We think kids should be paying more attention to the political world because when you ask an adult, they say, you won't understand, but we do, and if there was more space for us to share and understand, we know more kids would be involved. I am happy to put our input into the 2016 budget. We happen to care about how Toronto spends its money. Mayor John Tory, while making great promises such as the Smart Tracker, has not told us how he is going to pay for these things. If he does not decide how to pay, we are going to end up in a crisis on our hands, which is why we should raise taxes to help Mayor Tory come through on the promises he has made. We have learned that taxes have not kept up with inflation, and all agree that property taxes should, at very minimum, keep up with inflation. We want to do great things in Toronto, and the kids in our class all value swimming pools, outdoor rinks, the High Park Zoo, the fantastic parks in our city, and the amazing libraries. Toronto provides so many important services we can't cut any of them because the people of Toronto need them to survive. Mayor Tory has promised many great things, but where will the money come from? Soon Toronto will be in a crisis. We need to raise taxes before that happens. We have talked a lot about revenue and expenditures and how we need to balance both. Some of the people in our class support things like small increase on sales tax on items like electronics and other non-necessary items. Many of us think putting money into things like the Gardiner Expressway doesn't make sense, although a few think it is important to keep it. We all agree, however, that better transit and dedicated bike lanes mean more to us than an expressway that is expensive to maintain. We don't understand why all the other areas have had to cut their budgets except the police when crime is going down. We think the police are important, but not more important than all the other areas. We think the police budget should be trimmed too. Areas we think need more money are parks, TTC, bike lanes, swimming pools, libraries, childcare, Toronto housing, and more bylaw officers patrolling for cars parked in bike lanes and ticketing dog owners with their dogs off leash in the on-leash area. It is time we stop thinking about taxes as the monster under our bed, and instead think about them as the knight in shining armor that will rescue us from the monster. We hope you will consider what we have to say. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, I don't know if we have any questions. You did so well. I don't know if we have. Oh, we actually do have a question. So Councillor Carroll's going to ask some questions of you.
I do. I'm wondering how you came to write that deputation. Was it written as a group, or is that your assignment and yours was the best one?
No, all my classmates put their input into it, and then my teacher wrote it.
And are we being left a copy of it? Because your last sentence about how people have to change the way they think about taxes is something I'd like to present to all 44 councillors in the council chamber. Do we have a copy? That is a way of putting it that I have never heard in this room, and I've been here a very, very long time. So I really want to thank you for putting it that way.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you for coming, and thank you all the students for coming down today. It's refreshing to hear this from someone your age and from all you students, and I know you worked very hard on this. I just want to double-check a few things you said. You covered an awful lot in there, so let me see if I'm correct. TTC is important. and we need to enhance it, right? You like the fact that children under 12 can get on for free now, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it should have been grade 8 and under rather than 12 years of age?
Yeah.
Thank you. Libraries. We're very fortunate in our area to have a lot of libraries. And you want what? You want more hours, or you just want to make sure that we protect and put more books in them? Which do you think?
Yeah, I think that.
Have some more hours so you can visit maybe on a Sunday in our area, because we can't do that. Bike lanes. We have bike lanes quite near your school, don't we? Up on Annette. And and I know a lot of people park in those. I've got your point on that one. Skating. One of the things I'm trying to do, and councillors all knowing what I'm going to say, I'm trying to get skating on Grenadier Pond down in High Park. Do you think that would be a great idea if you didn't get chased off by a bylaw officer and you could skate and have fun?
Yeah.
That's just a yes. You also mentioned something which I found interesting about inflation. I don't know if I knew what inflation was when I was your age. So my understanding from listening to you and also talking to your friends earlier was you feel that property taxes should go up at least by inflation. Is that correct? And so that we don't have to do cuts in all our divisions to make up that difference of inflation.
Yeah.
I definitely need a copy of your statement. One of the councillors here just asked me if I wrote it for you. I did not. I had nothing to do with this, but we've got some very bright, very educated students across the city, and I thank the teachers for bringing you down today, and I apologize for the weather, but that's a federal issue, not a municipal issue. And thank you very much. You were wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're not done yet. We actually have another student who's going to come up and present to us. So we have Chloe Bruzet, who is actually going to do a deputation as well. Come on up, Chloe, and welcome to City Hall. And whenever you're welcome. And what grade are you in? You in grade 6 as well?
Yeah.
Excellent. So whenever you're ready, you can begin speaking to us.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chloe, and I'm a grade 6 student at Mountview Alternative. Some things that we are lucky to have in Toronto are starting to not have enough money put into them. The public libraries, for example. More people are going to them, so the shelves are becoming untidy. It's not that the librarians aren't doing their job, it's just that there aren't enough of them. There are some things that are very practical for the city, like the TTC, garbage pickup, and cleaning the roads. There are also things that are mostly for enjoyment but are still important, like libraries, skating rinks, community centers, and bike lanes. All these things need to have the proper amount of money put into them. There's a lot of ways to get the money, but we know that right now we don't have enough to get all the things that we're supposed to have, that were promised, and have enough money to make all the things that are important for everybody as good as people want them to be. A couple of our parents have not been able to, have been coming home but not on time because the TTC has been stopping and going slow even when there isn't snow. And to come here, even though there is snow, the subway kept on stopping on the way, so we were a little bit late. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Layton would like to ask you a question.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your deputation. My one question is going to be about the TTC, because one of the things that we've got in front of us is money to make sure that mechanics do maintenance on buses and streetcars so they don't break down and parents have to get off and wait for the next one to come. Do you think that's something that we should make sure that we find money for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Thank you.
it's important.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette has a question.
Thank you very much, Chloe. Another excellent presentation. Really appreciate that. You were talking a bit about, I think I got you talking about street cleaning. Have you seen around your school and our area how the weeds grow in the gutters? We get weeds about this tall in the summer. It's, you know,
Yeah.
it's like a forest, doesn't it?
People have to just pull them out if they get annoyed by them.
Right. So one of the things also we are doing, the good news actually is this: we are going to get some proper street cleaners. So they will get all those weeds and leaves out of our gutters so it won't look like a jungle when you walk through our neighborhood. You also speaking, you both spoke about promises. Usually people make a promise when they know they can keep it. Is that how you've always sort of been told? You never make a promise unless you can keep it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think as politicians, we shouldn't make promises unless we know we can keep them?
And
So from what I'm understanding, again, from listening to you and talking to your friends, is that if we make promises, we've got to find the money, the revenue, to pay for those services. Would that make you happy?
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chloe. Thank you, Anna. And thank you all the students from Mount View Alternative for coming down today in a snowy day, and I appreciate the opportunity we've had to speak with you. Thank you very much. Now, there was a little bit of sort of leeway in sort of the reaction with the crowd. We're not anticipating, or actually part of the rules is clapping and all of that really is not allowed at City Hall. We made a little special circumstance for the kids, but if we can just hold down any noise or applause or anything like that from the crowd for the rest, that'd be much appreciated. So, the next speaker is Michael Rosenberg. Welcome, Michael. Again, you have 5 minutes to speak to us.
Okay, I'm Michael Rosenberg. So obviously we know that this year the city's list of new and enhanced services as well as the proposals from the community groups have not yet been funded, and it's obvious that many of those items have essentially already been promised. In fact, the TTC has started to run some of them already, so I'm sure you intend to find a way to fund them, and we're now in the situation of trying to figure out how to do that. It's certainly been proposed that additional revenues be found, but I would hate to see those additional revenues simply get soaked up in some of the items like information technology or roads, where we don't necessarily need to be putting more money. So I think it's very important that we look at some of the issues about priorities and the overall directions that we're going in. I'm particularly concerned about the poverty reduction strategy having completely failed to mention the shrinking economy and economic decline and the actual situation that we're in. The introduction of the poverty reduction strategy really needs to be rewritten to reflect where we're at and what really needs to be done, because I think that, you know, good as some of the actions are, it's become a little bit difficult to work within the framework that somehow doesn't recognize that we have a basic economic problem. And some of the issues, such as the overspending on technology, really contribute to a unproductive, negative economic situation. The whole knowledge economy has not really worked out as people hoped it would, and there's good reasons for seeing that we really need a change of priorities, not just sort of internally to the city, but in sort of society as a whole. And you know, one of the examples that was raised in terms of the poverty reduction strategy was the fact that the city could review its job descriptions to remove unnecessary educational requirements so that people wouldn't have to spend as much money to get into a job, and that would actually increase their take-home pay. That's the kind of thing that would actually improve economic productivity and actually benefit the economy, and we need to actually recognize that in the poverty reduction strategy and start dealing with those kinds of issues rather than simply shifting money around. Now, as far as, where are we going to get this money? It's really like, it's one thing to talk about new revenues, but I really hope that we are also going to look at taking some of the money out of the information technology budget and look at, possibly some of the other budgets like transportation or police. And those things really have to be considered in addition to any new revenues because, as was mentioned, we probably need about $125 million this year, and then there's all the future expenditures that we know are going to come. So please make sure you look at the poverty reduction strategy and the information technology budgets and see how we can sort of move away from some of the unproductive practices of the past and not spend money on things that basically don't contribute all that much and put the money more into transit and housing. And, I have a lot to say about how the transit system runs. And, just one example is that if they do eliminate the tokens, it's going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of people. But there's a lot of operational issues as well, and obviously transit does need money. I think it needs that money more than some other areas in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chief. I know I'm asking a lot of questions and slowing the day down, but yesterday in Budget Committee, I thought of Michael Rosenberg several times, so I have to ask you a question. Earlier, in the week previous in the budget, I think you were here for some of them. We heard several deputations from several divisions saying we're behind in IT, and particularly in the area of analytics. We've spent a fair amount of money on the financial planning and reporting system for the finance arm, but now we're saying we need more analytics layered on top of that in IT in a number of divisions. To the point where even yesterday, then the Auditor General came in to say that she needs $350,000 in staff impacts and 150 plus in capital to buy more analytics in IT to analyze the analytics that the other guys are buying to do more analyzing of the analysis. And I thought of you. Where do we draw the line?
Well, the two easiest ways to take money out of the IT budget are to expand the number of years in the routine replacement of computers. I don't know if it's still 4 years, it used to be, but there's no reason why that couldn't just go to 5 or 6 years for routine matters. The other easy way is just a lot of these discretionary software projects. As far as whether all these analytics are as useful as they claim to be. I suppose you're going to be spending some money in that area, but just look at society overall. We spend a lot more money in that area, and the economy is smaller than it used to be. It doesn't actually work as well as they think it does, so just, draw the line somewhere, and we just can't have that budget continue to increase. I don't have all the numbers because some of them are buried in some of the division. Not so much the divisions, that's covered, but the agencies. But there's at least $200 million, and it's probably approaching $250 million per year in IT overall. I don't see anything that could prevent that from going to $500 million a year if nobody seems to think there's any reason to put a check on it.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have just a quick question for you, Michael. So, hold on a second, let me put the time in. So what you were suggesting in your deputation, it's not just about adding, it's just not about increasing revenue taxes, but it's also about being fiscally responsible, prudent, about priorities and looking at choices as we go through this process. Is that correct?
It's about looking at priorities and usefulness and, you know, what is the overall long-term impact and whether it's sustainable.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. Okay, I'm going to go to the next couple of speakers. There's Christine Zinni. After that, Maureen O'Reilly, Alice Schonblum, then Tori McDonald. So Christine. Christine Zinni. One more time, Christine Zinni. Okay, we'll go on to the next, Maureen O'Reilly. Welcome, Maureen.
Thank you.
You've been here before.
I have indeed. And today I bring with me Alice and Tori, and we're going to do it as a group deputation, and I believe will just be 5 minutes overall.
Great, thank you. You can begin anytime.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the 2016 operating budget for the Toronto Public Library. TPL is the busiest urban public library in North America, something we all can be immeasurably proud of. The Toronto Public Library, great people, great city. We have had our ups and downs over the years as we have made our way through this budget process. However, I truly find this year the most strange of all. I found it bizarre that on the same night in September when the Library Board was unanimously endorsing the poverty reduction strategy, they were also unanimously endorsing another cut to library staff. Irony abounds. In the poverty reduction strategy, we would like to draw your attention to the chapter entitled Quality Jobs and Living Wages. The report cites that 43% of workers in Toronto are precarious. Tippawoo Local 4948 maintains that 50% of all workers in Toronto Public Library are part-time and meet the agreed-upon definition of a precarious worker as defined by the PEPSO project. From disclosure that we receive from our employer, our pages now average 43 years of age. This is no longer an after-school job for a high school student looking to make a few bucks. The report states, Toronto cannot achieve its vision of being an equitable and inclusive city while so many residents are unable to find quality jobs. 86% of library workers live in the city of Toronto. Most of our members who are trapped in precarious jobs in the library are young and come from Toronto's diverse neighborhoods, according to TPL's diversity survey. You will meet two of those young workers shortly. We respectfully ask that you reverse the decision that's part of the TPL budget to cut 6.9 FTEs in the page classification, which I understand represents a cost of $250,000, and restore the possibility of a future to a worker in the library. Those FTEs actually represent jobs for 14 to 18 library workers in the page classifications, and those are the folks that keep our libraries tidy that Chloe just mentioned. The library budget itself remains at 70% below the rate of inflation since amalgamation. 17% of staff have been cut since then as well. We've already given. But you have heard all of these figures before, the business cases, the pleas, the rationalizations to support the library budget. I would like to turn the presentation over to Alice and to Tori, and I ask them to introduce themselves to you and for you to hear what it means to be a precarious worker in the library as a city worker in our great city of ours. Alice is going to speak first.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Alice Schonblum, and I work in the Toronto Public Library as a page at the Sanderson branch. I'm 25 years old, and I've been working with the TPL for a few years. I work 9 to 1 on Wednesdays, 1 to 5 on Thursdays, and 9 to 1 on Fridays, a total of 12 hours per week. I earn just above minimum wage. I work another job in retail to make ends meet, And for now, the other employer seems willing to work around my TPL schedule. This enables me to continue working for the library. As a library worker, as a precarious worker, I don't earn enough money to be able to live in Toronto, even with 2 jobs. I've come to terms with the fact that I will never own a house despite having saved for the last decade. I worry about visiting the dentist and having to pay a bill that's my paycheck and a half. My life's aspirations, well, my dream was always to work at the library and to help people. Now, my new dream is to get a full-time position, which might take another 10 or 20 years. I hope when I get to the point in my life when I need to retire that I will be able to afford to, that I won't be in the same situation I'm in today, where I would love to own a piece of Toronto property to call home, and I cannot afford to. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice, and I'll turn it over to Tori now.
Thank you, Maureen. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tori McDonald, and I work as a part-time public service assistant in the Children's Department at North York Central Library. I live in Ward 28. Pam McConnell is my counselor. I'm 31 years of age, and I've worked for the library for 15 years now. There are over 100 library branches in the city, and I've worked at 88 of them so far. A typical work week for me is working all over the city, sometimes split shifts, morning in Etobicoke, evening in Scarborough. I'm willing to work at any library in the city for extra hours. I will travel. Sometimes I'm not working beyond my regular hours of 17 and a half hours a week due to a lack of extra hours in the library system. I rely on public transit and spend hours traveling to and from work every day. I often get home past 10 p.m. at night. As a library worker, as a precarious worker, I do face many challenges. The lack of stability in my job. I worry about money sometimes and whether there will be a steady stream of extra hours or not. I worry that my position will be phased out in order to be replaced by express checkout stations. Increasingly, there are fewer staff members doing more and more work across the city. This is a current issue that I see taking place across branches all over Toronto, and it makes me extremely nervous. When I do extra hours, I'm sometimes standing on my feet for the entirety of a 7-hour shift, interacting with patrons constantly. It's exhausting, it wears out my body. There are some branches that I love to work for the library, don't get me wrong, but there are some branches that I dread working at because I know that I will not sit down all day, minus a lunch break. I pay into my health benefits, but it's quite expensive. This kind of work affects my sleep, doing a lot of evening shifts. This in turn affects my health, and it's not easy for me to take days off because I don't have paid sick time. This work has an effect on my ability to spend time with my friends and my family because I'm working a lot of evening and weekend shifts. I often work Saturday and Sunday, and I sometimes work 7 days of the week. I also can't dedicate myself to a second job or volunteer work in order to become a better developed person and worker. I have a bachelor's degree in early childhood education, but it'd be impossible for me to balance jobs in both fields due to my library shift demands. What are my life's aspirations? Family, children, owning a home in Toronto. All of these things are impossible as a single person in the city. I would really like to have children one day, and I'm unable to do that on the sole income of a part-time worker. Rent, childcare, and living expenses are through the roof in the city, as you're well aware. I'm 31, TikTok, and this is something I think about quite a bit. I'd also love to travel more, and I'm conscious of every dollar, and unpaid vacation is beyond my realm. Or sorry, rather, paid vacation is beyond my realm. I seriously consider library school a master's degree in order to move up in pay. Again, this is a very expensive venture, and I'd have to think about how I would continue to support myself and make it through school in one piece without going into major debt. All in all, I'm very smart with my money. I'm a huge saver, and I have to be. I've been financially independent since I was a teenager. I prepared in a rainy day scenario. Despite all of this, I continually feel a sense of panic and worry, and I carry concern that I may always be struggling with money and these terrible shift options. How many years as a part-timer must I work before I'm able to have a half-decent schedule and the same respect as a full-timer in Toronto Public Library with regards to benefits and schedule? Again, it's been going on 16 years now. Thank you.
I just want to thank Alice and Tori for coming this morning and sharing those personal details of their life and what it's like to be a worker in Toronto Public Library. And on a final note, I implore the Toronto City Council and Mayor John Tory to show some leadership and address the issue of precarious work. It's here in your own house. Make the poverty reduction strategy a real living document, and please start in the library to start to address those issues here to make a better Toronto for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions. Councillor Carroll.
Yes. There's some confusion. I'm wondering if you could go into detail a bit on how this reduction in service came to affect every page. There's confusion amongst budget committee members because what appears here is, mumbo jumbo changes in preliminary service changes, but it's 6.9 FTE, but it's actually being implemented in a way that I believe affects every single page in every way.
Well, the page budget in Toronto Public Library, it's always been my understanding in that the page budget is administered as a lump sum as a whole. So the 6.9 full-time equivalencies obviously are comparable to that many bodies, but it would be an across-the-board cut. So it would just be, again, whittling away of hours in several different libraries.
And I'm sure that the intention probably isn't to rip benefits away from everyone, but after they go below a certain number of hours, people walk into the library to use it and think, you work in the library because you get a sweet dental plan and everything else. And in fact, if we keep trimming away at this, they're not eligible for those benefits either.
50% of our members are not eligible for those benefits because
all library workers.
Yes, because they are part-time. And if they, as Tori mentioned, if they're able to access the benefits, they do have to pay for them themselves. And Alice has also mentioned that at this point in her career, she is unable to afford them. An analysis that we have done over the years by Local 4948 shows that there's very little uptake on the benefits purchase because they are so expensive for a part-time worker.
And lastly, this reduction, this is not one that's sitting on the list of things we're looking for. This has already been accepted.
It's been accepted by the library board.
Staff-recommended budget.
Yes, and however, we are asking, again, in light of the City of Toronto's support of the poverty reduction strategy, it's extremely, extremely ironic, bizarre, whatever, that here our most vulnerable classification in the library, a position that used to be attractive to our youth but is supporting families now, is being cut. And library workers have been cut 25% since 1992. This would increase that figure even more. We feel we've given our best, and they need to be supported.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Late.
Thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief. I missed a number that was right at the very beginning of your presentation, Maureen. It was the percentage of library workers that are part-time.
50%, and the poverty reduction strategy cites a figure of 43% of Torontonians across our city. So obviously, therefore, there's
better
more.
Than average.
Yeah, better than average.
Wow.
Great figure to be better than average on.
Now, thank you very much for your deputations. There's sort of pieces of the internal mechanics of a library that are mystifying to someone like myself who walk in with their card and expect to walk out with my borrowed material and hope that I get it back on time to avoid paying a fine. There's clearly several, I'm a couple of years out of school too, so I haven't had to rely on the information services that libraries provide. However, I see that even in the budget, we expect that we'll be able to respond to less questions going forward. The service level's changing, but the number
absolutely.
of requests.
And that's been happening, and for many, many years. The current talk is that technology has been introduced to support that, and therefore we need less staff on the floors. But like all of our public services here in the City of Toronto, it's the frontline staff who deliver those services to those newcomers coming in, to those seniors, to those children. And we ourselves have done our own research, and those people who have responded to our supporter database have said time and time and again that a library worker is an integral part of the library service, and in fact the technology disrupts that service relationship and therefore customer service. Although in surveys it comes back very high, which is reflective of the love that the city has for its library workers, it is going down. The library workers themselves are painfully conscious that they cannot give as good a service as they used to even 10 years ago.
So the page positions, the positions that are, because it says it's, and I appreciate, and I think you've answered this a bit about this, the claim is that these are savings due to automation. But what is it that pages would be doing on a daily basis? Like as your shift begins and throughout the day, what is it that these 7 people would have been doing if they were included in the budget?
The principal task for a page is shelving and shelf reading. So, you know, they're a very important part of the chain of library workers that keep the libraries humming. And if the books don't get back in order so people are able to find them, you really can't do the other parts of the library service. So it's a very, very important and integral part. And at one time, it used to be a job for high school students to pick up a couple hours a week. And as I mentioned, more and more of our pages are adults. More and more of our pages are supporting families on that page job. They're only being given 17 and a half hours a week. There's no benefits accrued to that. There's no access to pension plans unless they work a number of hours. And because of the variability of their lives, they can never be certain of ensuring that they will benefit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Any other councillors? Councillor Doucette?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming today. So, if money wasn't an issue, what would be your ask? What are you wanting councillors in the city to change in the library system?
Well, I guess a couple things. First and foremost, I think it's a very easy thing. $250,000 injected into the library budget to prevent the loss of those 6.9 page FTEs. Secondly, and of course I'm being very library specific here, I would like the poverty reduction strategy actually realized and become a living document, especially the chapter around jobs in the city and quality assessment. And it not only helps the library workers, it helps all Torontonians. And quite frankly, after many years of sitting here and writing deputations and thinking and all the rest, I really do believe this is a female problem. We're being discriminated against in the library. We're 75% female. We have the highest rate of precarity. We have no benefits. We have no pensions, and it's got to stop. It's not fair. I would like to see a equity office introduced into the City of Toronto. The job quality assessment tool has to be implemented with a gender equality lens to look at these jobs, and it's no longer acceptable And we've all heard this one many times. It's 2016. It's no longer acceptable to underpay the ladies at the library because they're the ladies at the library and continually cut them. Toronto Public Library is one of the most well-used and loved services in the City of Toronto. Torontonians deserve to have their library funded properly, and the people that work there deserve to make a living in providing that service to their neighbors and family and friends. And just one last line on that. Melville Dewey, you've all heard of the Dewey Decimal System. When he created the profession, or established the profession in the 1880s, he said he was able to create a profession with a high moral standard, but with low pay. And that has been our legacy since 1880, and it's 2016. I want a long-term plan to reverse these trends in the library. It's just no longer acceptable. And the money's there. We've given our share for over 100 years, and we want some changes.
Moving on to capital budget.
Yes.
I know, so that's operating. Also, just quickly on operating, you're aware that there was a actual poverty reduction package was sent to the library board, and we had it at the board, and none of those are being implemented because we need an extra $563,000 to implement those. So you are aware that that isn't in our base budget, and that's nowhere to be seen as well. And that was including some extra youth lounges and some other reduction.
Yes, I understand all those things were not funded, and it's still my understanding from my reading of those documents that despite that cost, there was no staffing attached to those new services. So yet again, you're going to ask the library workers to increase services with no staffing. So all you're doing is robbing over here to serve over here. It's just all been a shell game. And as much as we would love to be able to provide those enhanced services, we don't have enough staff, in our view, to provide the services we're doing now.
Just quickly, we've got less than a minute left. Capital. We've been watching the trend. I've been on my library board now for 5 years. We've been watching the trend of state of good repair. And last year, we were promised, I'll go back to that word promise again, that the city would give us more for state of good repair because we are slipping back and back and back. Are you aware that this year we didn't even get the ask for our state of good repair?
I am. I was at the same public meeting where the commitment was made from City of Toronto finance staff that the library would be attended to in 2016 in respect to the capital project. 19 million Torontonians come through our doors. Toronto Public Library is busier than the top 10 entertainment venues in Toronto combined. To not adequately fund the capital budget in the library with that amount of volume and foot traffic through the libraries is just, it's just incomprehensible to me. But I guess, again, in this trend of looking at the library as in not a respectful way, I suppose it's not surprising that those trends continue and continue and continue.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davis, I think you had your hand up. Yeah.
Hi, Maureen. Thank you for coming and again for your active defense of Toronto Public Libraries. Over the years, we've expanded hours at the library. Do you have an analysis what those total hours are by any chance?
It's a couple of thousand, but the irony is with the expansion of hours, one, they were done without the expansion of staff.
That was my next question.
In the lead up to amalgamation, library hours were slashed across the former municipalities and staff were laid off. That's part of the 25% loss. And when we've restored those hours since amalgamation, there has been no staff added to take
So
provide the service.
could you look at staff to hours ratio, and let us know if you can. I'll ask our staff as well.
We can do that. I just want to say, though, the Toronto Public Library does not have a people plan as part of their strategic plan, and we have never been able to come up with the staffing data to do this kind of analysis. So when the staff gets cut in the library, quite frankly, library administrators have no idea what the impact is on the front line.
Okay, so I know we tried to get at that through
Yeah.
the staffing model, and I think
Yeah,
there is new,
15 years and counting.
so if there's any way we could look at hours increased, ratio of hours to staffing.
Sure, I can get you that information.
I think it would be good as a good comparator. The other thing is that as we've expanded hours, I think there's also, the original intent with the new technology has been used to expand hours, but the original intent was to take those savings from new technology, automated checkout, automated sorting, and reinvest those salaries and jobs into either new hours or to improve the staffing generally. And that did not occur.
That has not occurred. Again, just like this year, library staff get cut almost every single year. So that reinvestment has never, ever happened.
And I just wondered, part-time versus full-time. I know that there was an attempt, and I think there was in the last couple of rounds of bargaining, to create more full-time jobs through putting together part-time jobs into full-time jobs. Is that discussion ongoing or part?
That discussion is ongoing, but the problem that we're seeing now under the last administration, those targets to do that were rolled back considerably. But if you look at the library in general, and when I'm talking about a 100-year history, we really need to have a long-term plan to provide this investment. 10 jobs here or there, after having lost hundreds, is not going to bring back those service levels where they were. And we really, really need to have a long-term vision.
The percentage of part-time to full-time, is there a way to look at that over a period of time?
Yeah, the best, to be frank, the best way that the local does it is through our dues checkoff that we provide through our union dues, and we're able to track that, and solidly, that's a number we've tracked since amalgamation. And it used to be more part-timers than full-timers, but now, since we've begun raising this issue in the last few years, it's been very carefully kept at 50-50.
So there has been some progress on that, but it's still at 50-50. And I presume that's going to be the subject of negotiations this year, once again? Okay, I won't say anything.
Absolutely. The rate of part-time workers and the City of Toronto workers share many of the challenges that the library workers do, but the rate of part-time workers in the City of Toronto is 34%. And the library workers, again, are 50%. And of course, if you look, if you did an analysis of what makes up that 34%, you'll see it's all the female-dominated classifications and professions, the childcare workers,
Thank you, Councillor, excuse me, Councillor Davis, on that. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Maureen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crawford.
Next is Janet De Silva. After that will be Heather Nicholson Morrison, and then Michael Polanyi. Janet, there you are. Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have some discussion with you and to share the business community's comments on the budget. As President and CEO of the Toronto Region Board of Trade, I represent 12,000 businesses and more than 250,000 business professionals. Toronto, enviably, is one of North America's fastest urbanizing centres, a rare source of economic good news in the face of the Canadian economy's multi-year cyclical challenges ahead. For the city, our population growth creates new infrastructure and service demands on our financials. But an even greater fiscal challenge is that existing infrastructure is near the end of its useful life. $18 billion is the most recent conservative estimate of our decades-long infrastructure backlog. This backlog impacts the competitiveness of our businesses and hinders our most economically vulnerable, with disproportionate commuting costs due to limited public transit and long wait times for social housing. In assessing the proposed budget, our members raised questions about its financial sufficiency for the infrastructure and service demands we face. Certainly, we see areas where city services should be modernized to manage costs, but as importantly, we should be maximizing the value of our available assets. Better use of assets will provide better revenues. Our recommendations for council consideration fall into 3 categories. First, formalize a plan to address the city's infrastructure needs. Second, make better use of our assets. And third, modernize city services to manage costs. On the first point, to address the city's infrastructure needs, our members suggest that the city manager formalize a comprehensive proposal for tackling our backlog and pro forma infrastructure needs, identifying funding sources and target timelines. These should then be supported in future capital and operating budgets. And our member committees would be very happy to collaborate with the city manager on this important task. Our second recommendation is to generate more value from existing assets. The city has a wealth of assets from which it can generate more value. There are many examples, but from the board's perspective, monetizing the city's surface parking lots, as a 2011 KPMG report suggests, is the easiest opportunity to illustrate this point. The TPA currently manages more than 41,000 parking spaces and operates another 17,000 spaces for third parties such as the TTC. Projected 2015 net income for surface parking is $36.4 million, while the 2016 budget proposes $35 million of spending for TPA to build more spaces. Instead of using city funds to develop new parking, there are financial structures that could unlock more value for the city while ensuring revenue streams are maintained. One example is selling the air rights to a developer to develop the surface lot above ground with a condition that an equivalent or greater number of TPA spots be provided and maintained under the structure. Parking revenue is secured, capital is released from the sale of air rights, development fees and new property taxes would be generated by the new development. For the purposes of the 2016 budget, we suggest freezing the development of new surface-level spaces until a comprehensive value assessment plan is developed. This will yield $35 million in savings this year. Our final recommendation is that the city should seek to modernize city services to manage costs. The recent KPMG policing study proposes several opportunities to consider. Thanks in no small part to the quality of our police service, Toronto remains one of the safest jurisdictions in the world, an incredible benefit enjoyed by residents and businesses alike. The board believes the Toronto Police Service requires adequate resources, both human and financial, in order to maintain this excellent standard of service. We're not recommending cuts. Instead, we emphasize that strategic policy changes, including the efficient deployment of our most highly skilled officers and adoption of new technologies, could reduce costs substantially. For this budget year, the board recommends the following to achieve up to $8.5 million in savings and potentially more in the coming years. Hold all renovation spending pending a review of TPS's property requirements, accounting for the impact of supporting technology on policing.
Can you wrap up, please?
A hold on renovation will yield savings of $1 to $4 million, and outsourcing lower service police functions to lower salary bands will yield another $4.5. To sum up, we see areas where city services should be modernized to manage costs, and as importantly, we see opportunity to increase the value of our available assets to help us deal with infrastructure backlogs and the increasing pressure on services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carroll has a question for you.
Yes, I was very encouraged to hear that that Toronto Board of Trade is speaking in favor of going at the their parking tax, I should say. One of the things that gives us anxiety, though, is there's been a lot of acquisition and pulling together of ownership of the places we'd be taxing, such that basically we're talking about a tax that would take on Cadillac, Fairview, Oxford Group, and RioCan. Well, I mean, let's just be frank. Is the Board of Trade today signaling that they will vocally support this as we begin work with those giants in the Canadian economy to say we need this tax?
What the Board of Trade recognizes, as City Council well recognizes, is we've got a revenue challenge. So the board has long advocated for the need to look at deep exploration of available revenue tools to help solve that. So certainly if there's formal proposals, we'd be happy to take a look at that. More immediately, we think a good opportunity now is really to think about, are we maximizing the value and the revenue available from the assets we have at our disposal?
Okay, thank you. And you also mentioned police and looking at some of the strategic things. So I'm assuming we're talking about the KPMG report. We've done a lot of work with KPMG, but this was a special one in that they actually provided us with consultants who both were police chiefs themselves in the UK during the time when Blair was just asking every police force to do a 30% cut across the board. And they did it strategically, something that you outlined in your presentation. Would the Board of Trade be supportive of us actually asking those folks to stay on, extend that contract, and ask them to begin to aggressively implement some of those strategies that were outlined in the report?
The Board of Trade certainly supports the need for looking at a rethink on how we're operating various departments. In fact, in preparation for the deputation, I actually met with Chief Saunders last week to talk about our conclusions on the KPMG report and to get his feedback. It was clear from that discussion that he's very committed to taking a look at how do we modernize policing to deal with both structural issues in terms of the way costs are impacting city budgets, as well as ensuring that we protect the safety and livability of the city.
He's publicly been more skeptical of that report and more enamored of others, and I know KPMG is a major member both of TBOT and the downtown financial district. Are you supportive of the things outlined in that report specifically? Perhaps looking at storefront divisions and not so many giant fortresses, et cetera, so that we're policing in a different way.
Yeah, I think, quite frankly, we are supportive of some of the ideas there if it makes sense for the way we regulate and operate our police services. And quite frankly, from my discussion with the chief, he was feeling much the same as well.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perks, I believe, will be next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure I understood something you were saying about the parking authority correctly. You were talking about the sale of air rights, but you're also talking just broadly about getting better value out of our assets. That would included in your remarks, I think, though, was that we also retain the annual revenue from those. It wasn't. You weren't recommending that we simply sell them and get a one-time.
No.
No.
Exactly. If I could give you an example, there's a transaction underway right now, 45 Bay Street, surface level parking. There's our estimated parking revenue on that per annum is about $500,000, so sizable contributions. The potential sale of that property, we're looking at a capital gain of $42 million, and as that property gets redeveloped over the next couple of years, there'd be an annual property tax per annum of about $6 to $7 million. So that's an example where we could release capital and get property tax on development. But what we'd like to take it a step further. Rather than selling it for $42 million, let's look at selling it for $40 or $41 million and requiring that developer to partner with us to ensure that whatever structure he puts in place has underground TPA spots that are protected and maintained so that we continue to get that revenue.
Okay.
So it's, a general rule of thumb would be we should be able to get 4 times property tax against the equivalent parking revenue if we look at partnership structures.
Right. I just wanted to be sure you weren't advocating one-time cash.
Absolutely not. No, it's a combination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi.
Sorry, just on that last point, you recognize that the parking authority does that already with respect to the partnerships that you're referring to.
Well, we're certainly looking at the one on Bay Street, but for example, there's a proposal that was, I think, deferred at the Government Management Committee last week to spend $3.4 million to acquire a site that's valued at 3.2. It currently has a commercial property on it, and the intention is over time to eliminate that commercial property, just put surface parking, which will reduce the property value. So we're saying that we would like to see a comprehensive review of all parking assets to see what we're doing to get the highest and best use from those.
I get that, but I'm just wondering where you were going with mentioning, I thought I heard the sale of the authority.
No, what I was saying is looking at how do we maximize the value of assets that are being managed by TPA.
Okay, and it's also my understanding that the city's doing that right now, are they not, with its boards and agencies?
Okay. My comment on this would be that with 18 to 22 billion of infrastructure challenges facing the city, we need a much more aggressive and thorough look at that, and something that's more accelerated to understand what we're working with.
Now, just on one other point, I heard you speak. Have you taken a position on this budget at all, as the Board of Trade?
Our position on the budget is that. Let me just say that our challenge with a budget is that it's focused on point-in-time decisions. And the way our members are looking at the fiscal situation for the city is we're a growing city, growing population demands, as well as a lot of infrastructure backlog. So our position on the budget is it's a point-in-time look. I think we've had some comments on some cuts that need to be realized this year to get it balanced. But what we're also saying is we'd like to see, not just for this budget, but a more robust fiscal plan that scopes out over the longer term. 1.6 million people potentially moving into the region.
How do you feel about the raise in fees and, that sort of thing in this budget, the garbage fees, that sort of thing? You looked at it?
We've looked at all elements of the budget. As I've presented here, the high-level items are really the fact that we've got some big-ticket expenses facing us, so we're looking at where those solutions are.
So they have or have not taken a position, the board, on this budget?
Our position on the budget is that we need to get it balanced. We've had some suggestions for that. We also see the big pressure on council and on the city is funding some of these infrastructure backlogs, and so we provided some suggestions on that.
So balancing the budget on the backs of the property tax base and the users of some of our services doesn't weigh out very well in our local pockets and our communities. Just wondering what you have to say about those fees, those increased fees in the budget.
Okay, and what I'm trying to propose, and if I go back to our proposal about looking at how do we maximize value of assets, we think that if we maximize our assets, that's an opportunity to expand our revenue base. So I gave an example of property tax revenues that could be realized on a basis of allowing more property to be redeveloped.
So taking on a particular agency and kind of figuring out where we can offset on land values would be your objective?
No, our objective is to try to provide solutions for our revenue shortfall, and that's what we were proposing here.
Just one more time, how do you feel about the increased fees and the amounts of monies the property tax base is going to have to pay in this budget?
Okay, we recognize that we need to find new sources of revenue to cover the.
That's where you want to find it.
We provided a number of suggestions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Just to let you know, by the way, we are doing a complete real estate review and our parking assets that'll be coming to Council in the next little while. So that is actually underway.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis, I think you had a question.
I do. I have to say I'm a bit frustrated by this submission from the Board of Trade. Everyone is talking about revenue tools and new sources of revenue, building progressivity into the property taxes, looking at reinstating motor vehicle tax, increases in property tax generally, sales tax. Are you going to tackle this big question about actual new revenue tools and give your position on that sometime soon?
Okay, I believe over the past few years, we've come forward a number of times with suggestions on revenue tools. We are happy to take a look at any formal proposals that are being put forward by council. We're happy to provide feedback specifically on those. For the purposes of this budget, we feel the most immediate revenue tool available is looking at how do we maximize the value of our assets.
Okay, so the gap right now is 57 million, plus 67 for the enhancements. So we've got at least a starting point of 57 million. 1.3% tax increase that's proposed by the mayor will only solve 34 million of that. The other option that the staff put in the budget was a 2.17% property tax increase, and that will resolve the gap. Are you in favor of an increase in property taxes to help pay for the budget shortfall this year?
For the purposes of this year, we feel that there are some expense cuts that could be activated upon. We gave some examples in our deputation. And the other thing is to take a look at other available tools, such as what can we be doing to increase our revenue base on both commercial property taxes as well as other sources of revenue.
So you are not taking a position other than to find savings and to monetize more of our real estate assets, is that correct?
Correctly, because this is not a single year issue. We're going to have this issue time and time again, so we're trying to put forward solutions that take us into the future.
Absolutely true. This is not a single year issue. And, you know, the councillors are grappling with how do we take on the political hot potato of revenue, generating revenue. And if the business sector can't come out and say, yes, you must increase revenue, it's very hard for us to make those kinds of decisions. So I'm really looking for some leadership from the business sector. If you're saying we need to find $57 million in cuts, I'd be looking then, tell us where, because we've been through core service review, we've been through efficiency studies, we have looked high and low. We go through this every year. I mean, maybe they'll be able to squeeze another few million out. We usually do, and find another unanticipated revenue source because the supplementary tax revenue came in higher. But your position on taxes is they should be frozen?
Sorry, no, our position is not. Our position historically has been that we've got to look at revenue tools to help support the needs of the city. Okay.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Seeing no questions, thank you, Janet. Next is Heather Nicholson Morrison. Then after that will be Michael Polanyi, Susan Crocker, and Claire Hopkinson. Welcome, Heather. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you for providing the opportunity for us to participate in the budgetary process. CATAPSA is 50 years old and remains the unified voice of Toronto's 4,500 non-union employees. Our members are not only city employees, but many are Toronto ratepayers who live, work, and raise families here, and they support the need for council to make wise and effective decisions about the use of their taxpayer dollars. Toronto is an internationally acclaimed city, and to remain so, it must continue to make necessary investments in infrastructure, services, and the people to deliver them. One of our members' greatest challenges is that often the very citizens served may not understand the work done. Many taxpayers believe that when it comes to the bottom line, that staff costs and compensation could be cut to make the difference in balancing our city's budget. I beg to differ. A strong city is a model city, one which understands and supports its staff. As your city manager points out, revenue generated from an inflationary residential tax cut of 1.3% will result in a $23 million gap in achieving a status quo service level. There will be an even greater gap when one considers the additional services required as a result of aging infrastructure, a growing population, and a growing workforce and visitors who may not live in the city but still demand services such as reliable transit. It must be recognized that Toronto has a service demands that other municipalities don't. Issues related to homelessness, poverty, and crime are particularly more acute in Toronto than in other cities. Considering commercial and industrial tax increases are pegged below the residential tax increase, the real overall tax increase will be less than 1%, which is below the inflation rate. Municipalities near Toronto, throughout Ontario, and across Canada are not tying budget needs to an inflation rate. Some are projecting increases in excess of 1.3%, and others are adding an inflation levy. It must be noted Toronto has the lowest tax rate in the Greater Toronto-Hamilton area. As the city manager indicated, council has a choice to raise revenue or cut services. We submit that cutting services is not a way to build a great city, and we advocate the pursuit of alternatives to generate more revenue. I am new to this position, as most of you know, but in my short time here, I've discovered two things. One, members of CATAPSA, and in fact all city employees, are loyal to their city and committed to delivering the services demanded by its citizens as effectively and efficiently as possible. And two, our city council respects the work employees do to make Toronto the best it can be. With that in mind, we ask that you not accept the negative stereotype of employees, they're hardworking and knowledgeable, and not accept that budget challenges can be addressed by improved efficiency, a leaner organization, or gapping. Council has commissioned efficiency and span of control studies, which revealed Toronto to be an efficient, well-run organization with employees paid at par with surrounding municipalities. The budget process is difficult. This is not new, and this challenge should be addressed in a holistic way. To continue to be a great city, a full range of services and the human and financial resources to deliver them is necessary. The result is a city we can be proud to work for and live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Next is Michael Polanyi. Welcome, Michael. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and for this opportunity. My name is Michael Polanyi. I'm a community development worker at the Children's Aid Society of Toronto. CAS Toronto supports about 21,000 children and their families each year in the city. We've been involved in the development of the poverty reduction strategy for the last couple of years. I'm going to try and make 3 arguments today. First is that poverty is a problem. Toronto has the highest child poverty rate of any large city in Canada at 29%. We know that child poverty has a huge impact on children. Low-income children are less likely to graduate from high school, more likely to experience a range of health concerns and problems, and are affected in terms of their behavior and their success in life. I want to say that poverty is a problem for all of us because it has a cost to all of us. Just one example is that children who are living in low incomes are 3 times more likely to come into our care, to become wards of the child welfare system. Each child in the welfare system costs about $30,000 a year. And we have our agency alone, and there are 4 child welfare agencies in Toronto. Our agency alone has 2,100 children in care. So if you do the math, that's $60 million a year. And you could say that that 40 million of that is attributable to the fact that children are living in poverty in our city. My second argument or point is that the proposed budget for 2016 doesn't do enough to move ahead with the implementation of the poverty reduction strategy, which was unanimously approved in November by Council. Others have already kind of talked to this, but I would just reiterate that over 50 leaders from all sectors of the community came together and wrote a letter to mayor and council indicating that to move ahead with implementation of the poverty reduction strategy would require an investment of $75 million in housing, transit, food, childcare, and other areas. And as has been mentioned, right now the proposed budget has about $6 million in it. There's an additional $13.7 million for Toronto community housing, but even with that, it falls far short. It lacks the needed action on affordable transit, on supports for affordable housing, and on supports for new spaces and subsidies for childcare. So the last point is just that I don't accept the argument that the cupboard is bare. I think if you look at the City of Toronto, many people are struggling, but many residents are doing all right, and many people can afford to pay a little bit more so that their neighbors have access to the basic services they need to survive and be healthy. We wrote in one of our reports on child poverty that we cited a study by Wealth Insight that said that there's 118,000 millionaires in the city. That's almost 1 millionaire for each child living in poverty. The challenge then is how to implement taxes and revenue tools in a way that don't hurt those who are struggling, but tap into the massive wealth in our city. And I think there are a number of equitable revenue tools. They've already been talked about. I think CAA says that operating a car in the city costs $10,000, a $60 fee. In addition to that, a very small percentage tax. And maybe the vehicle registration tax could be made more progressive in the sense, or more graduated in the sense that the first vehicle could have a $40 fee and the second vehicle could have a $80 fee.
There's, Michael.
Okay, so I want to say that there are a range of other revenue tools, tolls and parking levies, entertainment tax, hotel tax, but the one I just wanted to mention, and I hope people read the op-ed in the Star today, is that we need to move beyond saying we're going to raise property tax on everyone or lower property tax on everyone. We need to move to a fair property tax system,
Thank you, Mike.
which is progressive. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Are there any questions, Councillor Carroll?
Yes. I think my information is up to date. When we talk about children in care, Children's Aid Society, sometimes that means, you know, in foster care, but sometimes they're an open case, but they're living with their moms. But you help those moms organize childcare through our system. So this budget is celebrating the fact that it's got some funds in it to build centers, and in fact, I think that's even being credited with poverty reduction. But there are no subsidized spaces being added. We're just building centers, but we're not adding any subsidies. So, are Children's Aid Society caseworkers experiencing increasing pressure in terms of, I've got a mom, she's starting to build her capacity, this is a case that could close one day and mom's on her way, but you're struggling to get the services you need to get her on her way in our systems?
Definitely. We did a survey of frontline workers 3 or 4 years ago, and the main three areas that came up were income security, so families just struggling to pay the bills and have food in the fridge, and the stress that that was putting on children. Another was around housing, just the inadequacy and lack of repair in housing and the stress that that was putting on children. But the third was certainly around childcare and the importance of access to affordable care for employment purposes, but also to reduce the huge stress that's often put on families who lack that kind of relief and support that childcare, safe and structured childcare provides. And you know that there's 17,000 children on the wait list for subsidies. So it's a huge problem, and that was part of the poverty reduction strategy, and part of the letter that the 50 organizations sent to the city was to expand subsidies, and we're not seeing that in the budget.
Right. Are we still able to, we used to try and hold a certain number to make sure that we could help in urgent cases where you needed that space. We were able to say we're holding some. Is that not available to you anymore?
My understanding is it's not available to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Michael, for coming. So just to be clear, you talked about 6.5 million of new poverty strategy services being in the budget. They're not actually in the budget. You're aware of that?
They're
Yes.
proposed. They're proposed, yeah, I shouldn't have said in the budget.
Okay.
Yes.
So the 6.5 million are new and enhanced, and they're part of the 67 million of unfunded enhancement?
Yep.
Okay. But what is in the budget is the annualized cost of the enhancements from last year?
Right.
Okay. And there's a long list here of enhanced cold weather drop-in services being one of them. We've heard about that, student nutrition, expanding library hours, urban health, a bunch of things here. You're saying this is only even a small portion of the total estimated cost of the strategy. Is that right?
Yeah, a number of community organizations and community members went through a long process to identify what the key investments would be in year one of the strategy, and they were included in the letter that was submitted to this committee and signed by 50-plus organizations, and that's where we detailed a $75 million investment in those key areas of housing, transit, childcare, et cetera, that would really be needed to move ahead with the strategy.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but there was an additional, I don't know how many million, from the provincial government, plus $6.5 million in new parent fees, essentially, annualized parent fees for childcare, and yet there's a minus 1% on the children's services budget. So I think you probably have some questions about why, when we're talking about addressing the base budget shortfall, that this budget actually has a minus 1%.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's some money that was lost from the province in terms of the pooling compensation. There are other areas where there have been gains in the province, and particularly one area is around the uploading of Ontario Works, which I took a look at, and I think is about $15 million. And it is concerning when there are savings to the city on money that they had been spending on the poorest and most vulnerable in our community, which are then not being put into the poverty reduction strategy and actions to improve the equity and prosperity of all people in our city. So I think the examples you give are along those lines as well.
Mm-hmm. Just to be clear, there are 184 spaces assumed in this budget that will be rolled out, reversed out of the budget over the next 5 years, so that there is a net zero increase in subsidies over the next 5 years. The budget also does have expansion and building new centers. We put some capital money in. The province has got capital. The school board's got capital. Something is fuzzy. Is that me? If we're building centers, do you think we should be building them just for full fee parents?
Well, clearly there's a huge challenge in terms of space for all families, childcare spaces for all children and families, and but I think there's also a huge shortage in subsidies for those who can't afford to pay full fare. So I don't know exactly how that plays out, but those are two huge areas of need.
Right, but building new capacity without providing operating subsidies for families seems a bit short-sighted.
Sure, doesn't help the situation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Thank you very much, Michael. Next on the list is Susan Crocker.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Crawford and members of the Budget Committee. I'm joined here by Richard Lee, a theatre artist and member of the Toronto Art Council Board. Also, Susan Wright, Deputy Director of the Art Council. We're, in effect, combining the Susan Crocker and the Claire Hopkinson slots on the agenda, so with your permission. And we will be efficient. I'm the chair of the board of the Toronto Arts Council. We're here today to thank you for your ongoing support of the arts in Toronto and to speak about the impact of arts programming. Also to, of course, encourage this committee and council to fulfill previously approved commitments and confirm the proposed $5 million increase for 2016. For some, making the case to dedicate scarce resources to arts funding can be a challenge, but it is a challenge that Toronto's residents, businesses, neighborhoods, and visitors are counting on you to meet. Arts programming directly impacts the social and economic health of Toronto, linking it to many of the important critical issues that you're hearing about as you go through the budget process. While art may seem to arise from the genius of individual artists, in fact, it is based on an entire ecosystem of art support. The Toronto Art Council is proud to be a very key component of the ecosystem for Toronto. With new grants allocated by the city since 2013, the Toronto Art Council has been able to increase support to the city's most established organizations while also launching 13 new high-impact programs. Tax board, volunteers, and staff turned this around very quickly, and I would say extremely effectively. You will have heard of some of these programs, but today I'd like to highlight just 3. Arts Reach is a partnership program between the Art Council and Art Reach Toronto, which is supporting 30 youth-led projects each year. These are projects developed by and run by teenagers and young adults working outside the downtown core among diverse and underserved communities. A second new program I'd like to highlight is Indigenous Arts Grants. The Toronto Art Council has never before had a grants program dedicated to Indigenous artists, and we are thrilled in the climate of truth and reconciliation to have launched this program, which has drawn an incredible amount of attention from within the arts community. And third, I wanted to highlight Animating Toronto's Parks. The first deadline for this important new program, Arts in the Parks, was yesterday, and I'm delighted to report that we received 60 complete applications from artists and organizations. They are all of the highest caliber. They represent serious artists and arts organizations stepping up to really ensure that our parks become an accessible, safe, celebratory environment for the city's citizens of Toronto in the broadest context. The Toronto Art Council is very pleased to have been able to offer these new programs, but we are impressed and gratified at the tremendous results achieved with this funding by our city's artists and arts organizations. Operating grant recipients shared in an increase of $2 million this past year, over the past 2 years. Within 2 years of this increase, these same organizations have leveraged this support to raise an additional $3.6 million in private sector fundraising dollars and an additional $4.4 million in ticket sales. Toronto's young artists have taken full advantage of new funding opportunities. In fact, in 2014 alone, the Art Council supported 89 youth-led arts initiatives. Likewise, the success rate for artists applying for funding for the first time has risen dramatically. In total, successful first-time applicants have increased from 50 to over 350 per year. Before closing, I'd like to touch briefly on the Art Council's staffing and operations budget. Since the new grants funding was introduced, Toronto Arts Council staff members have implemented 13 new comprehensive grants programs and are adjudicating 750 additional applications per year. In order to continue to meet its very high standards of accountability for grants funding, it's critical that sufficient funds be dedicated to tax operations. This is a matter of good governance. The Toronto Arts Council has a stellar reputation for its quality oversight and for really being an incredibly efficient organization. The ratio of cost to grants for the Art Council is lower by probably 2 to 3% of most comparable cities within North American context. We can't afford to let that slip lower. Now, Richard is going to speak to you about his experience within Toronto's arts community. Richard.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Richard Lee, and I am on the board of the Toronto Arts Council. I'm also a theatre artist and a film artist. I fight direct and sound design and produce, and I educate young students. My wonderful colleague Susan has told you about some of the really great accomplishments and the profound impact of new investment at Toronto Arts Council. But to me, the value of the arts in Toronto is more than just being an economic generator, or about being a proud cultural calling card, or even being a community galvanizer, all of which are true and really great reasons to support the arts. You see, the arts touches every facet of our lives. Look around you. The scarf that you're wearing, the tablets and phones and computers that you're using, they're bursting at the seams with innovations and imaginations brought about by people who were inspired by art at some point in their lives. And for me, that is what the arts is about. An investment into the people, projects, and institutions that provide us with the ability to dream bigger and do better. Arts is the engine that drives innovation in any city. It is the thing, consciously or not, that sparks imagination and allows us all to dream of the possibilities of a better world and a better way to do things. Now, whether it's music, theater, film, dance, visual arts, books, arts and crafts, video games, or some crude joke from a comedian, the arts is like having great pitching on a baseball team. And just like great pitching, it requires commitment, and it requires an investment to make it better. It's true that the Toronto Arts Council has been able to create some fabulous new programming. But this is and should only be the beginning of what we should be supporting. Everyday gaps in our funding become more and more significant. We are all faced with challenges to meet the required investment levels to truly sustain our arts organizations, and this is just to sustain them. Arts activity and demand for arts activity has been exceeding the current resources, particularly amongst our youth and in areas outside of the downtown core. At the same time, the cost of living and doing business makes it difficult for people to afford creative and performance spaces, equipment, and the tools to ply their trade. As an example, the average artist earns almost one-third, $15,000 less than the average Canadian worker. So this puts our artists well below the income cutoff line. Coupled with the rise of digital technology and the public desire to get arts programming for free, we have an untenable situation for many of today's artists. It's true the cultural community contributes billions of dollars to Toronto's GDP, but I bring us back to what I said before. We should support the arts not because it only makes good business sense, but because it makes us all better, smarter, and more capable. It is in all our interests to keep our artists here, living here in this city, working here, and contributing to the life and vibrancy of Toronto. Now is not the time to be cutting back or on previous commitments. Now is the time to be expanding our support for our arts sector. Thank you for your time, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Councillor Carroll and Layton.
Yes, good morning. I think Richard touched on it at the end there, cutting back on previous commitments. We had an interesting discussion when we were reviewing the overall budget on the first day of the detailed review, because we were surprised to see these being forwarded to the list of things. These are not in the budget, and you'll have to find a way to put them in. Is it the perception out there in the groups providing art services that when we made the commitment, we made it in the previous term and then we made it again in last year's budget, that we were going to get to the $25 per capita, we're doing a multi-year approach. Was it the perception in the arts community that that was a done deal, we've adopted it, and it's just going to be in the budget?
I personally don't think that I think we're not naive enough to know that it's a done deal, everything is moved on. I think that's why we are reaffirming this commitment here today. We know that balancing budgets is not an easy issue, that economics, of course, is always a very touchy subject, to say the least. But I think without reminding council about the importance of the arts and really, truly, how it shapes us as a community, how it really provides a moral, I think, backbone, coupled with good financing, balanced, supports. I think that's. So yes, I think that's why we're here today, to just remind council. I don't think the perception of the community is that it's a done deal, and that's why it's important to advocate. Yes.
You were going to...
Yeah, just to say, no, nothing's been taken for granted. There has been a strategy, a shared strategy amongst the community and the city leadership, an intention to ensure that Toronto is competitive in its arts funding and that it continues to step forward after not doing that for many years. So we've got to understand that not increasing, in fact, is decreasing because of the growth, the complexity, what's occurring in the city. So we know, though, we must, of course, revisit expectations and restate the case on a continuing basis because of other pressures.
Okay, and Ms. Crocker's you've had the principal role on both the fundraising foundation, and now you're sitting as chair of the Toronto Arts Council. If we finish this year, have the years so far, increasing the funds, is that leveraging as we hoped it would? Or are we finding it's realizing a higher degree of fundraising from external sources when we finish the enhancement of our funding?
Absolutely. Some of the new programs directly were intended about building the capacity of the arts community to grow its funding. One in particular, the partnership with
Arts Fest, Business for the Arts.
Yeah, with Arts Fest, Business for the Arts.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, a program to work with the leadership of the small and mid-sized arts organizations to help them build the skills, to reach out to sponsors, the private sector members that are new to arts funding, and unleash new relationships there. Very, very successful. That as well tapped into some federal funding for support. So the intention would be to continue that program. Another critical program, the Cultural Leaders Lab, where we have for the first time invested in the capacity of a next generation of leaders in the arts sector on all aspects of leading the arts, including the administrative and the fundraising component. So, what's happened, the big sea change in the Arts Council with the increased funding in the last couple of years is going from a culture of sort of poverty, making ends meet, getting the money out the door from a granting perspective, to starting to add real value. I mean, it is now looking like the Art Council that the City of Toronto deserves, and I think it really behooves us to continue to build upon that investment, expect more, yes, and it is an organization that is highly transparent, is prepared to be accountable, lays it out in front of Council and the Economic Development Committee on a regular basis, and something we can be very, very proud of. But we've got to maintain that investment and increase it. We are getting value. We're getting extreme value.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton next.
Thank you very much. The $25, this holy grail of $25, what year was that dollar in?
Susan.
If you're speaking about the year that the City Council first made the commitment to reach that, it was in 2003.
No. When was that number calculated?
It was calculated back in 2003, and it was calculated to put Toronto at par with Montreal, which was at that time spending $25 per capita.
And just so people are aware, this is $25 per capita of spending just to get us to the level of a city like Montreal.
Of Montreal in 2003. Montreal by 2009 was at 55.
Sorry, Montreal was at $25 in 2009?
In three? No.
Three.
By 2009 was at $55
Now you're just
per
confusing.
capita.
$5.
Sorry.
So they have.
Sorry, so
we
in
originally.
2003, we wanted to be spending 25, in order to compete with a city like Montreal and others.
Yes.
We wanted to be spending $25 per capita. We committed to it.
That's right.
We started getting there, but then things were stalled. We made the commitment in 2013, 2012?
That's right, 2013
To reach 25
by 2017.
by 2017, by next year.
That's right.
That's coming up.
But there has been significant progress.
Yep.
So we're at 22, 23, and if the 5 million that is slated to go into the budget does get put in this year, we will be at 23 and a half, 24, and there'll just be a little bit left for next year.
So given that Montreal was at $25 in 2003, where's Montreal now?
Right, so the most recent numbers we have are that $55 from 2009. It was actually tabulated in 2012, but it goes back to 2009. So we don't know. They're definitely over 55.
Can we talk about jobs in Montreal in the arts? How do we compare per capita to full-time jobs?
I don't have those numbers, but could look them up and send them to you.
I'd be very curious to see how their investment is and has, because I suspect that once you hit a certain point, that economies of scale sort of, you become an arts center and more investment, more attention is paid once you hit that point.
Yep.
So I'd be very curious to see. So Montreal's pretty much doubled the 25. How are other cities in Canada doing? How's Calgary?
Calgary is very high. They were, again, the numbers are a few years out of date, but the last tabulation is $45 per capita. This was Hill Strategies, who is a research firm that does work particularly on the arts.
Calgary's at 45?
That's right.
Okay. And where was Calgary in 2003? Do you have it?
Well down.
Yeah.
They were in and around Toronto levels.
So they've figured out how to really
They substantially increased their.
make this work. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much. I might have missed this. Every year you come to us and you say, you give us $1 and it leverages, and don't think I've heard that this year, did I?
It's the operating clients of the Arts Council. It's the majority of the funding that goes out to established organizations. They turn $1 into 14. They leverage 14 from other sources.
That's pretty good investment, isn't it?
Very high.
Yeah.
And some of the investment we've been making has been going to help them grow their capacity to get that leverage, to ensure that leverage.
And obviously, a lot of groups, organizations use city money, one, to say the city has helped fund us, and two, that helps as their seed money. Is that correct?
Yes, and it also, there's a stamp of approval. I mean, when someone receives a grant from the Toronto Art Council, it's gone through a very comprehensive jury process. This is, it's honorable and reputationally
rigorous.
Fabulous, exactly.
Rigorous.
Richard can speak to it. I mean, the ability to say, I've received my grant, and to leverage that out into the community to draw more attention and more resources is a very important part of the whole equation.
I just want to use 1 second to thank you for all you did during Pan Am. The extra events you put on were absolutely brilliant. And I hope all the artists had as much fun performing and doing what they did as we did experiencing it. So thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Councillor Davis has a few questions.
So I see in the 5 million, which is in the 67 million, there's about 19 items. But I guess for the Toronto Arts Council, it's 2 million. Is that correct?
That's what's
Okay, and 300 million for the local arts service organizations, 300,000. Did I say 300 million?
Yeah.
300,000. And the major cultural organizations, 600. And then is the rest of it city agencies or city programs? Right.
That's right. Run through Culture Division.
Right. Okay. And Okay. Are there any programs that were established assuming that there would be continued funding this year through the Toronto Arts Council? I'm worried about this assumption that people made that essentially it was a multi-year program that was funded.
Toronto Arts Council will be able to manage its the programs, its granting programs, if it were flatlined, but there would be enormous opportunity lost, and those are the things that that Susan and Richard were speaking to. The only thing that is not included within that $5 million additional is any increased funding for Toronto Arts Council's operations, and that would put a considerable amount of pressure on us, because as the increased funding has to be spent, we do require some staffing. We've been incredibly efficient partnering with other organizations to share some of the administrative responsibilities.
So you don't get an inflationary factor?
Oh, no. No.
No, the Toronto Art Council is your highest efficiency, outlet for funds. I mean, it's just phenomenal. And this is where, from a leadership point of view, I'm concerned and other board members are concerned. We've managed to support a growth agenda on the back of a very lean organization by being creative, leveraging partnerships, but you can only do that so long. We've got to ensure we've got the muscles within the organization to sustain the pace.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Thank you very much for your presentations.
Thank you very much for your time. Good luck with your deliberations.
Okay, well, look, I'm looking at we got about 15 minutes left, so we'll try to squeeze a few more deputations in. Next is Jean Lim O'Brien and I believe Neil Sinclair from the Apple Grove, they're two Apple Grove board members. Then after that would be Dawn Middleton.
I'm Susan Fletcher, the Executive Director. I had a PowerPoint prepared but didn't know that I had to bring a laptop, so I have the handouts, and the presentation isn't going to make sense unless you can see.
Okay, now I'm just looking at there's two people. Are you doing, this is a 5-minute deputation or how?
They're speaking, I was just going to flip the
Okay,
slides.
so I'll be timing you as a 5-minute deputation. Just want to confirm that? Okay. Thank you. You can begin when you can.
So thank you very much. I'm Jean Lim O'Brien, one of Apple Grove's board members, and I'm here with I'll be co-presenting with my colleague, fellow board member Neil Sinclair. So thank you. I'm pleased to be here today to share some information about Apple Grove Community Complex, a multi-service community center in a school near Queen Street East and Greenwood. Apple Grove is one of the AOCs, or Association of Community Centers, and like other AOCs, uses city administrative core funding to leverage other resources that operate the programs. Some of these other resources are dollars. Some are in-kind staffing, such as the Community Health Center staff who works in the pre- and postnatal program. And some are volunteers. For example, in addition to serving on the board, I also volunteer in Apple Grove's Income Tax Clinic. I want to thank the city for its support and for recommending the 2016 admin budget go forward without cuts. This will allow the center to maintain services for prenatal to seniors, with a focus on programming for children and their families. The Apple Grove, and that's the next slide, Susan, the next picture.
I'm not doing the picture.
Oh, okay, thank you. So if you've got handouts, you'll see that Apple Grove is located inside the Duke of Connaught School, which is part of the Toronto District School Board. The city leases just 7,900 square feet for Apple Grove, making it the smallest center among the AOCs. Part of the Duke of Connaught School is over 100 years old, and it has historic charm. And if you have the second page of our handout, you'll see that on the top page, that's the door leading to the Apple Grove space. Unfortunately, somewhat less charming, but at least there are no steps to go up. Apple Grove's location inside a school means that we start from partnership. Our motto, Together, Building Our Community, comes from our mission statement, a neighborhood partnership fostering community through social and informative programs for families and individuals. Programs include the after-school and summer camp activities for children ages 6 to 12. And if you look at the next page, on page 3, you'll see that the school has some nice green space with trees, which a camp uses, and a fair amount of open space. We sometimes even are able to use the school's kitchen and cafeteria. And on the top of page 4, you'll see such a special event with celebrity chef Chuck Hughes, who is on the Cooking Channel with Chuck's Day Off and Chuck's Week Off. Apple Grove has one room that was actually built for the community center back in 1983. And in the bottom picture on page 4, you'll see our after-school program. Apple Grove's day camp operates out of classrooms that we permit from the school board. Apple Grove has also programming for teens up to the age of 16. And over to Neil for the second part of the presentation.
We also offer activities for older adults in the lounge and sometimes permit the gym for meetings such as all candidates meetings, which are very popular. We have seniors health fair. We have an Apple Grove lease, which includes classrooms which may not look any longer like classrooms, such as early childhood education for Apple Grove's Family Resource Program for parents and caregivers with their children up to age 6. Apple Grove services start even before children are born through our pre- and postnatal programs, helping our children grow. Apple Grove leverages nearly $1.70 for each city core funding dollar invested. Plus, the administration funding allows staff to develop partnerships with business, organizations, and individuals, all contributing in kind to give services and donations that do not always show up on our audited financial statements. Indeed, gifts in kind don't. We would like to thank you on behalf of Apple Grove Community Complex for your administrative dollars, for your investment, and for your confidence as we invest in our community and services and partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Davis.
I just want to thank Apple Grove for the great work that they do every year. Thank you.
Thank you all for allowing us to be here today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Well, we'll go to one. Is Don Middleton? Don, you'll be the last deputy before lunch.
In that regard, I guess I'm lucky. I come as an individual who has owned a rooming house in South Rosedale for 42 years. So I come with a reasonable amount of experience in that field. The second bit of experience I have, and have been close to council on many occasions, I retired as an Ontario Municipal Board member in 2003. So you've got a citizen and a bureaucrat all in one hand. I'm here to talk about three things, and let me assure you, I'm a micromanager, and it's the inconsistencies in dealing with the city that really bothers me. The Fire Inspection Department, I do not believe, have any other intent than to make sure they get a good schedule shown for the number of complaints they make, and then the citizens do it. Over the years, they have not even attempted to look for the illegal rooming houses. Just recently, we had a fire in a rooming house. the first words out of the mouth of the fire department were, we have to depend on the citizens to report. I have tried to assist them in getting a program, one that I think I offer you very willingly. It's an opportunity to give your sons and daughters on council a job. Take one inspector's wages and apply it for student summer work and simply have them go and look at the rooms that are available. If there's 3 rented rooms, then you need an interconnected fire system. Not a very complicated deal. You only have to look in the paper at Kijiji to see what's available. Go to the neighborhood billboards. You know, and having said that, and it can be done, and I want to read a letter that I wrote to Ted Scoville, District Chief. The date of the letter is the 17th of October, 2003. I had anticipated some response from your office that would give me an indication that the proactive programs you have for locating and inspecting illegal rooming houses that exist in the city. If I can assist you by having a discussion on this matter, please contact me. I'm still waiting for the contact. There are three areas. I have spent $125,000 in the 42 years fighting administrative decisions by city staff. And I didn't lose one of them. Well, sorry, I did lose one, and I lost that because I was appointed to the Ontario Municipal Board and the chairman said, you've got to drop your case. So it just seems to me that there can be an improvement in this area. TTC, for example, following the Great Blackout, I thought it would be a good idea if we had dusk to dawn lighting on the Castle Frank subway station. How long do you think it took me to get a photoelectric cell installed to turn the lights off in the daylight? 4 years. How many stations are still sitting that need photoelectric cells? Davisville, Summerhill. There's some in the West End and even the one at Yorkdale. Sit with lights on all day when there's perfectly adequate lighting available, and we do nothing about it. Finally, with respect to the TTC, we have lovely kneeling buses that come to the Castle Frank subway station, but there's no place that those kneeling buses go that people can get off and get onto the subway. The closest is Broadview or Yonge, and that in an electric car is not a very swift trip, particularly in 3 inches of snow. It's the little things that leave me totally upset with the function of the city. I've had 2 good experiences, the health department and the urban forestry. But for most of the others, it is the fact that the common sense things. Another one in the TTC, you go to the Yonge station, a single set of doors going east, there's a double set of doors coming out when you go west out of the subway station. The glass, I've seen it broken 3 times by people trapped with their wheelchairs.
We'll have to wrap up, Mr. Middleton.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Take out 1 set of doors would be first step of common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Have you obviously contacted either your city councillor or someone about all these issues you're commenting on today?
I keep raising them.
Can you continue raising them, please? Because I think you're doing a great job. I know it may seem to take a long time, but...
You know, I am 88. The time is running up.
Keep bugging your city councillor and they'll bug whoever we need to get to make the changes.
I want to take just one more quick message. My rooming house license, the application should have come in December 31 of 13. I received the application form in March of 15, and I've been inspected by the police, by the fire and the building department, And as of January, whatever this is, I still do not have a rooming house license. And you know what the newspaper would say if I had a fire? Unlicensed rooming house. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Middleton. We are in recess till 1:30. Thank you.
No, I know that, but I mean, somebody wanted to sit there.
I always appreciate it. I follow you all the time after playing all that stuff.
Trying to get we're at 15 and we're only at 40. 40, yeah, but I have a board meeting at 4, so I'm not. I'm going over, I'm just trying to get this stuff. So, no, I mean, that's shelters, but I'm really thinking that's so much of a distraction. Not as distraction, it's important. Shelters are not where the direction of policy is going. I want to do housing, yeah, national housing plan. So I have mixed feelings about where do I want. I wouldn't say I have mixed feelings. Oh, yeah, no, not that I have, I mean, I just don't want to get into like, the groups advocate a lot for the shelters. If you've ever lived in one of those, people die, and people don't get out of their lives. I'm really thinking of more housing, other types of solutions. I would sign a petition of someone, but I'm not going to go out of my way to sign it. I'll go to the memorial and they'll sign it. I'll do it publicly so that I support people being housed. We need to do better than this.
Anyway, I'm in your shop tomorrow night. Oh, are you there?
Would the members of the Budget Subcommittee for City Hall, Scarborough, and East York Civic Center consultation please come to Committee Room 1?
Welcome, everybody, and hope you had a wonderful lunch and an hour break. We're going to start our deputations. As we did with the, sometimes there are special circumstances for some of the deputants, as we did with the students, and I'd like to, wondering if we could just reorder the agenda to have one group of women come up who you would know as the Toronto Raging Grannies. So can I have a motion to allow them to come up to depute now, please? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we have Phyllis Crichton of the Toronto Raging Grannies, who's going to present to us. Welcome to the Budget Subcommittee. You'll have 5 minutes. And after that, of course, will be questions from councillors.
My name is Phyllis Creighton. I'm a Toronto Raging Granny, and I had 3 here this morning with me. Dee Stapleton on my right, and Kate Chung has stayed. I'm here because councillors tell me the proposed city budget does not provide funds for the poverty reduction strategy, the 24-hour cold weather drop-in program, for repairing and maintaining 60,000 community housing units, or for some critical services for people in them, for building affordable housing for the 95,000 people on Toronto's waiting list for years, some of them list for housing, some of them for many years, or for the youth employment program. It also includes a TTC fare hike that will hit the poor hard. All this is an outrage in a rich city with homeless and hungry people dying in the streets. The Toronto Raging Grannies have some messages for you. Is this the city? Is this the city that we all love? Is this our neighbor whom we see? What is the bottom line she's asking? Is it me? I am the young and old and hungry. I am that troubled youth you fear. I need a neighborhood that's caring. Can't you hear? Number crunching, budget figures, how hard it must be. Please don't abandon those who need you. Please let the bottom line be me. I am an immigrant and mother. Services I need are all too few. We'll need some help growing older. Remember, so will you. Number crunching, budget figures, how hard it must be. Please don't abandon those who need you. Please let the bottom line be me. How many nights? How many nights must a child go to bed without being properly fed? In this rich city, how many must die before politicians see red? The answer, of course, must be in our hearts. There's plenty of food for us all. How many nights must some sleep in the streets in winter so bitterly cold? How many more must die in our streets before we're another year old? The answer must be to find housing now for all those left out in the cold. How many families are waiting for homes, their children with no place to play? How can they live in cramped, crowded rooms
no money to live day by day. The answer must be affordable homes for families in need right away. And the last song is a caution. We'll be watching you. Every breath you take, every move you make, every pledge you break, every step you take, we'll be watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every deal for friends, every hope that ends, we'll be watching you. Sick and homeless too, all are watching you. You must keep the faith with every step you take, every breath you take, every move you make, every pledge you break, every step you take, we'll be watching you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, I was kind of thinking if there's any questions, you should probably sing them to them. Okay, any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll go down the list of the next 4 or 5 that are on the list. Jane Mercer will be up first. Tony Arujo, Sean Mahar, and Mary Hines. Welcome, Jane. You'll have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Thank you for allowing us all the opportunity to speak to the city budget. My name is Jane Mercer. I'm the coordinator of the Toronto Coalition for Better Childcare, a network that supports more than 20,000 families in not-for-profit childcare programs across the City of Toronto and tries to speak for the thousands of other parents that haven't been able to get in. We understand that this is a really tough time of year for all of you. It must be exhausting and very hard to balance all of the expectations in this city budget. But after all the promises, we really did hope to see a budget that helps to lift families out of poverty, to see an investment in childcare, to see you do your very best to grow this system for young families struggling to survive in Toronto. This is an unbelievably expensive city, everything about it. And when you don't have access to affordable childcare, you really are being pushed below the poverty line. We know that every one of you knows the importance of access to childcare. You know that childcare fees in Toronto are the highest in the country. You know that the rates of child poverty in Toronto are the highest of any Canadian city, and the rates of working poor are soaring. And while thousands sit on a waiting list for a childcare subsidy, the irony is that hundreds of childcare programs struggle with vacancies, leading us to several programs failing to survive this year and many others on the edge. This means parents are losing childcare. We aren't building it. They're losing it faster than we're building it. And childcare staff are out of work, and around we go again. But last summer, you passed a new children's service plan that promised to be nimble and flexible, to respond to families and to try to keep our centres full. You passed a new childcare funding model to strengthen our system, and then the Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy, which received unanimous support from Council in the fall and gave us all hope. So where did this budget come from? We have amazingly realized $6.5 million in savings in the cost of delivering our existing childcare subsidies, thanks primarily to 2 provincial policies. One, the introduction of FDK, and secondly, the move to income testing, which has led to more middle-income families being able to access a subsidy. but also, sadly, by pushing many of our childcare professionals into lousy, split shifts, precarious work, and below the poverty line whilst they try to raise their families. But that 6.5 million in savings is the best opportunity we have ever had to add 600 more childcare subsidies to our system. It is a gift for this committee because you can add 600 more subsidies without adding $1 more on the tax base. So we are just baffled with all the promises from Council and all the direction we've been heading in as to why that recommendation is not in the Children's Services budget. In fact, to our horror, we see those 6.5 million childcare subsidy dollars being sucked out of the childcare system. And if that's not bad enough, while we miss this perfect opportunity to grow our childcare system, barely touches the number of spaces, it is somehow recommending that we grow our city's bureaucracy by 20 new positions. And I am stumped to see how we can say to families in Toronto, we need 12.5 more positions to manage system expansion when we're not getting any more subsidies. We need more positions to ensure compliance and operational standards are maintained when we are so rigorously monitored and nickeled and dimed. Our ECEs are leaving the system in droves. This is not the childcare system we had 5 years ago. It has completely imploded, and I have to say, with a very aggressive stance from the City of Toronto.
We'll have to wrap up, please.
This budget could so easily be a very good news story for childcare and a very good news story for the city. Please spend every childcare subsidy dollar on subsidies.
Thank you. Questions from Councillor Carroll?
Yes, you talked about the cost of investing this in subsidies being about $1 per home. You said for the $1 on the tax base? Something in your speech.
No, sorry, I didn't refer to, I said without spending $1 on the tax base.
Okay.
You've got 6.5 million just because we've got full-day kindergarten, so all our 4s and 5s aren't in all day.
Right.
We've got more families of middle income coming in, therefore taking a shallower subsidy. So we actually have the dollars to create many more subsidies.
So 6.5 million, if we probably really could for about 65 cents on the ratepayer, put it into subsidy. If we ask 65 cents more of
this
people
budget for
across
Children's Services is one of the few departments that has offered up a 1% cut, which is horrifying.
Right. Now, in order to add those, and many councillors are saying there's no point in building new centres if there isn't going to be some ratio of subsidies in them.
Right,
so if we were to add that, what I fear is that the constant squeezing of the system is going to continue if we do so through some magical, oh, surprise, surprise, we have a surplus, and so we will add it this year. We'll still be back looking for cuts elsewhere and driving ECEs out the door and lowering the quality of the system. So to add those subsidies, would your group be a vocal proponent of doing so by asking that every property taxpayer invest in our children, by making sure that it's in the base budget through taxation, to make sure that there are subsidies every time we open a new centre?
I think there is no doubt, although we won't speak to the specifics of where that revenue should come from, that we will leave
But you want it to be an
absolutely,
ongoing source of
we
funds.
need to be building. We are only serving 20% of the families who need childcare in this city. So no wonder we have such record high levels of child poverty. If you can't get childcare, you can't go to work. If you can't get to work, you can't feed your family. That's pretty simple economics. So we should be ramping up. If you ramped up our childcare system by 10% per year for 10 years, we would still only be serving 40%.
Yes.
We are this is not moving us at all. In fact, we are going backwards. You add 184 subsidies. That's like, what? Less than 0.5% increase? Well, our population is increasing by 4% a year. So, like, we are just pedaling backwards, deeper into a hole and deeper into that child poverty hole.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. We heard from the library staff around a similar issue of the city being proponents of good jobs and yet supporting precarious work. The split shifts and part-time component of childcare, do you know what that represents in a percentage of staff or?
I don't know.
No.
But I think that would be an excellent question for council to pursue with staff. I would take a guess, I could be off here, but I would take a guess that over the last 5 years we have turned 10% of our workforce into these lousy split shifts. And when I say lousy, I mean start at 7:30 and you finish at 9, and then you're expected back by 3:30 to work until 6. Our staff are sleeping in their cars because they can't go back home. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if that is 10%. And like the libraries, we have to be honest here, this is 98% female field. These, I would guess that like a third or half of our staff are also mothers of young children. I don't have the concrete statistics there, but you can walk into any childcare program and take a look at the female staff in their 20s and 30s, and I think we really are driving more families into the work down below the poverty line. We're certainly driving our professionals out of the system.
Just out of curiosity, do you have any estimates as to what it would cost for the City of Toronto to move to a universal childcare model?
I believe Councillor Davis had asked in a motion this summer for a report to be done.
Oh, really?
On.
I hope I supported that.
Yeah. Did you?
No, it wasn't.
I think we asked. I think you asked. Sorry, the growth strategy.
No, I was asking about what it would cost for the City of Toronto to move towards a universal childcare model.
Yes.
At $5, at $10, at $50, it's still a savings.
Yeah.
Having just recently tried to budget for childcare. We are.
Yeah. So I think that, and I do think that there is enormous leverage with the province, because when the city spends more money than it is required to spend, there is a commitment from the province that they will top up to 70% or something of that. That's any budget that you have in front of you where you can spend $1 and make $1 or make 70 cents this is so huge for families. When you look at the cost of childcare, if you don't have a subsidy, no wonder we have so many children under the poverty.
Oh, trust me, I have a spreadsheet with all my local childcares because we just we're just looking in this coming November, and it's shocking that it's likely renegotiation of my mortgage, to be quite honest, to push it off a couple of years, and then maybe we can make ends meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Davis, did you have some questions?
So I'm just looking at the table, which I'm sure you don't have in front of you, but that shows the revenue changes for this year. So you've pointed out that family fees were $6.5 million. There's also another estimated $3 million from the province of Ontario, and there's another draw from the reserve, which was provincial money. So in total, those three alone would come to about $10.3 million of essentially provincial and parent money. Also is $900,000 from the city. And that was for the 5-year phase-in to move our childcare funding onto the base budget of the city. So I think what you're saying is when we get money like this, we should be spending it on services as opposed to making additional cuts and so on, to using it to balance or reduce or achieve the budget reductions.
I am absolutely, stunned over this. I cannot believe that we've come forward with a budget which sucks these kinds of dollars out of childcare. Parent fees, there's no way any parent thinks their contribution is going to get sucked out to, I don't know, balance the rest of the city's budget or put back into reserves. And as for the provincial money, if you don't spend it when you're given it, we can't go back to the province and argue for them to give the city more money. And we will be ready to do that in just a month or two when the provincial budget comes up.
Well, we haven't yet actually got confirmation of the provincial funding, which is
But we did
always
get a promise
problem.
on that, did we not?
Yes?
We're ready to, if I'm ready to, we're ready to come here and say, and hold you to your promises. You have to spend that money.
So the City of Toronto, up until this amount, has really not committed any municipal dollars for the last 10 years. Are you aware of that?
We are aware of that.
And the cost sharing the city is contributing compared to other sources of funding has fallen well below 20%.
Yes, it has.
So the other thing that I wanted you to look at, and if others haven't, page 24 of the analyst notes, if anyone's interested, is the multi-year plan for subsidies in the City of Toronto. And it shows that for 2015, we will have 184 new, so-called, new spaces for infants and toddlers. But at the end of the day, by 2023, the difference is 0. So you're aware that these are temporary, one-time increases that will be financed by reducing subsidies from other age groups.
I'm speechless. I can't believe this. We aren't just not growing our system. We're not even treading water. We are actively sinking it. We can't grow by 184 and then not have grown at all within a few years when the city is, you just look around, you look on the streetcars.
So one of the things that's really great about this budget, actually, is that last year we said we need to move it on to the tax base, and we've got before us a 5-year expedited plan, and that's fabulous. And it does have money for capital, and it does assume we're going to build 6 new childcare centers.
But that's like less than 1%. That's 1 a year. But in the city this size, we've already got 900 childcare programs, so now we're going to have 901?
So without
sorry.
additional subsidies, though, if we build new childcare centers, I guess the assumption is we will take from others.
I suppose so. As we sink, we will just rearrange the deck chairs.
And I do think that the equity that our service plan envisions is equity, would you agree, by harmonizing down and redistribution from within is how we're going to achieve equity with a no-growth plan.
Yeah, I mean, equity is a very tricky thing. We want to work towards equity, but you cannot be holding out and saying, no, we don't put spaces, we don't put subsidies in these preschoolers, we don't put subsidies in Ward 19, we don't put subsidies in Ward 28, whilst it's just sinking the whole childcare ship.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll now go to Tony Arujo.
Thank you.
Welcome, Tony. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Very good, actually.
Good. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to depute to the Budget Committee. I'd like to ask for the chair's and the councillors' indulgence while I do a little survey of the people present in the room today. I'd like to have a show of hands. How many people today are paying less for city services than they did in 1998? Less. See, nobody. Is anybody paying less for garbage pickup today than they did in 1998? Water? How about TTC? Is anybody paying less for TTC today than they did in 1998?
Yes.
I suspect not.
I ride my bike.
Less than in 1998. Everyone, all 2.5 million residents of Toronto today pay substantially more for city services than they did 18 years ago. Everyone, that is, except one small group of 650 Toronto residents. While every other resident of Toronto, both rich and poor, has seen the cost of their services rise by double digits or triple digits, this small group has escaped the ravages of inflation for nearly 2 decades. The community I'm referring to is a Toronto Island community, and the inflation-protected service I'm referring to is the Island Ferry. While the cost for a mainland resident to travel to the islands has increased by 75% since 1998, the cost for an island resident to make the same trip has decreased by 3%. The monthly ferry pass that cost $95 18 years ago, which was about the same cost as a TTC Metro Pass back then, today costs $92. A Metro Pass, in comparison, costs $141 today. A group of seniors or a group of school kids like there was here this morning who wanted to go to the island could actually get a discount on their tickets if they bought tickets in bulk. But because they're mainland residents, those residents can only get a 10% discount on bulk tickets. Parks Department actually has a secret program that offers a 20% discount exclusively to island residents. No one else can buy these 20% discount tickets. Why, you might ask, have these Toronto residents been the beneficiaries of high-quality city services and low fees? They're not poor. There's no priority designation, priority neighborhood designation on the islands. Indeed, the last census places the community in the top 20% of median incomes in Toronto, with a median household income 40% higher than the city as a whole. Sheila Block of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives this morning said that Toronto has the lowest property taxes in the GTHA. With annual property taxes as low as $450 for a house, Toronto Islanders are not exactly overburdened with high property taxes. I have tried for more than 2 years to have the Parks Department describe the city policy that requires them to protect the top 20% of earners from inflation. Parks has been unable so far to produce a copy of this policy. If there is no policy driving this benefit to 650 city residents, then under what authority do city staff decide who to protect from inflation and who to charge full price? Last week's National Post article on the ferry subsidy provides one possible answer. The park spokesman tells the reporter Chris Selly that politics drives the fare setting process. With everybody else in the city paying their share, isn't it time that fairness instead of politics drive the fee setting process at parks? I respectfully ask that the Budget Committee request a briefing note from park staff in order for them to describe the policy that protects the prosperous while asking everyone else to pay the full fare. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Next is Sean Mahar.
Thank you very much. My notes start with good morning, and it's not morning anymore. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to, in particular, thank the Budget Committee, actually, for not only offering the opportunity to speak here in downtown Toronto today, but to speak in all of the communities that make up this great city. During daytimes and night times, it is an obligation that you have risen to, and as somebody who works a lot with communities all across the city, it's one that we're really grateful for. My name's Sean Maher. I'm the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto, which does research into public policy issues that affect marginalized communities. And as you know, these communities face complex problems that have long defied simple solutions. And for years, the city has shifted modest amounts of money around, made a nip here and a tuck there, nibbled at the edges of poverty here in Toronto. But this year, in contrast, Council made a bold commitment, unanimously voting for a poverty reduction strategy. The community responded with enthusiasm. The United Way, the Board of Trade, Civic Action, Social Planning Toronto were among leaders of 50 organizations across Toronto that sat down to do the hard work of defining the scope of actions you need to take to make a real meaningful first step in reducing poverty in Toronto. Well, the majority of those recommendations require no monetary investment. They're just policy changes. These organizations have made it clear that the city does need to make $75 million in new investments in 2016 to make a real improvement in the core priorities like childcare, affordable housing, and access to transit. And I want to be clear, that's $75 million for a specific list of investments identified by the people who work on the front lines addressing issues of poverty all across this city, for new investments in new programs and services. In the budget this year, there are millions of dollars devoted to maintaining programs and services that are already there. There is money devoted to annualizing last year's initiatives, replacing funding withdrawn by the province, restoring reserves. These are valuable things to do. They maintain the system that we have now, but they will not result in poverty reduction. Those programs are already there. If you want to change the outcomes, we have to invest in new programs and new services. I know that sounds daunting, but it is an achievable goal. While money is tight, there are new sources of income that enable us to tackle the priorities we have committed to. Under the City of Toronto Act, we have access to revenue tools. And as the Board of Trade noted today, they include things like a levy on parking lots that could raise $177 million a year, as well as licensing fees that could raise $66 million a year, and a tax on the LCBO that could raise $77 million a year. And honestly, what could be more fun than taxing the province of Ontario here at the City of Toronto? Those revenues enable us to make real investments in a host of services, including poverty reduction. And those revenue tools aren't an abstract idea. They're a specific menu of options that are in front of the city and have been since the passage of the City of Toronto Act. They are there to enable us to do the things we need to do, and according to the unanimous opinion of Council, poverty reduction is one of those things. And I want to be clear about those needs. Those are, more than anything else, needs for women who need services like childcare. With 28.6% of children living in low-income households, Toronto is still the child poverty capital of Canada, so those are desperate needs for children. They are needs for newcomers settling into our city. Failing to invest in real poverty reduction is specifically failing those communities. And childcare strategies, housing strategies, transit strategies aren't just nice-to-haves. Getting housing, getting childcare, getting around are the key elements to getting on your feet. And if we want a city full of people who are able to be successful and prosperous, we have to invest in the things that enable them to do that. And it's worth adding that helping people get on their feet is not just something we spend money on because it's a social good. It's something we invest in for the future. It's an investment that has a real fiscal benefit to the city. Getting people into decent housing means we don't need to spend much larger sums of money keeping them in shelter beds. Helping people get jobs cuts down on what we have to spend on social assistance. By employing the revenue tools we have access to, we can reduce poverty, we can make greater investments in improving the prosperity of Toronto's residents, and we can reap real benefits for the taxpayer by spending smarter. We can, These programs can help communities and also pay back the city, and I encourage you to take that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Councillor Carroll, questions? Sorry, then Leighton.
Oh, okay. Your process you went through, you came up with $75 million. Does it overlap with the list of things that we have that are not in the budget but stated by us, or it builds on those?
So I should probably mention how that was come to, because it engaged over 80 organizations across the city, from every corner of the city, and 200 people with direct lived experience of poverty participating in these processes. So this isn't a list that came off the top of my head. It's a list that's engaged the whole sector in thinking about how do we address these things in a meaningful way. The list of $75 million does include some overlap with the list that's in front of the city. For example, the city has identified youth lounges. Youth lounges are on that list. The city has identified some investments in housing. Housing is also on that list. But the city's list is about $6 million, which by my math, not my strongest suit, but by my math is appreciably below $75 million. And there's a substantial proportion of that that is on a list of good things to do, but not on the list of things that the community folks who deal with poverty on the front lines every day say are the critical investments.
Right. And though you represent 80 organizations who help and serve those parts of the community in poverty. Is there a difference between serving poverty and reducing poverty?
There are some important differences. And in fairness, a lot of the poverty reduction strategy is not necessarily about technically reducing poverty so much as reducing the impact of poverty. So providing people with housing doesn't necessarily raise their wages, but it does mean that the impact of living in poverty is not as daunting on those families. And so the folks who participated in the Commitment to Communities process, those 80 organizations across the city, have picked out the things that they think make the most difference and said 2016 should be the real down payment. There are all kinds of low-cost policy measures that you can take. But if you really want to move towards a 20-year strategy, you can't let a minute go by. 2016 needs $75 million in new programs.
In new programs. And if they're going to be programmatic, then we can't just fit these things into the budget with one-time money. If we're going to spend for impact, we're going to have to build it into the base budget, are we not? That would be the real impact on communities of poverty.
Yes, and many of those things that you'd want to spend money on in 2016 are capital projects that you have to pay for in 2017 and 2018 and over the capital life of those projects.
Right.
So yes, we're not saying spend some money in 2016 and we're all done. This is a 20-year poverty reduction strategy. And we're not saying any combination of stuff that adds up to 75 million, whoopee, there we are. We're saying there are clear priorities and we need to spend on those things.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You were involved in the poverty reduction strategy that the city developed.
Yeah, I sit on the advisory committee.
You sit on the advisory committee, and a lot of the organizations that sat on the advisory committee are also part of this list of organizations that came up with the list of 75 million.
I would say the vast majority of people on the advisory committee participated in that process, yes.
Now, it was only a couple months ago, but we passed the poverty reduction strategy that had several steps that, while it wasn't 75 million, it had its own list of priorities that it was going to pursue in 2016, right?
So the poverty reduction strategy lays out a set of goals and some actions. A lot of those actions are very loosely defined. Part of the work of the organizations, those 80 organizations, and the part of what is being asked for by the Board of Trade and the United Way and Social Planning Toronto defines those more specifically. So if you look at the letter that came from those 55 organizations, you'll see that all of the investments and the policy changes are grouped according to the goals set out in the city's poverty reduction strategy. These are designed to fulfill the poverty reduction strategy, and they set out specific things, whereas previously we had general ones.
Was the expectation when the poverty reduction strategy was passed that this would be, that the goals that the city was setting were going to be followed up with actions through the budget?
That was my understanding of the discussion on the council floor, was if we are going to reduce poverty, we're going to have to take action on it, which means investing in the things that we think we need to do.
So was it contemplated by the groups that we would have to, just 4 months later or 3 months after passing it, come cap in hand to the budget committee saying all the things you promised aren't included in your budget?
We were kind of hoping we'd find them in the budget when we got here at the budget launch. If every single solitary member of council says this is a top priority, we were kind of figuring that would find its way into the city's spending plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Next.
Thank you. I want to get a couple of things clear from what you were saying. So you did say, I believe, that backfilling money that we were already spending that was flowed through to us by the province, paying for that isn't reducing poverty, that's just maintaining programs we had.
Absolutely, and it is desperately needed. We do need to do that, and we do need to restore our reserves, but poverty reduction involves doing something you're not doing already.
So it wasn't the conclusion of the community consultation and the steering group that you sit on that the way we solve poverty is to fill in the money that we already were spending from another source?
Yeah, changing the name of who signs the check was not among the list of
Okay,
things that
thank
we
you.
identified.
When the goals were set, did the goals that we council approved list specific actions that added up to $6.7 million?
That was not my reading of it. My reading of it was it included some actions, some of which there were some clear implications of in terms of spending. And in many cases, it listed very, very general things like improving access to healthy food. And it didn't have, you know, a program that was identified and costed to go with it.
So if I were to vote just to put $6.7 million in additionally, I wouldn't be meeting the requirements laid out in the plan that was approved by council unanimously.
You'd only have $68.7 million to go.
In order to get to where?
Yes.
Okay. There have been suggestions that because we're spending some money on specific affordable housing projects, that's meeting some of our housing goals in the affordability, in the poverty reduction strategy. Do you think that's valid, given that by every measure of what we do on affordable housing, new builds, number of people receiving grants, number of rental units upgraded, amount of public money going in, amount of matching money going in, that all of those are going down in the 2016 budget? Should we view that, therefore, as meeting the poverty reduction goals around affordable housing?
To meet the poverty reduction goals around affordable housing, we would have to institute 7,000 new rent supplements. We'd need 1,000 new units of supportive housing, and we would need 2,000 new units of affordable housing. Right now, that's not the target that we're hitting in this budget, so we're falling short.
So we can't say that the money for affordable housing is in the budget?
It's a little fuzzy exactly what the money for affordable housing in the budget refers to, so it's hard to do a calculation. Some of it clearly refers to decisions that we made previously around affordable housing that were important decisions and deserve to be funded, but again, aren't new and won't reduce poverty below where it was in 2015. But to be honest with you, we're still combing through the budget analyst's notes on the housing file to figure out just exactly where that $28.8 million goes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis is next.
Thank you. I just was going through the list of what was approved last year, and there are, and I probably should have asked staff, but you're sitting here. I get a chance to ask someone today. So they weren't all annualized, these
Yes.
proposals from 2015 to 2016. So it has, for instance, neighborhood improvement area resident engagement. There was $207,000, and that has not been extended in 2016.
Yeah, we understand those to be one-time 2015 investments. Social Planning Toronto is helping to administer one of those projects in Rexdale, but our understanding from city staff is those aren't ongoing investments in poverty reduction. They were one-time programs.
You know what, it could have been, there are some places like Malvern that ended up off the list of the next, they're no longer on the list of neighborhood improvement areas.
Yeah.
So maybe, so I don't know exactly what that is. There's also something
But
called.
I think councillors from Scarborough know that there are a number of neighbourhoods in Scarborough that desperately need investment, and we should not be backing away from investment in those neighbourhoods. We should be doubling down.
Yeah, in fact, I think this was a temporary transition for moving on to other neighborhoods. I mean, I think that's been an issue, really. The other one is the seniors community transportation pilot. There was $150,000 in 2015, and there's nothing in 2016.
Yeah,
That is?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that particular pilot. It's being a pilot, I assume, is why it didn't get continued, but because we keep figuring out great ways to do things in pilots and then not doing them once we figured out that they work. But I think more importantly, there are sort of two categories of 2015 investments, and one is things that we tried out in 2015 that we may not be doing in 2016. And there are a bunch that we did in 2015 And we started them partway through the year, and we're going to invest new money in annualizing those. But the people who were served by those programs, say from August to December, we will continue to serve in 2016, but that's not going to reduce poverty in 2016. It reduced poverty last August, but it doesn't change the outcome by continuing to do something that we did last year. If we want to continuously reduce poverty over time, we have to continuously make new investments in new elements. Sorry.
Every time we talk about poverty and reducing poverty, I think of income support, which is clearly not something within our jurisdiction. And there's provincial and federal governments all have had, and the provincial government has had probably 3 different anti-poverty initiatives in the last 10 years. We have not seen increases to basic benefits in this city. That's why people are starving. Are you working at both the provincial and the federal level?
So these conversations happen across municipalities. So there's conversations between our organization, Social Planning Toronto, other organizations in the Social Planning Network of Ontario, in other cities across Ontario, about building at all 3 levels. There are things that cities can do to reduce poverty. There are things that we need the province for. There are things that we need the feds for. And frankly, we need all 3 to solve the problem. The one thing we don't need is any one of those 3 organizations to point at the other and say, it's your job. We need everyone to come to the table.
We need them saying it's our job too.
Yes, we need all 3 levels of government saying it's our job. This is the one that gets to say so today.
Very, very good, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, I saw your hand up, correct?
I did. Just a few questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sean, thanks for the presentation. A couple questions on the poverty reduction file. First of all, the $6.7 million that has been identified as new and enhanced as part of the briefing note, are any of those initiatives as part of that 6.7 not part of the $75 million?
Most of them aren't.
Most of them are not.
Most of them are not. About 2 million of that reflects things that are in the 75 million. It depends a little bit whether or not the recommendations from the Eggleton Commission include closing the loop at TCHC. That might bump the number up a tiny little bit, but basically no.
So the full breakdown of both the 75 million as well as the 2 million that has been identified in the 6.7 as new and enhanced, which is part of 75 million, how can we get both of those lists?
So the list of the 75 million was circulated to the committee and to all of council in December when it was originally released, and I'm happy to recirculate to anybody who would like another copy.
All of us.
Yes, so we will do that.
A link. I can find a link.
You can also find it if you go to povertyreductionto.ca. On the front page of povertyreductionto.ca.
I promise I wasn't trying to let you give a plug to your website, but that's helpful.
Happy to offer a plug to the website just the same, though. But right there on the front page, there is a link to the letter signed by over 50 organizations from across the city.
But does it include the analysis of the 6.7 that has been identified as a new and enhanced?
No.
Which of that is and is not part of the 75 million? Could we get that too?
Yes.
Okay. And just for clarity, that 75 million, is that all operating?
No, what we've done is treat the in-year spending as the indicator. So there are capital projects there. Those capital projects, what we've costed is only what you would pay on capital and on capital and interest in 2016. So it's the mortgage payment, not the whole capital cost that we costed.
So for the funds of that 75 million that has an operating impact, is the request from your coalition, or the coalition who has signed it, this is added to the base budget and will be annualized on a go-forward basis?
Yes, you'd need to continue to do that.
Okay. And then just final and close, you talked about in your remarks the case for investing in poverty reduction, the moral imperative, of course, but you also talked about the economic case, that this is a smart investment, I believe your words were. How do you measure that?
Well, there's a lot of ways to measure it. Well, the easiest way is to look at any of the 3 ways the city benefits from spending. So, for example, the city gives $50 million to community service organizations scattered all across Toronto that deliver valuable public services. They take that $50 million and they turn it into $300 million by leveraging it with new donations. So that's one way in which that investment returns far more to the City of Toronto than the municipality has to spend. There are other things that actually offset real spending. If you provide people with decent housing who are homeless, supportive housing especially, then you don't have to pay for the shelter costs for that person. And shelter beds are pricey, $27,000 a year.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Sean. Next is Mary Hines. Hi, Mary. Come on up.
Hi. Just before you use my time, the investment for the seniors' transportation was a one-time fund from New Horizons that was given to the city. From New Horizons for seniors? Not New Horizons. Yeah, New Horizons. No. No. Trillium. Excuse me. Trillium. Sorry. Trillium.
Okay, thank you.
All right, but anyway, just so you know that. Now you're using my time. Okay. I am a resident, citizen, and taxpayer living in Ward 34 in North York. During the past year or so, we've been thrilled to live in a city that is not an embarrassment around the world. Anything you do that is not swimming out to sea toward a dark age of gutted services looks good by comparison. But you're not star athletes. With this budget, you want to drift backward. You'll only cut some things, and you'll increase spending in some areas so we don't notice the fee increases at community centers. You don't want us to see how user fees for playing fields are set to skyrocket. You say gapping, I say continuous staff reduction. Our aging population grows, but the number of clients served by homemakers and nursing services and adult day programs is to be frozen now and into the future. So much for a senior strategy. And speaking of the senior strategy, of which you are so proud, where is its funding? Strategies are a heck of a lot easier to create than is funding for them. We have a poverty reduction strategy, but unless money falls out of the sky real soon, people now on the Housing Connections list will be lucky to be alive when their turn comes. Where's inclusionary housing? This government promises big and delivers small. You may hope we don't notice the baffle gab, but we do. You're now trying to figure out how to pay for the smart track. That was to pay for itself. This budget is a death from 1,000 cuts. One cut may not get noticed. One cut will not let the services in this city die. But put all together, we are swimming in the wrong direction as the budget shark attacks. So where does the money come from? Taxes, the word you fear above all others. Where is our car tax? Why do you not ask Queen's Park to let us have a sales tax? I am calling for 2 cents for TO. Think of what we could accomplish. We used to pay a 15% GST. How much of a difference have you noticed at the checkout since it's been canceled? And 15% makes calculating your bills so much easier than 13%. So, or are there those among you who know your 13 times table? Grow a pair of guts. Have the courage to do the right thing. We need services, and we need the money to pay for them. Remember, 2 cents for TO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions? No. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
So I'll go down the next number of deputants. The next few are the Reverend Maggie Helwig, the Reverend Andrea Budgie, then Barry Hewson, Juanita Montevallo, Adrian Fung from the National Ballet, and Victoria Bitto. Are you speaking together or separately?
We will be speaking together.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, I am the Reverend Maggie Helwig, the incumbent at the Church of St. Stephen in the Fields in Kensington Market, chair of the Social Justice and Advocacy Committee of the Anglican Diocese, and a member of the Poverty Reduction Committee.
Of which I am the chair, Andrea Budgie.
Yes, first of all, we want to acknowledge the work of the city councillors, city staff, members of the public who contributed to the Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy. It's been a valuable process, it's a valuable strategy, but we are now at the point where that strategy needs to be made real, and making it real requires budget commitments beyond what we're seeing. I want to note the Anglican Diocese Social Justice Committee is a signatory to the letter which Sean was mentioning. We endorse the demand for the further investment of $75 million. What we are going to focus on today, however, is the $6.7 million, because essentially everything in the poverty reduction strategy that calls for actual money on the table is not in the 2016 budget. That doesn't suggest the poverty reduction strategy being taken very seriously. Some of the specific things which are not currently in the budget, several people have mentioned, and I will also mention, the 24-hour warming centers. We spent years lobbying for these. People died on the street last winter. So finally, in 2015, we had 24/7 drop-in, low-barrier warming centers in January and February. It's not in the 2016 budget. Do we think we're not going to have winter in 2017? Or will we have completely eliminated poverty by then? Because I don't want to see my people dying on the streets again next winter. The Homes First pilot project, working with long-term shelter residents to get them into housing, is not in the budget. This, again, is something that is a long-term cost saving and something that stands to help some of the most vulnerable members of the city. It's not in the budget. The shelter bed increase is a good thing. It's not going to take shelter occupancy down to 90%, particularly when you take into account the loss of beds in the George Street revitalization, which needs to happen. I'm not questioning that, but it will result in a loss of beds, which the addition of beds, we're not going to get shelter occupancy under 90%, no matter how you do the math on that. We need to see the $13.7 million in improvements to TCHC housing, which the Mayor's Task Force called for. People cannot be considered housed if they are living in conditions which don't meet minimum standards for housing, which much TCHC housing at this point doesn't. It needs to be brought back to basic standard. We need the student nutrition programs, which are not in the budget. We need a lot of these things as Band-Aids, but we also need measures that are going to start moving people out of poverty in significant ways. I will hand over.
Yes, I was just going to observe that without the investment, a poverty reduction strategy is not a strategy but a vision. And while I'm supposed to be in favor of visions as a general thing, I think as city policy we need something a little more immediate to happen. Just to pick up from what Maggie referenced, solid commitments to the youth employment program and employment programs for single parents. The things that need to happen with homemakers and nurses programming, the youth dental program, which is at the moment kind of streamlined in the faint hope that the province is going to come through and make up the difference. And as Sean was saying, this is all talking about rearguard actions rather than making coherent, consistent moves forward actually to reduce poverty. And we know that this is about money and about revenue streams, although I think, again, I want to echo what Sean said about addressing poverty is not just pouring money down a hole. It's an investment in not having to spend some of this money in future years, in improving people's situations, people's lives. But on a more practical and immediate level, there's the vehicle registration tax. Young Anya from Mountain View School this morning talked about property taxes keeping pace with inflation. There are all kinds of options with targeted sales taxes on luxury and other non-essential items. And again, to quote Anya, we can revisit the police services budget, bearing in mind that what we do to make people's lives better now has long-term implications for our need for crime control. Granted, not solving the problem for this year, but in terms of investments in our future, that's something that needs to be considered. And simply reviewing that budget in proportion to the rest of the city budget is a thing that needs to happen. And I think there is some openness in the police service to doing that, so let's move ahead. Public rhetoric, of course, is another thing. And I want to talk about that. Our taxation rhetoric really hasn't advanced very much. At the moment, even the best intentioned people use a kind of Buckley's mixture approach when they're talking about taxes. You know, it tastes awful, but it's good for you. And that is so limiting. Let's have a lively beer ad kind of imaging for taxes. Drink this and you will be part of a vibrant, lively community and have a better life, and the people around you will have better lives. That's the truth of it. That's what we've all been talking about, that we need these investments to make a better life for the city, for the people at the moment who live on the margins in the city, but ultimately for the whole community. And changing up how we talk about taxes doesn't actually cost anything. So that's the freebie I offer you.
Thank you very much. I will start with Councillor Carroll.
I'm not sure if you understand. We really need a lot of community conversation, and places of worship can help us with this. Part of what we face in the City of Toronto is, in our particular political system, a pretty large portion of council actually perpetuate their careers by going back to their communities after they've been in this room and telling their communities, you need me to save you from the other councillors and the big bad bogeyman taxes. They love taxes, I hate taxes. That whole dialogue has to change, but we need someone in those communities to counter the fact that some people are actually using that fear frame just to stay in office.
Yep. I have to say I was really delighted to read Councillor McMahon's comments about the Leslieville reincarnation of the Hope Shelter, and she talked about how obvious the generosity of Torontonians has been with respect to Syrian refugees. And, you know, let's apply that generosity and give people credit for that generosity on a broader scale. So we wear the buttons that say tax me, end poverty, and that's the rhetoric that is coming out of faith communities to some extent, and we're happy to broaden that effort.
Yes, and there's a lot of rhetoric, but there seems to, underneath it, there seems to be a changing sentiment. We hear it on the ground. I think sometimes it's harder for someone, for instance, in the position of the mayor, because he tends to be at the bigger events, not on the ground. Are you hearing in your communities, with vehicle registration tax, there was a no for quite a while, but there seems to be a changing dialogue of yes, if you prove to me exactly what you spend it on. Is that what you're hearing?
I would say yes in my community. My community may not be representative of every community in the city. I am in Kensington Market.
Right. But I think often people see taxes as a big annual mass. And if they knew exactly that, you know, the price of a latte grande once a month was going to improve somebody's life in this way,
yes,
that helps them to think through the process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mammoliti. You're looking at me a little quizzically before. What the Budget Committee does is we do questions of members first, and then outside members. We're reversing the way you'd normally. So we're different. So it's now your turn.
And here I thought it was personal.
Not at all. Not at all.
There's a little bit of that too, I know. I'm going to take a different slant here because my community are one of, I think, many in Toronto that are saying we don't want to be taxed and we don't want this budget to go through with all the increases to services. And we want you to find more cuts in government before you tax us anymore. And that's loud and clear in York West anyway. So how do I achieve satisfying my constituents and agreeing with you on things like servicing those that need housing? I've been advocating to amalgamate all of our housing offices under one roof for years, but nobody seems to be listening to that, because it does mean to cut out jobs at the City of Toronto and to eliminate 3 people that are doing the same job for one client.
I'm not going to address that specific issue, but in terms of talking to people about why they should be willing to pay taxes to support vulnerable members of their community, I think we need to talk about ourselves as a community, as a body, as a family, as people who need to care for and look after each other. We need to say we do not want to live in a society in which the strongest are fine and the weakest are left behind, are walked on. We don't want to live in a community where the poor, the sick, the elderly are not cared for. We want to live in a community where we treat each other as if everybody matters.
Okay, I get.
And I think that's how we need to talk to people.
I get what you're saying, but I would venture to say that the people that are speaking to me as their local councillor are too the most vulnerable people in society, being seniors who are on their last leg financially in keeping the house that they do have. And if you continue to tax them, they're just going to go on to a service that's going to cost the taxpayer even more money. What
So
I mean
you
by-
are speaking there
what I mean- what
you
I-
are speaking
what I mean-
specifically
what
in
I
that
mean-
case about property tax?
I'm talking about property tax. I'm talking about the fees that have gone up enormously or suggested to go up enormously with this budget, be it garbage, be it community centers, be it whatever you want to look at. The reality is there are people that are vulnerable that
Yes,
just can't afford any more increases without going on to one system or another.
I can answer this if you'll let me.
Can
A
I-
previous
Can I
deputant.
just making sure that it's not a back and forth, there's
Okay.
a question answer, so.
Okay. A previous deputant talked about revising the property tax system so it is more of a progressive system. So it's not a flat property tax no matter your income, no matter your assets, that it is in some way progressive in the way that income tax is. That would be one way of addressing the situations you're looking at. There are revenue tools other than property tax. Most of the revenue tools we've spoken of are not property tax. Vehicle registration tax, sales tax on luxury items, looking at the police budget, all kinds of things that are not affecting this poor senior trying to stay in housing, which I acknowledge is a real situation. There are many other tools we can use. I think we need to be imaginative, we need to be creative, we need to be flexible, but we also need to prioritize care for each other.
So if I were to say to you that we do have something in common, and that's to serve the most vulnerable in Toronto, that we can achieve to do that in one particular part of the spectrum, and that would be the housing portfolio, by eliminating 3 jobs and keeping 1 of 4 people that are doing the same job for the same client. How does that sound to you? Or would you be supportive of doing something like that as opposed to increasing across the spectrum?
I think that this is an issue I would have to look at more closely. I don't feel that what you've said has provided me with enough detail to know how.
Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. If there's a
Councillor, with respect, it is more, you need to be, you're asking the deputant questions?
Yeah, I'm curious because we both want to get to the same part of an equation, and that's housing. And I think I've got ideas to get there, but I have a feeling that nobody's going to support them because it means cutting jobs at City Hall.
That, I think, is something that needs to be
That's your
taken
last
up within City Hall rather than.
But we're talking about the budget at City Hall today.
Councillor, thank you, that's your last question. It is questions of the deputants to answer.
We don't want to talk about it, is that it?
Councillor, you
All
have
right,
asked the
I get
deputant
it.
questions to answer.
I get it.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you very much, and thank you both for the deputations and the work you do in your community. I want to zero in on one of the pieces. I know you spoke about the poverty reduction and 75 million at a broad level and your support for that as part of the coalition, but the 24-hour warming centers,
Yes.
the drop-in. In your community, where you're working, you talked about this being something that you've worked on for years.
Yes.
Where is the need that you see in your communities related to these 24-hour drop-in centers?
The 24-hour drop-in centers, and I think this became clear over the experience with Metro Hall and the experience of the intermittently open centers last year, reach a very specific group who do not necessarily access the services of the shelter system, who need an extremely low barrier model, who are highly vulnerable to extreme weather, who have a very high rate of excess mortality of death on the street. They are really, really highly vulnerable people whose city services often are failing to reach in any way, and these drop-in centers are reaching these people. You know, I know there is one in my community quite close to my church, and it is incredibly useful for me when it gets cold, when it's weather like it is out there, to be able to say to people, you can just go down the church to St. Felix, down the street to St. Felix. You can stay there overnight. They'll have a mat. They'll have hot drinks. They'll have hot food. It's really, really important for this population, which the city has often had great difficulty in reaching.
And so when you say it's a low barrier model that works, what do you mean by low barrier? Or like,
I mean, people can bring in pets. People can come as couples. Men and women don't have to be segregated because the co-ed shelters, there's not nearly enough. People may come who are under the influence of drugs or alcohol, because many of these are people who have substance abuse issues, and if you make that a barrier to them accessing the service, they're not going to find shelter. There's a real minimum of bureaucracy to go to a drop-in center as opposed to going into one of the more formal shelters. It's a model you can arrive at whatever time you want, you can leave at whatever time you want. You're not under a schedule or a curfew. And these are all really important pieces to have in place to reach that particular population.
and just in your community, because I recognize your church is up the street from one of our city's two drop-in centers, St. Felix. You've seen that it's used well?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And then just on one other piece, you mentioned one of the other particular items that you were looking at being the Homes First pilot project, the Housing First pilot project. Are you aware that the general manager of Shelter Support and Housing Administration has said that the $800,000 required for that has now been found for 2016, so it can continue, but 2017 we do, on a go-forward basis, don't have the funds for it?
Okay, I'm glad that the funds have been found for 2016. I wasn't aware of that, and thank you, but
Just
yes,
wanted to make sure.
it needs to be ongoing.
It's one of those things that can't just stop.
Exactly. No, and we don't want to see the same scenario with the warming centers, with the Housing First going forward. That's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation.
Thank you.
Next is Barry Hewson, Juanita Montalvo, Adrian Fung from the National Ballet, and Canada's National Ballet School, and Toronto Symphony, actually. There's three of you. Now, are you speaking individually, or will you be speaking just one 5-minute presentation?
I think 1 5 minute. Yes. 1 5-minute presentation.
Okay. So I'll let you know just before 5 minutes.
She's not here. Juanita Montalvo was not able to join us today. Good morning. Good morning. It's no longer morning. Good afternoon. I'm Barry Hewson, Executive Director of the National Ballet of Canada and a proud resident of Toronto's Swansea and Bloor West Village neighborhood. I'm joined here today by Adrian Fung, Vice President of Innovation at the Toronto Symphony Orchestra. We represent 11 institutions that comprise the City of Toronto's major cultural organizations: the Art Gallery of Ontario, Canada's National Ballet School, the Canadian Opera Company, the Toronto Caribbean Carnival, the George R. Gardner Museum of Ceramic Art, the National Ballet of Canada, Pride Toronto, Toronto Artscape, Luminato Festival, the Toronto International Film Festival, and the Toronto Symphony Orchestra. Though I represent the majors, I know that I speak for the entire arts community when I express our gratitude to this council for the commitment that you've shown as we work together to build a vibrant and creative city. Through your leadership, Toronto's investment in the arts and culture has reached $22.50 per capita. City Council has made a commitment to reach a goal of $25 per capita by 2017. This includes an increase of $5 million to the arts budget in 2016, and we urge you to stay the course. While these are challenging times, increased investment in arts and culture will help Toronto City Council achieve its strategic priorities through job creation, tourism, social innovation, and creativity. The increased investment that Council has made in the culture sector is already having a significant impact and making a citywide difference, with artistic activity occurring in all 44 wards. It allows us to become integral parts of our communities through access and youth engagement programs. The funds that the city invests in culture enable our organizations to build Toronto's international profile. In fact, 4 times more tourists come to Toronto for culture than for sport. And we are proud of the role that we play in showcasing all that this great city has to offer. Collectively, our organizations provide employment for thousands of artists and administrators. And collectively, our organizations raise nearly $68.8 million from the private sector on an annual basis and earn $98.5 million mainly from ticket sales. These figures help to show the extent of the interest and support for major arts institutions. It is clear that through working together with our government partners and business leaders throughout the city, we're creating strong arts and culture sector that continues to flourish and to grow. I'd now like to introduce Adrian Fung, who will say a few words.
I'm fortunate in many ways. As an internationally touring musician growing up in the Toronto area, I found that I was playing the cello pretty well. But it wasn't until I joined the Toronto Symphony Youth Orchestra that I realized my perceived excellence in measurement to my peers. And this kind of healthy environment really allowed me to challenge myself as a youth of 15 years old and to realize certain possibilities. The idea of the major organizations working with youth is so important to me because I'm one of the products of this. From the Toronto Symphony Youth Orchestra, many of my lifelong friends are now doctors, lawyers, engineers, and other great leaders in our communities. It's through music and it's through the arts that I was able to dream as big as I could, so that now I'm trying to work with my peers and colleagues like Barry on improving the marketplace as leaders in social, artistic, and economic innovation. One of the things that we're doing together as partners is that the Toronto Symphony Youth Orchestra is now free. It's tuition free, and we're trying to make all of our concerts free for every student from grades 1 all the way to grade 12. The idea of the consumption of arts being something that's democratized, something that is inclusive, is so representative to me of what Toronto is today in our multiculturalism and what we can celebrate. And so I want to congratulate you all on the commitment to this $25 per person budget, and to say that how much more can we do if we invest in our youth in this way? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adrian. It's clear that municipal investment in the majors will continue to have a profound impact. As you know, Toronto's per capita investment in the arts and culture lags behind other comparable Canadian municipalities, including Montreal at $55 per capita and Vancouver at $47 per capita in 2013.
We'll have to wrap it up.
Yep. I'd therefore like to encourage Toronto City Council to move forward on its commitment to increase the arts budget by $5 million in 2016 in order to maintain the existing timelines to reach our 2017 target of $25 per capita. We remain thankful to the Toronto City Council for its support of the arts and culture sector, and we look forward to working together with you to continue to build one of the world's most vibrant, creative, and livable cities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Questions from Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming down and presenting here today. while we're all very proud of what Toronto has to offer, you in particular, Adrian, I think have a unique perspective of having traveled to other municipalities to see what they're offering their musicians, organizations that support music. Considering we are battling for pieces of the music sector against cities like Montreal, Vancouver, Calgary, and whatever they're given their arts in the U.S., how would you compare how would you compare us to how we stack up against some of the other major music markets that we're competing against right now, and how much more investment would Toronto have to give to get us there?
You want to? So right now we're giving about $22.50 per capita per person, and Montreal is giving, I think, 57 in terms of its budget. Calgary is at 47. Mm-hmm. And so the idea of these other cities having this kind of support and what they're able to do, we're very proud and we're supportive of that. But Toronto, in terms of what it's doing with its budget right now, we think that we are definitely competitive internationally in terms of our output, but not in terms of the kind of investment that we're giving. The idea of how much more we could be doing, given so many different factors in terms of Toronto being in its position, with its population, with its multiculturalism, with all of these things, I feel like we could be batting at a much higher percentage.
Any notion of how we, and you may not know this, and we may not have this data, how we compare to cities like Philadelphia, New York, Austin, like some of the more well-known cities in the U.S. for their support of the arts?
I'm a U.S. citizen, I have to admit, so I can share a little bit of that. I'm a proud Canadian now. I've been here 2 years, and I look forward to being here for a long time. I think, obviously, the reason that I came to Canada was because of the extraordinary continued investment in the arts sector by the government, both at the federal, provincial, and city level. I think that the only way that major arts institutions can continue to sustain the work that they do at the highest levels of quality and then deliver that product to the widest audience possible requires an investment. And it requires an investment to deliver that art to people who can't afford to buy a full-price ticket and sit in the theater. And so how do we figure that out? We're doing a good job selling tickets. We're getting people to come to the theater. But what we're not doing is reaching enough of the community that can't access the art. And so what we try to do with the public funds that are invested in our institutions is to think of innovative ways in which we can deliver the great work that's being done by great arts institutions in this city to as many people as possible. We're doing that through obviously subsidized ticketing, free performances. At National Ballet of Canada, we've begun live streaming programs to classrooms throughout the GTA across Ontario, and last year we started live streaming across the country to classrooms. And we want to continue to be able to work toward making the work that we do accessible and relevant to the entire community.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you very much. Just a couple very brief questions. So first, I just want to clarify, because I heard it in the presentation, but just want to make sure I got it right, that from both of your organizations, you do in fact support the $5 million increase in funding towards our 2017 target of the 25 per capita in funding, right?
Yes.
Okay. You've mentioned Vancouver and Montreal, and in response to Councillor Layton, some of the other cities, world-class U.S. cities as well. Let me put it this way to both of you. Is the $25 per capita target, is it where we should be, or is it simply adequate?
It's better than where we are. I would argue that to compete in the global marketplace, I think that 25 is better than where we are now.
But it's worse than where Montreal and Vancouver is?
Correct.
Okay. The economic spin-off of investment in arts and culture, this isn't just about investing in arts and culture because it adds vitality, because it helps animate a city. In fact, it's because it also spurs economic development. Is that right?
Absolutely. Thousands of employees, hundreds and thousands of vendors who provide goods and services to allow us to produce our art. We have hundreds of thousands of people coming to our venues to participate in the work of our organization, staying in hotels, using public transportation, paying for parking, et cetera. So yes, there's a broad economic ripple effect from the work that we do for the city.
And we're at Budget Committee, which means we like numbers around here. Do you have the handy number of for every dollar invested in arts and culture, it has an economic spinoff of X amount?
I'll quote what was said earlier.
We like those lines.
$1 invested for, there's $14 for every $1 invested in our sector.
All right, pretty good investment.
Pretty good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Davis?
And the dollar amount for the majors that was left out is 600,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. The next is Victoria Bito. I'm not too sure of the name. Just wanted to remind, or just let some of the members of the public know that the committee will be breaking at 5:30 for a quick half-hour break before we start at 6 p.m. And I just wanted to remind councillors that we have well over 30 people still waiting to speak to us. The goal, of course, is to get to that by 5:30, because we have another list that we're going to be dealing with at 6 o'clock. So with suggestions on when you're asking questions, can you please ensure that you have not doubled the question or asked it previously? I'm noticing a pattern of asking the same question to a lot of different deputants and getting the exact same answer. And you have every right to ask the question, but I also have to I would really like these people to have an opportunity within a reasonable time to speak to us. So can we just sort of balance on looking at the questions you're going to be asking? Next is Victoria Bito. Is it Bito?
It's Bito.
Bito, okay, thank you.
Thank you for having me today. This is my first time, so I'm very excited. I'm here representing the childcare workforce and also QP Local 2484. As I said, my name is Victoria Bito. I'm a registered early childhood educator. I'm also an advocate, a musician, a young worker, and most importantly, a little bit concerned and confused about the challenges that this budget proposes to the childcare workforce. I'm here today to actually just share my story with you, one that is not very different from many other childcare workers and educators in my field. My journey to education was not an easy one. I was a child of the ward. I grew up in poverty. I was a new immigrant, moved here in 1995 with my mother from Hungary. I'm Roma, but I always dreamed of pursuing post-secondary education. It was very important to me. I wanted to be the megaphone for so many young women who grew up, similar to myself, in poverty and violence. And I knew that I could make a difference in the lives of many families and children in my community. After many years of struggling, I finally was able to attend post-secondary, and I received my diploma in early childhood education with honors. I went on to work as a registered early childhood educator in many different childcare centers across the city, working with a range of diverse families and communities. And then I was forced to leave the sector. I was forced to leave a sector that I loved not only because I fundamentally believe that all children and families deserve the best start to life, not only because I believe that access to affordable childcare lifts families out of poverty, mobilizes women in the workforce, provides safe and high-quality education to children, but because I loved working in a sector that I could see was creating positive change in the community. I worked with school-agers at Fashion District Childcare. That was my last place of employment in the childcare workforce. And we implemented programs that taught the children life skills through play, advocacy through art, and most importantly, we provided them with a program that valued and respected where they came from and the diverse needs that we were there to support. Licensed childcare for school-aged children in the City of Toronto is crucial to empowering families, supporting children with extended care, and creating positive outcomes from play-based and emergent programming. The day I left my school-age program was one of the hardest moments of my entire career, because I wasn't leaving for my own reasons, but for reasons beyond my control. Those reasons were $40,000 of student debt, costly living expenses, and making only $18 an hour. I was serving the most vulnerable group of people while remaining extremely vulnerable myself. I had started in poverty and then came full circle back around again to living in poverty and working full-time. I understand the challenges we face as a city with supporting many different vital programs. And with that, I would like to acknowledge the leadership Children's Services has provided to our sector. And I would further like to acknowledge the dedication that so many city councillors and policymakers bring to the childcare sector every day. The 2016 operating budget overview states that all families in Toronto benefit from a range of services that promote healthy child development and family well-being. How can that be so? If we are still seeing over 17,000 children on subsidized wait lists, mothers who are denied access to the workforce and education because of high childcare costs, over 30% of families living in poverty and using unregulated, unlicensed childcare, how are we promoting healthy child development and family well-being? Furthermore, we are losing valuable, hardworking, knowledgeable, and dedicated educators, because of the lack of fair wages and good working conditions in many childcare centers across the city. I urge you all to keep in mind that without registered early childhood educators and childcare workers, childcare doesn't work. We need a wage scale that doesn't fluctuate between $12 an hour and $32 in the city for the same job, for the same credentials. We need the city to support at-risk and vulnerable communities where childcare centers are in threat of closure. They're in public schools as well. We need to build a city that understands the value of accessible, universal, and affordable childcare. Education is a fundamental human right, and all families and children should have access to pursue a better life that is made possible with the support and knowledge of early childhood educators and high-quality childcare centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You talked about not being able to earn a living wage in this. We've talked today about the full fee paying parent,
yes,
subsidized parent, but on the side of the early childhood educators, you talked about there's a range of $12 an hour all the way to $32
Absolutely.
an hour. Is that from center to center? We don't
Yes.
have harmony in the
Not at all. So we have a very fragmented wage scale in the early years community. You'll especially find that it further divides the childcare sector to building our collective voice, because you're pegging childcare worker and early childhood educator against one another. I have a diploma, and I was making, $12 at one center, $18 at another.
Right.
And that just depended on the area that I was in and the center that I was working for. To that, I would also like to speak to the wage enhancement grant. That is the $1 increase. I have to say, although much appreciated, if a center does not apply for this, the workers do not get it. If the position did not exist before January, the workers do not get it. If they do not support ratio, the workers do not get it. So it then again further creates this divide we have within our sector.
Right. And it's clear, people listening to you, that we lost a good one when you decided to leave this sector. So when you're down at $18 an hour,
Yes.
Which is a little underneath what we've been told is a living wage in Toronto, so you are back in poverty.
Yep.
But a tremendous difference is made just by going from $18 to $20.50.
Absolutely.
$23 an hour becomes, I'll stay in this business forever. If we were looking at that, if it was $23 an hour, would we have you as an excellent early childhood educator for a career?
I'm not sure. Now, the reason why I say that is because with $40,000 of student debt and $1,000 of rent and living expenses and paying interest on all of your debt, if you really break that down, it's still not enough. Now, I understand that that is an economic challenge that everybody faces. I understand that.
Sure.
But what I don't understand is, again, the divide within the wages for the same qualifications and the same work. That is something that I find very problematic, because I think that it devalues the sector, which is predominantly a female-dominated sector. It is a sector that is dominated by marginalized women and women of color as well. So we really have to look at it at a larger scope and say, what is really happening and why is there really such a divide in the wages.
Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Looks like we have 3 people ask questions, I think. Councillor Layton?
I'm actually just curious, what neighborhood do you live in Toronto?
I live on Harbour and Major, near Harbour and Major.
So it is in
Yeah,
Ward
it's-
20?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a good neighborhood, yeah.
Councillor Davis?
So the introduction of all-day kindergarten created more part-time jobs, isn't that the case?
Absolutely. It created a lot of split shift as well, which is very challenging.
So it used to be if you worked in a childcare center that served 3 and 4-year-olds, junior and, or 3, 4, and 5-year-olds.
Toddlers, preschoolers, yeah.
No, junior and senior
Oh,
kindergarten.
absolutely, yeah.
They would still be full-time jobs.
Correct.
And now, because the all-day kindergarten cut out the lunch, there's no supervision at lunch.
Correct.
It's just before and after.
Correct. So with the implementation of FTK and also with the implementation or the support of ARC programs, which of course are so beneficial to families because they're affordable, which are so beneficial to families because it creates a more accessible, it creates more access to education. But what it also does is it takes away jobs from ECEs. It takes away jobs from ECEs. And that is the biggest challenge that we have in our sector.
But there are more ECEs in schools,
Correct.
kindergarten.
Yeah, there are, but again, that proposes a lot of challenges as well for us with FTK because when you're working in partnership with a teacher, which is extremely important, it also proposes a lot of challenges as well when we're rooted in play-based pedagogy.
Okay. I had one other question, but I can't remember. Oh, you're aware that this new funding formula is going to actually ask childcare centers to look at a age or a wage grid?
Yes, I believe the AECO, the OCBC, and TCBCC are all working on, or had worked on commenting on that, right?
Okay.
On a wage grid, yeah.
Great.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Mamalidi?
Thank you. Just an opinion in terms of a direction that I thought City Hall might take a few years ago when we did our own task force and recognized that the province was moving in a particular direction. It was to become a little closer with neighborhood schools and to provide more space and move some of the centers into the schools themselves. We thought that was a good idea.
Right.
Is that not a good idea? Is it not a good idea to work with the province and try to find a mechanism that brings the kids closer to the school that they're going to be going to?
Well, if we're talking about access, then absolutely it's important to create accessible childcare, whether it's in a school or in a standalone center. But I think more importantly, it's crucial that we look at how much rent childcare centers are being charged that are in public schools, because a lot of the time it is not affordable. There are a lot of challenges administratively as well, and I don't feel like it's supported. Currently, Fashion District is on the cutting line as well.
So it is a provincial, it is a provincially mandated funding formula, and they were the ones that had suggested to move the children closer to the school. So that would be a provincial kind of jurisdiction. I'd be more inclined to work with the province to ensure that those things are properly dealt with. And
Again, as long as
and also just an opinion, you know, because it is my opinion.
Of course.
In doing that, I think you take care of the lack of respect that's come to those that work in the industry, because you now become recognized perhaps as a teacher in a school. And I think that over time would change. For me, that would make more sense to move the cost that the city is borne on this and administrating these services and giving it to the province and the school boards.
Right. The only thing, and maybe I'm misunderstanding you, so please correct me if I am, but I don't think early childhood educators' goal is to become a teacher. I think that our goal is to be as valued and appreciated as teachers are in the public school system.
Well, I think to a degree you are teachers. I mean, you're teaching.
Right. We're just severely underpaid teachers.
All right. So, and I don't disagree with you.
Absolutely.
I come from a place where we have to run the city with 8 cents on the dollar.
Right. And I have to live
So
in
we're
it.
not going to make you rich.
I'm not asking for that.
Right, and we're not going to increase your salaries to a degree where you're going to end up being happy. But the province might be able to.
Well, I don't think that I think that that's an opinion statement.
Well, no, it's true.
Councillor,
And if you
I'm-
think that that's different, you're dreaming Technicolor.
I think we
I'm
just
trying-
want a living wage.
Councillor, I'm trying to guide question and answer, not dialogue back and forth, if you could.
I'm trying to seek opinion and on an opinion I have. And I think this process allows us to be able to bring out what I think we could share with the public and find out where that goes.
And
clearly, we disagree on some of this, and rightly so, but
Absolutely.
Anyway, I'm trying to balance it all out.
to try and stop me from speaking, Mr. Chair, I think is not
Not at all.
appropriate.
I'm not easily offended, so it's okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
But my colleagues are.
Okay.
Don't offend
Next.
Janet. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we will go to, there's Tyrell McIntosh. After that, Frank Ragmanano and Damian Walsh. Liz Forsberg, then Paul Codd. So Tyrell McIntosh. Tyrell McIntosh. Okay, Frank and Damian from the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association. Now, are you speaking together or separately? Or how would you like me to time you?
Your family told me you have to go home, so we're together.
Okay, so I'll time you at 5 minutes and give you a little nudge just before.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Ramignano, President of the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association. I'm here today to provide our perspective on the 2016 city operating budget and its proposed impact on Toronto Fire Service. While we are aware of the financial challenges facing our city today, we would ask and expect City Council to maintain its commitment to adhere to the recommendations of the 2012 Fire Underwriter Survey. At this time, the recommendations of the Fire Underwriter Surveys, which included the hiring of 25 fire prevention inspectors in 2016, as well as 2017, have been removed from this year's budget. In recognition of difficult financial circumstances this year, the city manager proposed that these positions be spread through a 3-year plan, with 17 positions in 2016, 17 in 2017, and finally 16 added for 2018, fulfilling Council's commitment to adhere to the recommendations of the Fire Underwriters Survey, bringing Toronto closer to a Class 2 rating. Unfortunately, it would appear that even this compromise will not be recommended to Council for approval, as the 17 positions proposed for the 2016 will no longer be funded this year. We are concerned that the recommendations as agreed to by Toronto Council will no longer be adhered to, which will in turn have a negative impact on the commitment to achieve a Class 2 rating that Council had committed to. Further, TFS has already been the subject of efficiency cuts in previous budget years. In 2013, Council adopted a plan of action to address the Fire Underwriter Survey decision to downgrade Toronto's insurance rating from a Class 3 to a Class 4. The impact of this downgrading was suggested to result in a $15.2 million increase in insurance premiums for up to 318,000 properties in Toronto. Council directed TFS to implement recommendations to ensure that the city not decrease its rating from 3 to a 4, while also implementing plans to achieve a Class 2 rating. This would provide the opportunity for an additional $7.4 million in savings to insurance premiums for the aforementioned property owners. While the precise impact of deferring the Fire Underwriter Survey recommendations cannot be measured at this time, clearly moving away from them won't be positive. We would ask that the 17 proposed fire prevention inspection positions be added to the 2016 operating budget. Thank you for the time, and if there's any questions.
Any committee members? Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, the fire prevention officers remaining at the current fire underwriter certification saves what amount of money to property owners that are of non-residential class? What's the total number again?
Yeah, it'd be 15.3 million.
So by investing in these fire prevention officers, we save businesses and people living in apartment buildings $15.3 million.
15.2 when we averted going from a 3 to a 4, and we can save an additional 7.2 million from going from a class 3 to a class 2.
Sorry, what was the second?
That's 7.4 million.
So we have saved through investments in the last couple of budgets, 15.2 million.
Just with the fire underwriters, we in insurance rates, we've been able to save 15.2 by not going to the 4, and we have the potential to save another 7.4 million.
By going to the 2.
Correct.
When did we get from the 4 to 3? It was to avoid going to a 4.
Correct.
They warned us. They
Yes.
say, hey, wait, because I remember it was just a couple of years ago that we were asking these very same questions. We were worried about going to a 4, and people were calling us out saying, oh, that's not true, you're just making that up. No, the fire underwriter survey concluded that, in fact, we should be moving to a 4 unless we make investments, and that, indeed, that would cost $15 million.
Correct.
So we weren't overreacting.
No.
No, we were pretty much just foreseeing what was going to happen.
The underwriters, it's their job to rate municipalities, and they do have a process where they will warn you of where you're going, give you a year to clean up, come back in, monitor what you've done, put a rating, and then they continue to monitor after that.
And you're reasonably confident that should we take this course of 17, 17, 17, or whatever it works out to be, this lengthen the time it takes to hire the additional fire prevention officers, that the fire underwriter survey, they'll be fine with this and will indeed save an additional $7.2 million?
The fire chief believes that it's a plan that can move forward with. There's other things in there as well. There was the predictive modeling. There was the dynamic staging. Those are items that he's implementing. But
And those are ones we've done, or we either implemented or have. This is the budget item.
We're going through it, yes. Those items we've done. There's some other things that we haven't been able to do that would take over 10 years, which was the traffic signals, implementation of changing them manually when our fire vehicles were going through. That's something that's over 10 years away.
Now, finally, you don't always see eye to eye with the fire chief on this one. The proposal that's come in with the new and enhanced service, you guys are on the same page moving forward?
We understand in the future there's already systems in place in capital budget that a few new fire halls are going to be open, one in 2017, one in 2018, that he will need additional staff for. With keeping that in mind, we don't think moving this to 3 years is obviously would love to see it done in the 2 years that was committed to a couple years ago, but if with the finances being the way they are, we don't think it's unreasonable to do it in 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you very much. I just want to follow up on this briefly. The fire prevention officers and seeking to get to the Class 2 rating as per council direction, what do they do? What do these fire prevention officers do? Why are they so critical, in your opinion?
And they break down into 2 areas, fire prevention inspectors and also public educators. So both of them could say that you're trying to prevent the fires from happening. One of the ways of doing it is through enforcement. Just recently, we have a new deputy chief that the TFS hired, and he's been short in the job, but he's been very quick in pointing out some of the deficiencies that we have, such as not following up when there is a fire, going back, taking a look at what caused that fire so we can prevent it in the future, not relying on the OFM's office to do it. Also, what lack of safety equipment was in place. We have a big backlog of buildings that we haven't been able to do. There was an earlier gentleman speaking about rooming houses. Right now, if our fire crews come across a rooming house, we put something in for an inspection. They might get to it to a week or 2, and there's a lot of liability not doing that immediately. And those are some of the things that the TFS, with the additional staff, will be able to put in. Also, public education on some of the programs in getting to the school kids earlier, and with a more thorough, comprehensive plan. Also, with our vertical city, the amount of training that's needed there, we still are having a huge problem where anytime the fire alarm goes off, you have everybody moving to the lobby and might not be the safest place for them to be. And those are the type of programs we're not able to go out and educate because we don't have the staff to do it.
Can I follow up? So I understand sort of the backlog of inspections for licensed and unlicensed rooming houses, the education schools you mentioned. On the vertical response piece there, what education do these fire prevention officers and public safety inspectors, what do they do in vertical response? What are they educating the residents who live there? Are they educating the building property manager, the condo boards? What are they doing there?
In some cases, it could be all three. A lot of these larger buildings have security staff, and you can work with the security staff to make sure that they understand the plan that's in place. With residents, working with counselors and going to different buildings, have their local attendance association meetings, attending those and having the opportunity to do education at every turn you can ask for.
So if we don't add these positions, what's being proposed as new and enhanced, the 17 as opposed to the 25, then we will see a slower response on all of those areas you've just outlined, whether it's inspection of rooming houses, education in schools, vertical response training, and so forth.
The deputy chief that's now responsible in this area has indicated, obviously, that he's going to do the best job with the resources he has, but the less resources he has, the longer time it will take to get to where he believes we need to be, and ultimately to make sure that we're fulfilling the standards of the province as well.
Yeah. So final question, and this is just building on Councillor Layton's last question. I just want to make sure. So the association's position is, just so I understand it, while you would prefer to see 25 put in this year and next year as original council direction, the new proposal for 17 over 3 years, albeit not in the budget, we need to get it in, that is acceptable to the association?
Yes, it is. Ideally, I think the fire chief has put a plan in place, taking a look at it. I think his budget increase over the previous year was 0.5%. We're really lean. I know another speakers have said, look for efficiencies. I think he's given all councillors a document of the efficiencies that TFS has been able to do. There isn't any more room there. And I think for him to take a look at it and say, I can do this over a 3-year period with the staff I have now, it's a compromise and moving forward. I think we are in full support of it.
Yeah, well, and my understanding is if there was the increase, the $693,000 increase for those 17 this year, that would still end up representing a below the rate of inflation increase for fire. Is that correct?
Correct, it would.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Davis. You're up.
Were there some changes to provincial legislation around inspections that we now have to meet in 2016 for different types of facilities? Seniors facilities?
Yes, there was with seniors. There's been some shifting from OFM standards to NFPA standards, but in what you're discussing, I believe, has to do with seniors and the more vulnerable occupancies.
Right. So if I can go back to the fire underwriters study that was conducted. At that time, there were about 104 vacancies or 103 vacancies in fire suppression. And at that time, they said, you should not reduce any fire suppression until such time as, if you're going to go with improving fire prevention, and everyone agreed that inspection and education was severely understaffed in the City of Toronto, that there should be no further reductions on the suppression side. And yet we've maintained those spaces vacant. Is that correct?
They were eliminated through the gapping. There was a gapping. They just weren't filled because of the gapping. We then had agreements that we filed as our collective agreement states that they needed to be filled. We had won the grievance. The arbitrator agreed that we had contractual language that said it had to be filled, and that's why it came to budget. Those positions were just eliminated. 84 operation positions were eliminated. But you're right, the fire underwriter said, but to maintain it, we'll look at less staff and service, but at the same token, you should increase fire prevention. You should do these other things.
Right.
The staff was eliminated before those other things were done.
Right.
Correct.
And we still have not met those recommendations in the fire underwriter study, which was don't reduce the resources in firefighting if you don't have these other prevention resources in place.
Correct.
So this will now be another year we don't have these resources in place.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Members, I've had a request by 3 deputants if we could move up their deputation for a couple of reasons. I'm just wondering if that would be amenable to you. If I can move up, there's Nick Volte, Susan Gapta, and Ali Abdurrahman. If we could move those up, just have a quick motion to reorder. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. There are some extenuating circumstances with these individuals. I appreciate and I hope we can be patient with that, but there's some extenuating circumstances. We'll start with Nick Volt. Volt, yes. And again, I'd like to remind the members in asking questions to make sure that the questions asked are or have not been asked in the past, just so we can ensure that we can move this along as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Friends. I use that term because I'm deeply appreciative of the work you do to make Toronto a better city, which I am working on also. But important is the open door policy that you implemented early in the year, and I'm here to take part, contribute, and participate to develop the open door policy. How is that? 2 things. First, I'd like to extend my New Year's greetings to you, which you'll notice 2 lines down is an even more productive new year. Secondly, I've provided this to you, and this is the At-Home Nonprofit Housing Corporation, of which I'm chair of the board, and is prepared to build 250 family suite affordable apartment building. What is our experience? We have already built a 164 family suites affordable apartment building, and government gave us $23 million to do that. And we've had over the years 48 families who've come in on social assistance. 5, 6, 7 years later, moved out to buy their own homes. So a decent place to live is crucial in everyone's lives. I've also been working with Habitat for Humanity over the years and involved in the construction development of 250 Habitat homes. And of the 250, every family except 8 families that has had children coming out of high school have gone to college and university. Decent place to live. I'd like to ask you to help us to improve the lives of nearly 1,000 individuals, families, and family members by assisting in the development and construction of the 250 affordable apartment building that I've given to you in the at-home brochure. We have talked to Build Toronto. Build Toronto has land for us for the construction. We need some funding support. I have applied to the Ontario government, Kathleen Wynne and Eric Hoskins, my MPP, for part of the largest infrastructure expenditure in Ontario history coming up. I have also spoken to a number of federal MPs, and they said my organization should contact the federal members because the federal budget is coming up in a couple of months, and that is a likely source for funding as well. But I'm here today to ask that affordable housing be included as a significant budgetary item because we have over 56,000 families in Toronto without a decent place to live, with all the attendant social, physical, correctional costs that this incurs. And we are prepared to reduce this by 250 affordable buildings. So I wanted to come and talk to the Budget Committee about this as an inclusionary item in the budget coming up, and an essential item in the sense of the development, the well-being, and the quality of the City of Toronto. We have Daniels Corporation will build at cost, so that brings down the price considerably as well. We have a variety of other volunteer groups that will support our development. So I particularly wanted to come and, one, recommend inclusion of money for affordable housing in the Toronto budget, which is so crucial to our building a decent and livable and satisfactory city. And secondly...
You're going to wrap up, Mr. Volt?
Pardon me?
You wrap up, please.
Yeah,
5 minutes is almost up.
And secondly, to potentially, if possible, designate some funding for this proven quality affordable housing development. So thank you again very much for the open door policy.
Thank you.
The opportunity
Questions of the...
to continue to provide
Thank you.
decent affordable housing.
Questions? Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Nick, both for being here and for your work over the years.
Yeah.
When Council debated the open doors policy, we asked questions of staff about whether or not there was money available to provide the incentives, and we were told at that time no. I've reviewed the affordable housing analyst notes, and it says in there as well that there still isn't money available. There's still no money budgeted to support Doors Open.
Yeah.
Do you think we should put in a notional amount so that we don't have to wait till next year to get going on things?
I do, yes, I certainly agree, and I would have my various groups, about a dozen members of that recognize the need for decent housing, support whatever you would put forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Yeah, yeah, good.
Thank you. Next, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Volt. Next up is Susan Gapka. Thank you, Susan. You'll have your 5 minutes, and you know the procedures and process.
Yeah, thank you for your indulgence. I've got a board meeting at 4. We've got to change the world, but first of all, thank you for your time today. I'm here as a founder of the Trans Lobby Group. We're been around for about 15 years. We've lobbied provincial parliament for things like amending the Ontario Human Rights Code, changing legal IDs for trans people, and access to health care. And so I'm here in support and hoping that you'll find some funding for the poverty reduction strategy that would address the social determinants of health, things like housing, income, supports, transit, and a number of other bundles. So I wanted to add our groups, or my voice, to that support. That overall, if we can meet the social determinants of health for the more vulnerable in our communities and in our city, that will pay off. The cost-benefit analysis on that is actually going to be enormous, and it will prevent a lot of disadvantage. So how have we done, like, provincially? We had a pretty good year last year. The trans inmate policy was amended in January. In June, we banned conversion therapy. Historically, actually, because trans people were actually protected in that, and other jurisdictions had only protected sexual orientation. And access to health care, we've had the ministry be willing to make some amendments on how some of our healthcare services are delivered. Federally, we still need to do some things. We have some hope for a national housing strategy, which will help address some of the housing here in Toronto, and we need human rights protections at the federal level. So it's now kind of time for Toronto to step up to the plate for trans people, I think, and I want to suggest that this is now your opportunity to find some social inclusion for trans people at the city level. And we're not quite listed on the statistics in the poverty reduction strategy, but I believe it's a really good opportunity to address intersectionality around that. So trans people still have highest rates of suicides, are pretty much over 50% completion rate, which is not a good statistic, up around 80% of attempts in reports. Lack of housing. I heard deputations earlier today talking about stabilizing jobs and having good jobs. Heck, many of us be delighted to have jobs. Thank you very much. So we have some work to do on income security. Things around, we have some of the higher rates of education, myself included, with a university degree, and some of the lowest rates of employment. So that's the thing around jobs. So while we may have national news down in the States, I Am Jazz, Call Me Kate, Transparent, we get award, they're getting award on the front page of national newspapers. We've had a really good year last year. So now I just want to urge Toronto to roll up their sleeves, do their share around social inclusion for trans people. And I really wish I had something clever to end with, but I know we're on a timeline. But I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak and address these concerns. I want to make sure that we're even on the bus, not even at the back of the bus, if we're not thrown off into the ditch. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Susan. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Appreciate your time. Next is Ali Abdurrahman. Thank you, Ali. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and the committee. And my name is Ali Abdurrahman, and I am Outreach Coordinator at Africans in Partnership Against AIDS. It's an AIDS service organization. And I'm speaking today because I am on the front line for reaching people who are living with HIV/AIDS and who are affected with people who are living with HIV/AIDS. I was on Toronto Urban Health Review Panel 2 years ago, and I have quite experience how the budget allocated and the projects are evaluated and processed. Education and awareness is the key to HIV/AIDS prevention. Yet, we have seen in the past years, AIDS service organizations have been discouraged, left behind of funding, and most of them are closed their doors on vulnerable people who are in the need of them in the Greater Toronto area, due to funding cut by Toronto Public Health and its allies. What I mean by its allies are Toronto Urban Health Review Panel. Many of us, ASOs, yearly plan objectives and activities have been reduced, eliminated because of the funding allocation and the evaluations on the projects. As a consequence, many of AIDS service organizations have lost funding for important projects on HIV, harm reduction, and children resilience streams in the past years, and continue for the next fiscal year because of the new system that Toronto Public Health introduced. Yet, according to a recent provincial AP data, 44% of new HIV infection in 2013 was among African, Caribbean, and Black community. Imagine, 44%. Yet, African, Caribbean, and Black community in provincially, we are 7% of the population. So you can imagine disproportionately with the new HIV infection, we are affected with it, and the infected also. Many of APA services, Africans in Partnership Against AIDS, receivers are coming from endemic countries. What I mean by endemic countries are, definition of endemic countries by World Health Organization is 1% of the country's population, 1% or more of that country's population are infected with HIV virus. That means 1 or more % of that country's population are HIV positive. That's endemic definition of the countries. So Africa, sub-Saharan African countries are within this category we fall. There are refugees and newcomers. APA is sole agency, the only agency, APA, who has ability linguistically and culturally capable to deliver HIV/AIDS education. We are the only agency in Canada who provide HIV/AIDS service for African people. And we are the only agency who are introduced heterosexual group for this service. And we are the only agency who have been in the past 6 years serving Muslim girls, Muslim communities, families. We penetrated with HIV/AIDS messages. We are the only agency. That partnership we had with Toronto Public Health have been disconnected, disabled by Toronto Public Health Department last October by denying our LOI, letter of intention.
Can you please wrap up, please, Ali? You're at your 5 minutes.
Yes, for funding of 2016 and 2017 budget. This will create a huge service gap and leave our agency without helping this community. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I will be observing all of you while you are voting with this matter. So I will leave you with the 3 categories.
Thank you. It's well over the 5 minutes. Any other questions? Okay, I appreciate your time, Ali.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Liz Forsberg.
Hello. Thank you, Councillor Crawford and members of the Budget Committee. My name is Liz Forsberg, and I'm the Executive Director of Art Starts, and we're a community arts organization that works in 5 inner suburban Toronto neighborhoods. I'm here today in 2 capacities. I'm representing a collaborative partnership between 4 community engaged arts organizations in Toronto, Jumblies, Sketch, Vibe Arts, and Art Starts. But I'm also one of 18 fellows in the Toronto Arts Council's Cultural Leaders Lab, and both are special initiatives that came about as a result of increased funding for the arts. So firstly, I'd like to thank you for your commitment to see Toronto invest in the arts at a level that approaches other North American cities. The impact of the increased investments made thus far have had a huge impact on this city. But I'm also here to encourage Council to make good on previously approved funding commitments by confirming the proposed $5 million increase in 2016. The Platform 8 partnership is one of many high-impact arts initiatives seeded through increased funding directed to the Toronto Arts Council. And I want to share with you some of the impacts that we've seen through this strategic initiative. Over the past 2.5 years, our organizations have given out 128 high-access arts grants to emerging and newcomer artists who face barriers to arts funding. 80% were under the age of 30, and all of them were mentored by our organizations. We mentored an additional 57 emerging arts projects, collectives, and organizations who are creating community-engaged work across the city with a focus on the inner suburbs. Our organizations created more than 30 bridging initiatives, connecting mainstream arts organizations with neighborhoods and communities with whom they hadn't previously connected. Thousands of people participated in the arts who might not have otherwise done so. As a collective, our organizations were able to coordinate our program offerings, increase access points for people who struggle to participate in arts programming. We created a new culture of peer-to-peer support amongst our organizations, and we developed shared resources like policies and procedures and a shared health benefits platform. And that doesn't sound very sexy or exciting, but that's a really big deal for a small to medium-sized group of organizations. So the investment in Platform A has represented a profound impact on our organizations, on our sector, and on our city. As a fellow in the inaugural cohort of the Toronto Arts Council's Cultural Leaders Lab, I've benefited from being part of a network of mid to senior level arts professionals who are leading change in our organizations, communities, and in the arts sector as a whole. Through this initiative, we've created an incredible network of support for each other while testing new ideas for leading the cultural sector through a time of rapid change. These initiatives and their impact on the city would not have been possible without new investments in the arts from the City of Toronto. The investments that you're making in the arts are making a difference. And if I may take a moment to bring David Bowie and his legacy into the discussion of arts funding in the 2016 budget. Yesterday, we saw an outpouring of grief for David Bowie. The internet exploded with tributes and stories of how his creative work changed people's lives. This was a reminder to me, a reminder for me, of just how powerful the arts are in people's lives. David Bowie was an incredibly talented artist, and the way he continued to share his artistry throughout his life was nothing short of inspiring. But this talent didn't exist within a vacuum. All artists need an ecology of support around them to fully realize their potential. There are many talented artists, young and old, living in this city right now, transforming people's lives through their individual and community-engaged arts practices. We need new investments in Toronto's arts ecology to ensure that this potential does not go untapped, in particular for young people in this city. We need the Budget Committee and City Council to make good on its funding commitments to the arts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Next up is Paul Codd. Welcome, Paul. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank this body for having this day in which we could express how we feel. So thank you, Budget Committee. Job well done. Hello, my name is Paul Codd, and I'm a proud resident of Ward 31. Beaches East York is a beautiful place to live, but not if you're poor. Nowhere is beautiful where poverty abounds. Recently, I saw something of great beauty. It still warms my heart. It was November 4th, 2015. A unanimous vote, 41-0, was passed to accept the poverty reduction strategy. People whooped, hollered, and exploded in sounds of jubilation. Politicians had put their differences aside to vote on behalf of the people who need help, understanding, and kindness. Don't forget kindness. It's the glue that binds us together while propelling civilization forward. Mayor John Tory and Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell led the charge from their end. Different agencies, activists, and citizens lent themselves to this groundswell of simpatico. Many, many hours were spent to make this day happen. I would like to thank everyone for everything that you've done. What you've done is taken the first step in a long and eventful journey. This journey will make you feel a part of Toronto, the good. In the end, we will hopefully create a just society. Getting the vote passed was important. Now the fun starts. Where do we get the $75 million to implement the plan? If we reintroduced a vehicle registration tax of $60, it would give us $66 million of the $75 million needed. On the other hand, if we reinstated the vehicle registration tax at $69, we would have the needed money. The City of Toronto could petition the provincial and federal government for the right to tax the sale of cigarettes and alcohol. You could charge $1 tax per parking space per day at shopping malls. As you can tell, I'm brainstorming. I'm sure that there are economists at City Hall. They could come up with more comprehensive plans than I have. Please do. A lot is riding on this. In conclusion, I must again reiterate the importance of funding the poverty reduction strategy. How we treat our most vulnerable ultimately winds up being the way that we ourselves are judged as a people. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Paul, are there questions? Councillor Davis.
I have a question. I just want to say thank you very much, Paul, for obviously following city politics and being committed to making this a better city. Thank you very much.
Actually, it's very easy when you have politicians who are working on your side, on the side of the people, and making things happen for all concerned. It becomes very easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the next three people are Hamish Wilson, Franz Hartmann, then Ved Singal. Hamish, you're up. I have a sense of what you'll be talking about.
Well,
Just a guess.
Just a guess, but I did want to start off. By saying thanks for a better process. Certainly in the previous mayoralty, forwards was backwards in many, many ways, including the processes. So you're doing much better on the process of listening to people. Thank you very much. Now, there's no doubt that this whole process is a huge exercise, and we've got a budget larger than some provinces, if not countries, but there's also a set of choices that you're making that I think can verge on disturbing willful blindness. Now, newsflash, cars are subsidized, this being from the Globe of January 10th. We realized, quote, we realized that the public subsidy enjoyed by the private automobile amounts to $2,700 per automobile per year, or about 7 times the amount we subsidize public transit. That's according to said Ken Cameron, who is the Vancouver Region Senior Planner. Now, some of you may have seen this before. I know I kind of have been repeating this a little bit, but I like this in particular because it's Vancouver, which is a Canadian city. And it's not European, it's not north, south of the border, etc. So that's good. And it's also sufficiently venerable, I suppose, at this point in time, because in fact, this was 1996. So if we do the numbers of the amount of money that we raised with the vehicle registration tax of $60 million, we have about 1 million cars in the city. So we could raise like that that's about $2.7 billion worth of avoided costs and subsidy, which is a heck of a lot of money. Now, of course, it will be debatable what level of government, is it direct costs, indirect costs. So even at, say, splitting $2,700 three ways, that's 900 per car on a city level. And I trust what Vancouver's done. But even at $900 per car per year of subsidy, that's a heck of a lot of money that's left on the table or given away. Certainly, I think people have tried to actually explore this. I think there was an interest in a study that got knocked back 30 to 15, so I'm seeing that there's interest here, yes. Pardon me. In terms of where the subsidy is, I think it's in the police, in the drains, for instance, and I'm pleased that there's been some interest in actually exploring user fee for the drainage. That's great. Also in pollution and climate and air pollution, and I think you also don't have climate liability in your budget, and I think we're starting to have a significant amount of that given how poor our record really is, especially in the transport sector. So in terms of actually cracking this budget conundrum that you're in, we really need to start to introduce that vehicle registration tax again. And I would suggest, say, $200 for some of the really big, heavy vehicles that emit a lot of emissions and take up a lot of space. Tweak it. Play with it. The concept of having a higher fee for a second car, I think that's something worth exploring. And sure, if you want to make it a dedicated fund somewhere, put it in a dedicated fund, that's great. We also need to explore tolls, of course. But again, that's a very significant thing, and we're putting a lot of money into the limited accessways, limited access accessways like the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardiner. I'd say that's a real problem. We shouldn't be doing that or charge tolls. With the Scarborough subway extension, which I think is a horrible waste of money, if we actually reverted back to the funded LRTs project, would that bring in $75 million again? I like spending money on transit. There's options that we haven't explored. For instance, using the Gatineau Hydro Corridor for a phase one to sweeten the pot for Scarboroughian folks who really do need to have better transit. That could actually connect up with Main Danforth, do it very quickly. So I totally support spending money on transit, including West End, something in the West End. We need the silver buckshot everywhere. I'd like to see you think about a busway on the north side of the Western Rail Corridor to help improve the transit in the West End core. I've also had a newer idea for the Bloor Street West to improve the subway, providing a busway from the High Park subway station in through to Spadina on a reversible busway. It'd be cheap paint. So we've got to do things that are cheap and effective, and we're not doing that. It's really very frustrating. You're not even doing the simple good maintenance. This is on the viaduct. You can't see it so terribly well here, but that seam is letting in a lot of water. It has been for years. The road is now starting to have some real issues, and yet you borrowed $2 million to light up the viaduct? I'm sorry. That's a real problem when you can't actually maintain things.
Thank you,
as cyclists, we have liability for not actually performing in terms of providing safe passage for cyclists.
Thank you, Hamish. Questions? Thank you for coming down.
Right.
Next is Franz Hartmann. Welcome, Franz.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Franz Hartmann. I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Environmental Alliance, which has over 50,000 supporters spread across every ward in the city. I have two key messages for councillors today. The first is that the budget fails to invest in 4 key areas that will help improve the environment and save us money in the long run. And the second is that we need to use new revenue sources to fund necessary environmental infrastructure. Let me begin with where the budget fails the environment. First, there is no money to avoid a TTC fare increase. We need to reduce car use, not just because it will reduce congestion, not just to reduce poverty, but also to improve air quality and help Canada meet its Paris climate change commitments, because cars are a key source of greenhouse gas emissions. We want to encourage people to use the TTC, so raising fares every year sends the wrong signal to people who are doing the right thing. Second, there is no new money for more tree planting or for taking care of existing trees. In 2008, Council adopted or committed to a plan to improve Toronto's tree canopy, which is vital to keeping the city cool during heat waves and soaking up floodwaters. The mayor committed to planting more trees during the 2014 election, yet the budget does nothing to increase tree planting. Rather, the tree maintenance budget is cut even though Toronto's trees still need lots of TLC. As well, there is no new money to get the city back on track to meeting its 2008 timetable to increase Toronto's tree canopy. Third, there is no money to live up to a July 2014 council commitment to hire staff needed to prepare Toronto for climate change. Council adopted a host of recommendations in July 2014 aimed at building a resilient city. These recommendations included hiring new staff and doing public engagement activities worth roughly $1.35 million. Last year, $250,000 was found to hire on new staff. This year, not a penny more. Fourth, there is no money to provide even minimal inspection and maintenance for Toronto's ravines. Toronto's ravines are important recreational spaces and green infrastructure. During floods, they channel water into the lake, minimizing property damage. The rest of the time, they provide important green spaces that Torontonians and wildlife rely on. Yet the proposed budget could not find $624,000 to help park staff do minimal maintenance in our ravines. These are just 4 examples where this budget undermines the environment and Canada's global commitment towards creating a low-carbon future. There are many more. So how do we stop this? How? By investing our taxes into more transit, more trees, nurturing our ravines, and preparing the city for climate change. In a city as rich as Toronto, where people now buy million-dollar homes, where high-end retailers and businesses are thriving, surely we can find a way to invest in these green assets that are fundamental to ensuring the value of our property and our economic and social assets are maintained. So why isn't this happening? Because we are caught in a circular argument. We have those who say we should raise property taxes, citing the fact that Toronto has the lowest property tax rate in the GTA. Then we have those who say we can't raise property taxes, citing the old widow who lives in East York who couldn't afford it. Both sides are right. It's time, though, that we move beyond this simplistic discussion of revenues. T joins the growing number of residents and organizations that are saying it's time the city started using the revenue sources that the province made available through the City of Toronto Act, of course, vehicle registration fee, tobacco and alcohol taxes, entertainment taxes, etc. We urge Council to move as quickly as possible to use these new revenue sources. But as you know, other organizations are already calling on Council to use these potential sources to fund other vital city programs, especially actions to reduce poverty. Put simply, even if the city used all the revenue tools it currently has access to under the City of Toronto Act, there still wouldn't be enough. It's time City Council asked the province to change the City of Toronto Act to allow the city to have municipal income tax and sales tax. This would allow Toronto to raise the money it needs to maintain our vital social and environmental infrastructure. Let's end the current cycle of inaction. Please fund the important green infrastructure I mentioned before and ask the province to give Toronto the power to raise the revenues it needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you. Ved Singal. Ved Singal. One last chance for Ved Singal. Okay, the next group of deputants will be Joyce Rankin, Jeff Cattell, and Sam Moyney. Joyce Rankin. Hi, Joyce. Hi. You'll have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joyce Rankin, and I'm a registered nurse at Street Health Community Nursing Foundation. Street Health provides services for people who are homeless and marginally housed in the downtown East End of Toronto. I've been working at the corner of Dundas and Sherbourne for over 6 years. I'm here today to speak to you about the need for continuous funding for the 24-hour cold weather drop-ins. Funding for these services has been left out of the budget, and this is an area of great concern for myself and my colleagues. Street Health sees, on average, 120 to 150 people per day, We are located just across the street from one of these drop-ins, namely Margaret's Toronto East drop-in. During the cold winter months, we refer on a daily basis, and I want to emphasize on a daily basis, we refer at least 50% of these people to the drop-ins. Conversely, our nurses and community health professionals see people who use these services as well during our nursing clinics and nursing outreach programs. And nursing clinics and mental health outreach programs. We have long seen the need for additional shelter space. The city can't live up to its own imposed city quotas. Last year, we saw the deathly results of this lack of shelter space. The fact that we are again having to advocate for shelter and space to keep people warm, in my opinion, is appalling. Relying on the activation of the extreme cold alerts is pointless. It adds additional stress to the already fractured system. Instead of taking away funding for this service, funding should be increased and add more. Until there is enough stable, supportive housing available, we must increase our shelter capacity. It must be increased most especially during the winter months. Taking it away is short-sighted. You must also, I implore you to also please stop relying on the volunteer community of the Out of the Colds to do the work that should be done on behalf of our population. And I ask you to reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joyce. Any questions? Councillor Carroll?
Yes. In terms of those services, for an ongoing program like Street Health, you want us you're asking us to build that back into the budget. Right now it's hanging out there in the list of unfundeds, but you don't want to see it every year. What you want us to do is fund it in such a way that it won't be a consideration next year. It will become a part of our ongoing service. Is that?
Well, of course, absolutely. That would be something long-term that we would like to have, but right now we're looking at the fact that we actually, we desperately need these warming centers for people to be able to be healthy during this season. Of course, in our long-term, you know, that's what I was trying to say at the end in terms of even the city relying on the Out of the Colds. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the Out of the Cold, even though I do run an Out of the Cold shelter at Yorkminster Park. Sorry, not shelter, but Out of the Cold program at Yorkminster Park. But where we're trying to say is the fact that, you know, these warming centers are desperate. We need to see them. Unfortunately, they're not perfect. We recognize that people are lying on mats, and that's not ideal. You know, I've said many times, and I've deputed before the city as well, that, you know, it's shameful in a country and in a city as wealthy as ours that we have people that are living on the streets. There are opportunities to provide support, but right now we're looking at that, and that's a major concern that's been left out of the budget. I recognize, and I've been listening, I know there's many other priorities, but I'm here to think about that, to speak about that.
Yeah, and in your experience, even if we're successful in our poverty reduction strategy, an urban core of this size, there's always going to be that emergency need. This is, if we build this into the budget, this, you know, dealing with the cold weather alerts each winter with a couple of emergency places, that's not a need that's going to disappear. Even
it won't be a need that's going to disappear. And I think, you know, there's something to be said for the fact that our population across the board is aging, but our population is aging faster in the marginalized and homeless communities. So we need to think about that as well.
Yes.
And, you know, there's been the recent media about the fact that the homeless veterans, I should say, are just starting to be counted. So I think that's something that we also need to consider.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Next is Jeff Cattell and Kathy McDonald. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Councillor. We lost Kathy. She had to go. She'd been here most of the day and had to go to a meeting, so apologies from her. My name is Jeff Cattell, and I'm representing the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We're both co-chairs of the FONTRA, which is an umbrella organization for about 30 resident associations in North Toronto, North York, covering a big chunk of the young corridor, but from, say, Bathurst to Don Valley and from 401 down to Bloor. We're concerned about the planning and development of our city, and we'll address 3 areas of interest: the city planning, Toronto building, and a little bit on revenue tools. and our submission was emailed to you today, so hopefully you'll have that. First of all, city planning, capital and operating. City planning, frankly, is a critical city building function that is important to the to the future health, prosperity, and well-being of the whole City of Toronto. The City Planning Division has the task of ensuring the city provides both a longer-term framework for land use decisions and manages the day-to-day development applications. City planning is also responsible for ensuring that development is balanced with protection of the city's cultural heritage assets, which add a historical sense of place to the city. The city has experienced a development boom for several years, and city planning has been struggling to keep up with development, especially given the ability of the entire municipal board to overturn decisions made by the city. Given this challenging context, we feel that city planning is constantly in a reactive mode and unable to get ahead of development. Planning should not be driven by development activity alone. There is a need for proactive, area-based plans. Recently, there's been an over-reliance on so-called guidelines, like mid-rise, high-rise townhouses, which are sometimes being applied inappropriately. Preferably, the emphasis would be on doing area-based plans before the guidelines for particular types of development are applied. In areas of most rapid development, such as the centres and avenues, there is a need for comprehensive planning to figure out the cumulative impacts of development on all manner of services, water, hydro, and so on. In many areas, such as downtown and Yonge and Eglinton, developments are exceeding the existing service capacities. And in the neighbourhoods, these supposedly low-density areas, there is increasing concern over infill developments that involve a lot of demolitions and that end up with projects that do not fit in with neighbourhood character, the existing neighbourhood character, and the ineffectiveness of the Committee of Adjustment in adjudicating this process. In 2014, City Council recognized for the first time that city funds should be allocated for Heritage Conservation District studies and plans. We understand that HCD studies and plans were delayed by uncertainty during last year's budget process. However, the program was reinstated and resources will be needed for ongoing management of the HCDs that will be produced. Last year at this time, it was noted that there would be over 1,600 new properties coming into the inventory of heritage properties over the following 12 to 18 months from HCDs under study at that time. Heritage Preservation Services is still at pre-amalgamation staff to inventory ratio levels, meaning that the inventory has doubled but permit staff number has remained the same. Council should be allocating funds now for new staff required to manage the new HCDs. There is a need for planning to up its game using technology and increase public access to information so that they can be better engaged in planning decisions. For example, making available maps showing development applications and with the ability for the user to layer information and get a better understanding of the context. So does the 2016 budget address these issues? Frankly, it does not. City planning is a complex matter requiring well-educated and mature, experienced staff. Given this context, it's apparent that city planning is under-resourced. Development activity continues to increase, yet there's been virtually no staff increase. 8 new staff were approved in 2014 and annualized in 2015. This year, there's only 1 new staff added for dealing, as a mandatory requirement, dealing with the new provincial requirement regarding accountability for Section 37 funds.
Would you be able to wrap up, please?
And this position is paid for using stranded interest in Section 37 funding accounts. I would appreciate just to go another 5 minutes.
Unfortunately.
Sorry, not another 5 minutes, another 1 minute. Toronto Building operating budget. The development life cycle ultimately impacts on Toronto buildings. We've noticed increasing concern by residents with respect to infill construction involving both nuisance issues such as noise and dust, parking, as well as more fundamental issues of compliance with city and provincial legislative requirements. As such, we strongly support what's in the new budget, in buildings, where there's some funds for coordination of infill construction management. There's an increasing consensus, then the last issue then is revenue. There's an increasing consensus that there does indeed appear to be a revenue problem and not just an expenditure problem. As FONTRA, we would request that revenue measures under consideration be assessed not just from a financial perspective or for ease of administration, but from their contribution, positive or negative, to city building. In other words, do they align with official plan objectives such as building a city that is more pedestrian and bike-friendly, that is greener and more equitable to the residents?
Thank you.
In that regard,
we
feel that the non-residential parking levy should definitely be considered by Council.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councillor Carroll first.
Yes, hi, Jeff. I can't remember if you were here on the day that we were asking questions of the city planner on her budget.
Actually, I was.
Yes, that's right. One of the things that I asked her about was whether or not she had the expertise in her office and the understanding such that even if we did proceed with inclusionary zoning and start being really insistent that affordable housing be worked in, not cash in lieu, you got to work affordable housing into each and every one. She's still understaffed, and there's a low degree of understanding of how that works in the fleet of new planners that have been moved into place. Does FONTRA have a position on inclusionary zoning and building affordable housing in?
Actually, we don't. That's something we should be raising, absolutely.
Okay. And in terms of the of backlog and such, we've asked questions of the chief planner about is she up to date with both the avenue studies that you mentioned in Heritage. We found out there are 450 properties waiting in the queue to be looked at either for listing or full-on designation. So she's not up to date there. But we also asked yesterday questions of the city solicitor in terms of Committee of Adjustment Appeals, OMB appeals. She's well behind, and the lawyer she's been asking for 2 years has been left out of the budget. Does FONTRA have a position on adequate legal services to support appeals? Because you often take part in appeals.
Absolutely. It's very often that the residents, the neighbours are concerned about a development, and if something is approved and they want to appeal, then they should be able to go.
You often have interveners.
Or the other way around, where the committee has approved something, and then the owner appeals. There's always a question, of course, whether the local councillor, will in fact support the residents in that appeal. That's been an issue in certain wards in our area, where the council has not supported the residents. It's absolutely important that the city get behind the decisions of their own tribunal, which is the Committee of Adjustment. It's established by the city with volunteer or minimally remunerated individuals, but it is a city function, and I think the city should be getting behind that with whatever it requires in terms of planning and legal. The other thing is that we find basically the neighborhoods, which includes this infill, is basically the low man on the totem pole with respect to any kind of attention by planning. The planners are not brought in to write letters or to write comments to the committee, except maybe 10% of the applications. So there's a big vacuum here with respect to neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton.
My questions are about the additional legal staff for OMB and licensing appeal tribunal questions was already asked, but I would ask, because you've clearly taken a look at the budget, you know the pressure that we're under and why all of these requests are being made, and they can't keep within a rate of inflation increase. Do you think that that reaching out and explaining it to the residents of Toronto, the residents of North Toronto in your case, and explaining that in order for us to have a properly staffed planning department and as well as several other investments will no doubt come as a result of these budget deliberations. Do you think that it's too much to ask, if we explain it correctly, that an additional above inflationary increase to property taxes would be out of the question?
Well, I guess we haven't asked that question, but I certainly would agree. But I think there's an emerging consensus around looking at these other revenue tools. The particular nuance that we're bringing in here is that we should be looking at these tools from a city building function. What is the effect on the city? The parking thing. There's a blatant inequity right now with respect to parking spaces. Public spaces, such as those on main streets, are being charged for, and we know the parking enforcement people are venomous in their attention to parking. Yet private spaces, such as big box, huge parking lots and shopping malls, are free. So there's a parking levy on private spaces would start to rectify the inequity faced by small business and their BIAs, business improvement areas, competing with shopping malls and big box stores. So why don't we get on this? Sure, the vehicle registration is another one. There's a little bit of an inequity there. Clearly, the more cars you have, the wealthier you are. So there seems to be a progressive aspect to that. But the parking one was the one that was apparently, that really is a planning issue, if you like.
Thank you. Councillor Yudin. Okay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to pursue that for a minute to make sure I understand your position. I get your nuance that if we're looking at new sources of revenue, we should consider the broader social impact, including planning. Here's my question. Given that sometimes when we've tried implementing one of these new revenue sources, we have to go through a process. We have to have some work done to test questions like yours. We have to have some consultation. There's a requirement for a statutory meeting. If we implement a new tax, we have to come to an implementation agreement. There can even be a legal challenge. So, for example, with Billboard, from council first saying, let's think about it, till we actually saw money was 4 years.
Right.
Is what you're saying that we should start that process, and when it's complete, we should then hire planners? Or would your position be we should do what we need to do, maybe go above inflation on the property tax in the interim, get the planners in, start the process, and then backfill when we get there? Which would you find preferable?
I'm not going to take it. Okay. To me, that's more of a city administrative.
If you're agnostic on it, that's an answer too. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Next deputants will be Sam Moyney, Kathy Gatlin, Jonas Spring, and Paul Sekhon, I believe. Sam? Again, you'll have 5 minutes, and then there'll be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. As Budget Committee members tackle the work of balancing the budget, Toronto's legal taxi industry would like to highlight some important points. Toronto's legal taxi industry contributes about $15 million to the city's bottom line every year, and we are proud to do so. We are part of the city, and we expect to pay our fair share. While the taxi industry is proud of the significant contribution it makes to fund important programs, Uber pays nothing. Every member of the taxi industry pays multiple fees and charges every year. Issuing 532 Toronto taxi licenses alone raised $2.6 million from legal cab drivers. Uber pays nothing. Every standard plate owner pays almost $1,300 per year to the city to renew their taxi license plates. Ambassador license holders pay close to $800. And over 10,000 cab drivers pay $338 per year to the City of Toronto. Brokerages pay fees. Owners pay fees. Drivers pay fees. There are fees to go to cab school and a fee for a recheck after inspection. Uber pays nothing. Since UberX has disseminated our industry, many of our drivers have their backs right against the wall. They are struggling to keep their cars on the road. Many are not even able to put food on their family's table. How can Toronto expect legal taxi drivers whose income have been chopped in more than half to contribute paying the same fees they paid in years past? We cannot pay you with money we do not have. Where has the money gone? To Uber drivers who pay no fees. More importantly, to an illegal bottom line company to which we all know as Uber, which have saturated our streets with vehicles who leave our legal taxi drivers hours on end without fares, who will electronically process every fare it generates in Toronto, in the Netherlands, in order to avoid paying taxes in Canada. As long as we can earn a living, we have no issue paying these fees. However, as taxpayers, we expect to see the city enforcing the law. And that is not happening. Uber is being allowed, even encouraged at times, to destroy the law-abiding taxi industry. Until there's a fair and just conclusion to this issue, and the laws of this city and country are enforced to its fullest against illegal operations such as Uber, we're asking City Council not to charge any fees to the taxi industry. Though this will not come close to the income taxi drivers have lost, it is the only fair thing to do. When this has been resolved, the legal taxi industry will be proud to pay its fair share. How can a city as great as Toronto witness the destruction of a legal taxi industry by an illegal company who flaunts all laws, all regulations for its own benefits on the back of the hardworking taxi drivers and taxi stakeholders of this city? Is this the kind of city we wish to build? There is a direct link between budget deliberations in January and Uber considerations in February. The legal taxi industry is trying to survive now. Asking you to keep this as you work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Councillor Mamalidi.
Sam, I'm assuming you saw the letter that I've written to this committee and the chair?
Yes, I have seen it.
And is it accurate in terms of what the industry would want in a temporary measure at least? I think you mentioned it in your deputation. That is a temporary freeze on all taxi fees.
Yes, the taxi industry right now is collapsing.
All right.
Taxi industry is desperate, and I think it's fair to say that they shouldn't be paying any fees at this point because the laws that we are supposed to follow are not being enforced on other people.
And is that because there have been, I don't mean to be putting words in your mouth, but many people have been saying level playing field, level playing field, level playing field, but nobody's bringing anything to the table, and we're waiting for a report that hasn't surfaced yet from staff on how to bring forward a level playing field. By bringing you down to the same levels that Uber isn't paying, it's a level playing field for now until the report comes out.
It's the fees that even if the fees get waived completely, and that's what we're hoping for today, it's a very small portion of what the industry is losing. As I said, taxi drivers pay $338 a year to renew their licenses. They're losing much more than that per day. Well, sorry, not per day, per month, per week. They can't put food on the table for their families. We're talking about hardworking immigrants, majority of them that are in this country, that came to this country to escape the injustices that were happening in their country. Now it's happening here in Canada, which we never expected. But
is it safe to say that you talked about $15 million that you're contributing to the revenue of the City of Toronto?
Yes, I think we.
Is it safe to say that if it continues the way it is, the City of Toronto won't be making that kind of money in the way of revenue?
How can they if we can't pay it?
Then you'll note that some of my colleagues will argue that we're taking money away from the budget. Would you anticipate that, in fact, that money isn't going to be a part of the budget if this continues?
Absolutely, because the industry will be dead in a matter of months.
And so if you were to take a little bit of that money that's been allocated in this budget and brought it down to zero for now, it would make sense for your drivers at least to give them a bit of relief.
It gives them, it gives them a small relief. It's more significant than just freezing the 2% that, based on the rate of inflation, to have the 2% frozen. That's $20 per year, which is it's like basically saying it's a drop of rain in the desert. It's not going to make any difference. This at least will make a small, not enough, but small difference in their daily lives.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Davis?
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Sam, I was not here. I presume you're coming to ask to have the waive the increase in the license fee.
I'm actually here to waive all fees for taxi industry.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam, for coming down.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time. Oh, sorry. Well, Councillor Baird, wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, Sam, thanks so much for coming down.
Thank you.
And so I know that it's obviously been a really big hardship for all the entire taxi industry, quite frankly. And so you're proposing or you're requesting that Budget Committee review and consider waiving all the fees associated with taxis. So do you know what on average, what the average person pays, and also what that amount would come to?
Well, just in the licensing renewal, I'm guessing it's about close to $10 to $15 million, depending on, taxi drivers pay $338 to renew. There's about 10,000 cab drivers out there that pay $338. Plate owners, standard plate owners, pay $1,300 a year, and ambassador plate owners pay about $800 a year. So if we waive those fees for the time being, as I said, the taxi industry is proud to pay their fair share, and they have in the past more than any industry in the city of Toronto, any licensed business. But what are we getting for it right now? We're collapsing as an industry. We're not. The laws are not being adhered to. We're in a crisis situation. We're looking for any relief. This would be a small relief, but it would be some kind of relief. It wouldn't be enough, but it would help us at least cope until regulations are made, adjust fair regulations, and we will be happy to pay our fair share again once those are done.
So you feel that you're paying a fee, but you're not having the protection of the service. So you're paying a fee to the City of Toronto, but the City of Toronto is not protecting your industry.
Absolutely. It's not necessarily protecting our industry. It's just following the laws. We're just expecting people to follow the laws and regulations that the city has put out. And so on September 30th, City Council had moved a motion to put Uber into regulation. And they have been, all the loopholes, as Councillor Davis has said before, have been closed. And yet there's still no enforcement. Still UberX is operating the streets with no care in the world. They've been encouraged to be operating. And now there's, on their own accounts, they have 20,000 UberX vehicles, unregulated, uninsured, unlicensed, no fees being paid. And you have 5,200 licensed taxis that are following the rules and regulations, while Uber is allowed to flaunt them blatantly and proudly. And people are encouraging them to do so, and it's killing our industry. This will at least give some kind of, even though, as I said, it's not going to cure the problem, but it'll give a small relief to the industry. It's more of a significant amount than the 2% that was proposed before, the freeze on the fees. So I think that this is a Band-Aid solution for now, until we have a more just and reasonable solution for this whole problem. And I hope that the tax industry will be treated fairly, as it hasn't been in the last year and a half. And the rules and we're not asking for anybody to protect us. All we're asking is follow the law. The law is there. You can enforce, file an injunction. We've been asking for that, and now it's 4 months since they've been asked to be put in line, and nothing's happening. So, I think it's a small Band-Aid, but it will give a small relief to the taxi industry, yes.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. Janice, did you have questions of the deputant?
I do, Chair, and I want to thank you for breaking protocol and allowing me to ask as an outside councillor. Sir, I want to thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And really appreciate your input. I was wondering if you can relate to us how many people work in the taxi cab industry and other related industries that are generating funds in the city of Toronto, not only for the budget, but also in other jobs? How many people would you say that altogether affects?
I think the taxi industry, if you look at it as a whole, there's about 20,000 stakeholders, meaning 20,000 families. So it could be, about, if you think of their families, there's about 80 to 100,000 people that are affected by what's going on today. Yeah.
And those 20,000 jobs, they were well-respected jobs in the past?
I believe so. We know everybody worked hard in this industry. Taxi drivers have, put hours on end behind the wheel. You have a lot of stakeholders that invested a lot of time, energy, sweat, blood, tears into this industry, and I think they're hardworking people, yes.
What I think you're asking here for us to do today is waive the fees until when?
Well, as I said before, all we're asking for is a Band-Aid solution right now. We're just asking for all our fees to be put on hold because what's happening right now on the streets is completely unjust. It's completely unfair. Anybody, whether they support Uber or they don't support Uber, acknowledges that what's happening to the taxi industry is completely unfair and it's not right. And why should an industry be forced to pay these fees while it's collapsing, while an industry while another company just flaunts the laws and regulations that they're supposed to adhere to?
Would you say that the City Council has done its fiduciary responsibility to protect your industry?
As I said, I think what's happened at City Council is it's been so long. It's been a year and a half since this company's been able.
If I may,
yeah,
I'd like to ask a question on one. If I may have yes or no. Has City Council and city politicians done the fiduciary responsibility to protect the industry, the taxi industry?
I think that I don't think it's been done in a fast way. We're still here. We're still suffering, and we're on the verge of collapse. And I don't think that council has done the right thing in the past. And I think we're in a situation where the industry can't. It's month-to-month survival right now, day to day. And I don't think prolonging anything longer is helping the situation. I think everything is at a standstill now, and it's in a state of collapse. And we need immediate relief, and we need immediate resolution to this problem.
If the industry were to collapse tomorrow, I understand in San Francisco, Yellow Cabs is declaring bankruptcy.
Yeah.
For it. If the industry was to collapse tomorrow, 20,000 jobs will be on the block. People would lose their jobs.
Absolutely.
And that would create chaos within our system of being able to look after 20,000 families or 80,000 people. So what you're asking us to do today is waive those fees, and they amount to how much in your calculations?
It's about $15 million that we contribute to the city. 10 to 15 licensing, depending on what aspect. If you're looking at just licensing fees, as I said, that I broke it down that ambassadors, standard plate taxi drivers all pay their fees.
That's for how many cabs? 5,000?
5,200, about 5,200. Yeah.
So you're asking for a 15 million relief in order for us to be able to assist the taxi industry to survive.
Just for survival at this point, yes.
How many Uber X vehicles are there out on the road?
Well, Uber said, on Uber's own account, not my numbers, their own numbers, they have 20,000 uninsured, unlicensed vehicles.
So that's 4 times as much as you got.
Right.
So if we were to take the number that you pay, which is 15 million, versus 4 times, that would be how much?
That would be about 60 million.
So Uber is getting scot-free $60 million as a present from the City of Toronto.
Yeah, they're paying nothing. They're paying absolutely nothing, and it's shocking to the industry that, a company has been able to get away with that.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Kathy Gatlin. Welcome.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Yep. Hi, my name is Kathy Gatlin, and I'm a parent at Parkdale Junior Senior, Ward 14. I'm also here with Layla Sarangi, who's also a parent at Parkdale Junior Senior. I'm super nervous. I just want everyone to know. Hopefully I don't throw up on something, okay? I noticed a lot of kids don't have anywhere to play in the winter in Parkdale. I've asked kids where they play when it's cold. They've said they have nowhere to play and watch TV when they get home. We did a poll, and 210 kids at Parkdale Junior Senior are part of no after-school programming. So some parents and myself handed out 480 welcome policy forms, all kids last year at Parkdale Junior Senior. 4 came back. Why? The welcome policy is complicated and hard to fill out with even translators on hand, which is what we had. Parkdale is gentrifying, but most kids are still low-income kids living in high-rises. Gyms are empty and kids are not playing in the winter months. Parkdale Community Center is at 50% capacity for most after-school programs. Most families in Parkdale can't afford the $40 for a 9-week program. I started a program in conjunction with the community center called Kids First, which is a free drop-in Monday and Wednesdays. There's 50 kids registered. There's been times at the Parkdale Community Center where the gym is at capacity and we have had to turn kids away. This doesn't make any sense. Kids who are part of this program have come up to the instructor and said, I am having so much fun. I love the drop-in. I like having somewhere to go. How can we make more kids active? Well, the plan is threefold, and I don't think this just applies to Parkdale clearly. The solution specific to Parkdale Community Center is to make it a priority center, no fees. When free CRC designation was being allotted a couple of years ago, we just missed the cutoff. More importantly, I don't know if it's more importantly, but something that needs to be addressed is that 30 to 40 spots in the fund guide when it comes to priority centers need to be walk-in. Why? My husband and I are upper middle class people with 2 kids. We sit, when it's the fun guide day, with 4 computers and refresh our screens until we get into what we want. Yeah, and we always get in. Is this true of most low-income people? Do they have 4 computer screens at 7 a.m. in the morning where they're getting their internet access? Clearly the answer is no. This has to change. This has to change so that the people who need these free spots are the ones actually getting the free spots. And I think part of this, and this can be changed by allocating more walk-in spots. That also means opening more of the community centers the day of, because some of them have been shut. So clearly, you know, we need more walk-in spots. And thirdly, and also very important, is that we need to have more outreach at our community centers. Because even when we make these free programs, it's not enough to just throw a piece of paper or flyer on the wall. Like, that's not communicating to a community whose language is not English, largely not an English-speaking community. So we need to do things like better outreach. The welcome guide is very difficult to read. Why is this only in English? It confuses me as a resident who was born and raised in Toronto, much less someone who's new to Toronto. So those are really my 3 key things. That we have to make Parkdale Community Center a priority center. We need to make more walk-in spots for people who do not have access to internet at 7 a.m., September, whatever the date is. And we need to have more of a focus on outreach. And I'm not going to go into the importance of kids exercising, because I think we all understand the importance of kids being engaged and having somewhere to go and being active. So Parkdale Community Center is in our school. We need to make all schools hubs, not just empty gyms where kids go and just hang out at home watching television. Kids are already there. Why is this gym and other gyms like it empty most nights? Please change that by making Parkdale Community Center a priority center, increasing the amount of walk-in spots, and better focus on outreach. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Carroll.
So you're asking about Parkdale Centre, but I heard you blowing it up to universal by the end of it.
Well, yeah, I guess it's my personality.
On behalf of needing that specific status.
I did.
Do you think most of the residents are in the same sort of circumstance as yours in your area? Do they have that feeling that this is something that they want not only for their neighborhood but for others? Are they ready to pay taxes for a universal system where any latchkey kid has a place to walk in?
I think that most people would be open to like a 60%, hey, I can get it on the online, and then the rest can be walk-ins. Is that your question? I'm a little confused, sorry.
Well, no, I'm saying.
Oh,
is
free
there
across
life
the
beyond
city.
Parkdale?
Oh, yeah, there's never life beyond Parkdale, but I think there is. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, of course I would love it if all recreation was free. Absolutely. I mean, this is a dream. I mean, I could get into my dreams, but absolutely.
But is that building in the community? Because it sounds like you're the kind of person, you are proactive and you understood providing this program for everyone is not only better for your kids, but all the others.
My kids aren't part of the program, but yes.
Okay, but getting beyond your neighborhood, because there's a perception that folks that come to advocate for programs downtown just want them for downtown.
Right.
You want to see them.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would love it if every kid had free access to rec programs and that 30 to 40% of all of them were walk-ins so that we address the needs of people that didn't have internet access.
And folks are ready to pay taxes for that to happen.
I can't answer that. I haven't talked to everybody in Toronto. Do you have, like, I can't answer that, but.
Right, okay.
I'm very supportive of that and very willing to pay more taxes. I think it's shocking that we have programs sitting where there's no kids. I mean, why are we in a very, very low-income community where half the spots aren't being used?
Right.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time today. Thanks.
Next is Jonas Spring. Welcome, Jonas. You'll have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jonas Spring. I'm the Vice President of the Toronto chapter of Landscape Ontario Horticultural Trade Association. I'd like to speak to you today to bring your attention to some critical understaffing issues at urban forestry, in particular the area that reviews permit to injure applications. As a landscape contractor, I often deal with the city bylaws and permits. I live and work in Ward 18. So permit to injure, it affects people in every ward across the city. I just wanted to talk to you, give you a sort of a typical situation. This year I get a call from a local elderly couple. They have a small lot downtown Toronto with a city tree on it, and they need to replace the walkway. The walkway is crumbling, it's got to be replaced. So if they don't replace the walkway by winter, then they can't shovel it, and it's additional risk of slip and fall. Since the work is being done adjacent to a city tree, obviously they have to get a permit to injure. So I can tell them, it's a couple of days' work, maybe a couple $1,000s to complete the work, but we might have to wait up to 4 months for that permit, for the directive to come back from forestry. Just to give you an idea, you can get a permit to build an entire house in 30 days. I believe that that's provincially mandated, but not in forestry. So obviously that's not good news for the couple who are looking at risk and health and safety. It's not good news for the tree either. I think that what's going to happen is people are going to, unscrupulous people are going to try to find a contractor who will go forward without a permit, and I think that that's pretty common practice. And I don't think that anybody here wants to see work being done that's unsupervised adjacent to a city tree. That's a worst case scenario. So obviously this could impact health and safety of the people that work there. It could impact the trees. It also impacts business. Long waiting periods for permit to injures put a lot of financial pressure on the landscaper or the landscaping business who's doing the work. If it's a couple of days' work or a week worth of work, it's not really practical to have 4 months worth of that kind of work lined up so that by the time the directive comes back from forestry that you can go ahead. That's not really realistic. For those reasons, I said it already, I think people are going to start, well, already are avoiding that the permit to injure process altogether, which looks bad on the green industry, and it puts our critical green infrastructure at risk. I'll give you another example. I recently noticed the installation of a small retaining wall adjacent to a city tree around the corner from my house. A large pile of large roots was, stacked neatly next to the tree, and the skid of stone for the wall was, directly on the tree roots. The job was finished in 2 days and probably cost less than $5,000. But the damage to the tree could last for years or even be fatal, for the tree. So I believe the situation could be avoided if we made the wait times more in keeping with what they are for buildings. So say for 30 days would be the ideal. I think I spoke with a few contractors. I believe if you read what it says on urban forestry, it says 6 to 8 weeks. I don't believe that to be true. I went through this process with a driveway. It was 3 months, 3.5 months. I've heard people talking about 24 weeks, 20 weeks. That's a long time to wait for a permit for a small job. The truth is that there are hundreds of companies. I believe the Toronto chapter represents about 800 businesses. There's hundreds of companies who want to do the work. They want to do it within the city bylaw, but they find the compliance prohibitive because of the delay, the long delays for the approvals.
Have to wrap up your comments?
Yeah. So maybe we could go for 30 days.
Questions from Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. I've had I've been that guy that's called in on neighbors that have piles of stuff stacked up against the side of a tree, construction material, and I've taken pictures and sent, I can't tell you how many, probably dozens, to the to 311 for investigation. Sadly, unfortunately, like issuing the permits, investigations don't happen in a timely fashion, and we miss the opportunity to ensure that that business that was breaking the tree protection bylaw doesn't do it again because they get a fine. I appreciate that it's a long time, and I understand that you know that this is necessary. My question would be, because likely to ensure that we have the quick turnaround, we would need to assign additional resources to this task. Our user fee policy, and I pulled it up to try to get a more clear picture about user fee policies for injuring trees. But our user fee policy would say that because it has to do with the benefit of us doing it faster would be generated by or would be felt by an individual rather than society as a whole, that we'd probably have to increase the user fee if someone wanted it fast-tracked, for instance. Do you think that would be something, coming from the industry, if someone, say, wanted it next weekend, is there something, do you think we could get away with assigning a higher user fee as a result, because it would be more expensive to jump the queue?
I'm of two minds on this. I mean, obviously, a higher user fee is basically saying if you have the money, then you can go ahead, and if you don't, then you can't. On the other hand, I don't believe the user fees are that high. I want to say $114 or $113 for a permit to injure. Having said that, the actual end-up fees is misleading. By the time you do everything you need to do a permit to injure, you're probably in the $1,000 to $2,000 range because you need you need an Arbus report. Thank you. You need to submit your fees, and if you're not, you submit your permits. So if you're not doing it yourself, you might pay $500 to $700 for that. Arbus report might cost you a few $100s to $400 or $500. So easily you're into $1,000. So I think if the $100 fee went up $10 or $20 or $50, if you're spending $1,500, it would be you'd get a lot of value there, because we're talking about doing it in 30 days and not in 4 months. I think you probably need to hire some more people. I don't know how many.
Yeah, I pulled up it would a fee, the permit to injure a tree would be classified as category 4, which is 100% fee-based, not tax-supported. So we probably would have to hire more if we wanted to get them done faster. Could we have, and I hate to use the term, a two-tier, where you could just make everyone faster, but you'd have to increase the fee accordingly.
If I may, there's an argument to be made. There is a public benefit. It's not just the individual who benefits. If you can make the case that the tree, which is providing all of this green infrastructure, all of these great benefits, is at risk because people are just going to go ahead and chop roots because, you know, the process is taking too long, there is a public benefit in keeping those trees safe.
Sure, I can appreciate that, but the speed at which someone needs to reply to one of these might not be the public benefit itself. So if we were trying to speed up the process, then that additional cost would likely find itself onto the user, given just like our legal services department can't keep up with prosecutions from the Committee of Adjustment, that it's unlikely that speeding this up by a couple weeks would fall as a priority to increase the tax rate. However, if we were to ask forestry to say, could we do could we speed this up if we could capture the cost through an increase in the user fee, would the user fee become exorbitant and no one could afford it?
I don't think so. At this point, like I said, I believe the end payment that you do with these kinds of projects could be $1,000 to $2,000. If only $113 or so mod is the fee that you pay to forestry and everything else is the other things that you have to do, if it doubled, it wouldn't change the total that you're paying that much.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'd like to, it's about 5 after 5. We have to break at 5:30 for a quick half-hour break. I'd just like to do a quick roll call to see who is actually here. I have about 15 names. I just want to get a sense of who is actually here, and some of you near the end will probably have to come back at 6. So you can just put up your hand just so I can know who's here. Is Paul Sikon here? Okay. Jamshid Pazuki? Sajid Mughal? Edex Adjibit? Rezi Hossein Ionum? Brian Smith? John Gray and Teresa Tolak. Okay, you're here. Leela Sarangi. Okay. Susan Wright. Stella Karajan, okay. Mark Shapiro. Ken McLeod. Esther Mwangi. Okay, and Linda Chamberlain. Okay, so what we will, now the next 1, 2, 3, there's 4 or 5 deputants, as I understand, are taxi drivers or affiliated. And I think they have agreed, Council Mamalidi, to contract there. Instead of doing 1 5-minute, they're going to bring it all together to shorten it a little bit. Okay. So if they, which is the 1, 2, 3, 4, I think it's the next 5 deputants. So if they want to come up or however they've organized themselves. Depending on, again, we're looking at, depending on questions, we may or may not be able to get to John Gray and Teresa Tolak. So we'll just play it by ear time-wise. We may have to, and everyone else will do at 6 o'clock. But I just wanted to give you a sense of where we are time-wise.
Mr. Chair, while the guys are getting settled, I just want to ask, in terms of the overall list that we have here, I'm assuming there are some more names that we don't see printed on the green sheets.
Yes, I'd mentioned, so there was 4, actually one's not here, so there are 3 above the what's already listed.
What I'm wondering is, has it been made clear to the community that we're going to listen to a few, we're going to have a dinner break after the depths at 6 o'clock. Has it been made clear to people, though, that if we get through the list prior to 9 o'clock, we'll be adjourning? So after dinner, you want to be here, because if we get through the list, we'll just adjourn.
Well, actually, Councillor, so this is the day list. We actually have another list for.
Oh, there's another list that's in
Yeah,
print.
so you had the
Forget it.
opportunity to do day and night, so I think there's
Oh, okay.
15,
I was
17
just
for the
concerned,
evening.
because once we adjourned early and people who thought from where they were in the list they wouldn't speak before 8 o'clock arrived to find an empty room.
No, they're actually.
That's all been taken care of. Okay, excellent, excellent, okay.
So if you can, so this is, the next, so Paul Seacon, can you just go give me your names and I'll just take them off the list?
Yes, good day. Paul Seacon.
Okay.
Neil Shorey.
Sorry, what was your name?
Sajid Mughal.
Okay.
Jamshid Pazuki.
Okay. So Adix, is Riza here or Adex? Okay, so those two, though, but I'm just wondering, are they? Okay, I just want to make sure. Were they also part of your group? You didn't know? Okay, that's fine. Okay, you will have, at 5 minutes, it'll probably be a little more flexible, but again, go ahead.
Good day. First, I would like to say the licensing fees are determined on a cost recovery system. That's why we're asking for them to be frozen until then, until the new budget comes out. We have no business left out there to be even being paid. That's the reason we're actually here disputing today. Pretty much Sam said most of it anyways, Neil, I'll let you take over.
I'd like to thank the Budget Committee for the chance to speak today. I'd like to call on all people on the Budget Committee and City Council to give a temporary freeze to all taxi-related fees paid by legal taxi operators. I'd like to mention that we've established figures of $15 million that legal taxi industry people pay to the city. If it is a cost recovery basis, the more people that pay in, the better. We've also established that Uber has 20,000 illegal operators, bandit cabs on the streets of Toronto that don't pay a dime. So if we pay $15 million and they pay $60 million, that's $75 million. I've sat here all afternoon listening to people ask how we're going to fund anti-poverty and the magic figure of $75 million. Well, there's the money right there. Uber's an illegal U.S. operating company in Canada that doesn't pay a dime, and it's a shame, and they should pay their fair share, and we can do better as a society if they do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm as nervous as one of the previous deputant were. I'm nervous not because I don't know what to say in front of the committee, but I'm nervous if the committee do not take any action today, what will happen to the cab industry? The cab industry is suffering significantly since September of 2014, since the new company with the illegal activities with the unlicensed cabs is in the city of Toronto. The cab drivers are losing their business since then. Up till today, there is no business out there on the street. The cab drivers, especially the shift drivers, they have lost almost 50 to 60% of their income. On top of that, in a good faith, the tax industry was accepted when the city passed the bylaw that there will be a $1 dropped, will be less than or will be decreased from the cab industry, from the cab drivers. Just give you a rough estimate, a rough figure, almost 60,000 rides were done by the cab industry per day from these shift drivers. On average, one shift driver does between 10 to 15 rides per day. That means the cab driver who was already losing the money is now losing this about $10 to $15 per day. If you multiply by 365, he's losing almost $4,000 a year. What we are asking right now from this committee is to suspend this renewal fees. I was surprised to find out then that the staff is recommending 2.5% increase, and Mayor is kind enough, generous enough, saying that he will request this committee to freeze that 2.5% increase. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You are really generous. You are really helpful to the industry. If you really want to do something, please enforce the bylaws. We do not want this charity, but you are offering to us that you will be asking this committee to waive this or suspend this 2.5% increase, which is equivalent to between $20 to $30 per year. That's what Mayor has come up with, the idea that, suspend this increase. This is a kind of a slap on the face of the cab industry. If you really want, Mr. Mayor, stop these illegal activities, and I will request this committee to suspend this renewal fees, not forever, until the new rules and regulation comes, because these renewal fees are on the base of cost recovery. Ms. Cook is preparing a report which will be coming in next couple of months. Until that time, we are requesting to suspend this fees. When the new rules and regulation will come, we'll find out, how much the renewal fees will be, and we will be more than happy to pay that fees. But until that time, please have some mercy on the cab industry. Cab industry is at the verge of collapse right now, and desperately looking at this committee to suspend. We are not asking to waive this forever. We know that will be a shortfall from the budget, and that money has to come from somewhere. But we are asking to suspend for the time being until the new rules and regulation come, and until we find out how much the fee will be.
Thank you. Did you like to speak to?
Jamshid Pazuki, good evening, everyone. My request is to stop charging fees and run the bylaw, please. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll start with questions of committee members. Councillor Layton.
I think I may have been cleared up through the presentations, and I appreciate where the taxi industry is on this, because we do have an illegal operator out there that isn't paying the same fees and not subject to the same rules, and that is not fair. Originally, in the media reports, it seemed like the request that was being made by the taxi industry was to, I think there's just two different ways we're talking about freezing here. I was under the impression that originally the discussion was around not increasing the fares. Was that not the original ask, or is it and has it always been to suspend the fares and not the fees? Sorry, not the fares. I was Googling fees to try to find out what those fees were, and taxi fares came up. Has it always been to suspend the fees until this whole ordeal with Uber is resolved?
No, that was not the case, and the general public is as confused as Mr. Councillor you are. I'm so surprised to find out when I talk to my customer, and customer thinks that, oh, Mr. Tory has suspended your fees, has frozen your fees. That's not the case. Mr. Mayor is only recommending the 2.5% increase, which was recommended by the staff in its report. And Mr. Tory is only freezing that 2.5%, which is, as I said earlier, $20 to $30 per year from each licensee. We don't want this kind of thing, the things. We don't mind if we are paying, if the cab driver is losing $4,000 a year when the $1 was dropped, the same cab driver will not mind to pay extra $20. But we are asking, we're suffering right now, and suspend this renewal fees for the time being completely.
I think you captured it better there with the language, because freezing to me, and I think to a lot of people, is keeping it where it is rather than suspending it, or I'm sure there's a better word that you can come up with that doesn't sound like suspend. What are the fees exactly? Just so we have the line items properly, like which fees would?
There are different fees in taxi. There's one fee for the shift drivers. That's a renewal fee for the shift driver. Then there is a renewal fee for the standard plate owners, which is different than the shift drivers. And then there is a ambassador renewal fees, which is different than the standard plate owner fees. And then there is a, TTL renewal fees, which is different than other fees. So they all are renewal fees with a different, dollar amount.
So who pays the shift driver fee?
Okay, shift driver pay himself.
Okay.
The plate owner pays for the plate renewal. Ambassador pays for the ambassador renewal fees.
I just want to make sure that if the city contemplates anything like this, that the shift drivers, those that are doing that
direct
work,
beneficiary,
day in and day out, are benefiting directly.
That's right.
Rather than us trying to hand it through the plate owners, for instance, and then hoping that it trickles down to the shift drivers, which I don't believe would happen at the end of the day. Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, did you have some questions? I saw your hand up. You two are next. We do the committee members first, and then we do outside councillors at budget, and Councillor Davis already had her hand up, so we'll try. Hopefully we'll get to everyone. We got about 12 minutes, so understand the time. Councillor Davis?
I wasn't here when Sam did his deputation. So you're asking for the renewal fee for taxi cab drivers' licenses? The application fee? No.
No,
Renewal fees?
That's right.
And for both regular... Oh, you've got them down. Okay. So,
For the
and the
cab owner.
plates, and the plate renewal. So plate renewal and license renewal.
The driver and the cab owners.
And the owner. Okay, so that in total, these are $389 or something for the...
For the shift driver.
$329
For the shift driver.
For the shift driver.
Yes.
$329, and it's going up the 2.5% or whatever it is. So the $1,300 is the plate,
For the standard plate.
and ambassadors, $800.
800 is for them, $810 for the ambassadors.
Okay, so
And
those
then
are
there's
the
a TTL.
three, those are the three,
There's a TTL as well. I'm not
and a
sure. I think that's-
TTL.
Yes.
Right. I don't even see TTL here in the list, but, okay, and have you calculated?
Councillor,
I calculate the whole amount.
Councillor, I think it's about 50, I know, because Sam, I think it's around $15 million, but we need to get that confirmed on the staff.
It's between 10 to 10 plus million, 10, 11 million, somewhere there, just the renewal fees.
Okay, for 1 quarter of the year, like from January until April?
No, that's for the entire year.
That's for the year.
Well, if you're suspending it until such time as there are new licenses, it might be doable if you did a quarter of the year and,
Oh, I got your question. Yes, for the 3/4 of the year would be about I should say about $3 million only for the 1 quarter. Well, less than 3 million. It would be around between 2.5 million.
so how do we answer some other, I'm sorry, some other service provider that is also facing new competition, food vendors, who say that, the industry has changed and you should waive ours too?
And none of the vendor or other licensee has been affected by illegal activity like the taxi industry did.
Fair point. Very good.
Every other industry is regulated still.
And so when and if we regulate alternative ground transportation providers or personal vehicles for hire, if there are fees, what would your position be on those fees?
I think we have the very sweet and short answer for that. We do not mind any stipulation, any rules and regulation, as long as it will be for the
Same.
entire.
Okay.
That's the,
Whatever is good for the goose is good for
that's
the
right,
gander.
that's right.
Okay. I'm sorry to joke. I'm not joking.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, that's understand. I understand that then. There are other fees for training and inspections and all those other things, but you're saying just the renewals on the plates and the licenses. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. We have Councillor Mammoliti and Councillor Karygiannis. So we'll do 5 minutes exactly each, and that'll get us a little after 5:30, so we'll end after that then for break. Councillor Mammoliti?
So again, for clarity, you've seen the letter that I've written to this committee and to the chair. And
Yes.
it's the last paragraph is really reflective of what you're saying, that all fees be suspended.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And you're not suggesting for a second, or at least in talking to me anyway, that it's the full 15 million or the 10 or 12 million or whatever it is that you're asking for relief from, that in fact it's a temporary measure until the city decides on what they're doing with this whole equation.
Yes, it's a short-term measure till we can have rules surrounding the whole industry, encompassing everybody, and everybody can then pay into this system, and the city can recover more money based on the cost of recovery model that the taxi industry operates under currently.
And while this particular measure, through you, Mr. Chairman, doesn't bring 100% relief to your industry, it sends a little bit of a message from City Hall, and it also gives you a little bit of relief based on what's happening on those streets.
That is correct.
All right. Now, I've had a lot of wives and family members of drivers and the taxi industry call me recently, telling me that there's issues with families. Does any one of you want to talk a little bit about what all of this has done to the taxi families and not? And I guess I bring this up because all of us down here seem to have a picture of males who seem to be driving a vehicle, and we tend to forget that there's families that are relying on those incomes.
This is not only just putting people out of jobs, not only shutting down companies, but shutting down the complete industry, making people pretty much homeless. Families are relying on the people driving taxi to support their families. There's no business out there because the illegal have not been enforced, and that's what's the bottom line. The illegal are doing whatever they want.
Drivers are taking second mortgages, relying on maxed out lines of credit. They're unable to pay their shift fees, their monthly dues, any of the current fees, and they're falling behind. Their revenues have been cut by over 50%. In the evening, it's even higher than that. And all we're saying is, how can a $62.5 billion company come into the largest market in Canada and operate free of charge, and nobody charges them a dime? That's shameful.
Now, there was a question about process earlier, I think misunderstanding of some kind, or at least a not understanding of where you go from here. This committee does meet on the 18th. And it's a wrap-up meeting, so their motions and their decisions will be placed at that particular time. I hope you're aware of that. So it's the 18th that the recommendations are made. Do you get that? Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Last, Councillor Karagianis for questions, and we'll break.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I see shift drivers, I see brokers, I see fleet operators, and I see owners here represented at this table. Am I correct?
Correct, sir.
There's no divisions within the industry at this particular point.
We're all united now.
The problem that you're facing right now is that you're having a slow death. I said before that we're practicing, especially the mayor, by saying that Uber is here to stay, was practicing 3D operation, which means delay, deny until you die. So we are actually driving you folks into bankruptcy. Am I correct with what we're doing in the city?
That's very correct.
So what you're asking for today is for us to do exactly what? To waive what fees from when to when and why?
We can start by suspending all licensing fees that we mentioned for cab owners, cab drivers.
For how long?
Until we start enforcing, and there's only legal taxis. Shut down the illegal first.
So you're the legal entity that's providing $15 million to the city. There's 5,000 of you, correct?
It's about 5,200 vehicles, 10,000 plus drivers.
How many UberX drivers are there?
It's about, we don't know, roughly 20,000.
So if we were to multiply that times 4, 5,000 to 20,000 is 4 times. 15 times 4 is 60 million.
Correct.
Plus the current 15.
Plus the current 15. So we're looking at 75. So that's the shortfall that we have, that I've been hearing. Again, I'm not asking you, but what would you want us to do, I mean, besides, you know, everything else that's going forward? This committee, what are you recommending this committee to do?
What we're trying to say is, if there's 7 entities and 6 are following the rules and paying the full amount of fees and 1 isn't, if we are not going to, in good conscience, ensure the one that isn't paying pays, then the least that we can do is suspend the fees, all fees on the one that is paying, the entities that are paying, until we can have fair and equitable rules for all the entities. That's what we're asking today.
There will be those that say that in order for us to enforce, to provide enforcement for Uber, we need to have the enforcement staff. And therefore, we need to have cost recovery to get money from you in order to provide that.
I want to thank Councillor Layton for mentioning earlier that he was that guy that called on the people that had this stuff piled up, and as many times as he called and complained, maybe the staffing wasn't there for the enforcement and the frustration he felt of that. I can echo that frustration for the taxi business of not having the necessary enforcement to enforce people that aren't following the laws.
Sir, if we were to go down this path and let's hypothetical that we suspend the fees and we don't have the staff to enforce, you guys are going to go out of business, correct? Therefore, when we don't have the staff, Uber then will run amok and do whatever they want in the City of Toronto. And if they're right now there's a little bit of enforcement on them, then there will be absolutely no enforcement. It's not going to become the wild, wild west, it'll become the wilder, wilder west. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming down. And we're going to take a brief 30-minute recess, and we'll be back here at 6 p.m. sharp. Sharp.